Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Regenerative Legacy Summit. That's what we're calling it this time. The Regenerative Legacy Summit. We are grateful that so many of you are on here live. We love to see your smiling faces. If you guys were able, if you were here yesterday, can you type in the chat a Y for yes, or if this is your first day, put an N in the chat, just so we know how many are here for day that weren't able to come. And I get it. I mean, it's the middle of a work week. We've all got busy things going on. So looks like we got a lot of repeat customers here. So welcome back for day 2. Man, what did you guys think about yesterday? Was it kind of a little bit mind expanding, maybe a little bit of an opportunity to maybe learn some things that we didn't know? So I'm going to go ahead and stop share here. And the poll is going on in the background. I don't know exactly how that works. If you need help with that, just type it in the chat. Somebody who's being able to figure it out. It looks like 40 of you have already completed the poll, and we appreciate that. It's just some questions to be able to gauge where we're at. First question has to do with the greatest challenges that we're facing right now in regenerative agriculture. And the second is the opportunities that you see. So yeah, definitely thought-provoking, awesome day yesterday. Appreciate it. We like to see your smiling faces. If you're able to join, I get it. You might be driving, you might be multitasking. That is okay. The best way to get the most out of it is to make this the most interactive experience possible. So yeah, so let's get some takeaways from day 1. I would love to be able to hear from 3 of you. And the way this will work is just go ahead and raise your virtual hand and we'll unmute you, or you can unmute yourself actually. And let's get some shares about, we've had however many hours yesterday, 7 hours or so of classroom. And then we had all night to think about it. If you're like me, you get up early and sometimes that inspiration starts flowing early in the morning. So I would love to hear. So Candy, looks like you got your hand raised. Let's hear what you had for yesterday, kind of a key insight, epiphany, takeaway, action step.
So a lot of new things. I have got into the regenerative farming some. I joined a group, Agoro, and they got me kind of started on it. And then a lot of it is just me, doing my own thing. And so we have beef, cattle and goats and a few sheep now. And so we've been doing a lot of biodiversity grazing. I didn't know anything about the cow shape. So that guy was like mind blowing for me. It was something all new. So I really appreciated that. And all of the speakers, they got me really excited to keep moving forward. So very cool.
Awesome. Very good. Thank you, Candy. Let's give Candy a big virtual round of applause. Good job. Thank you very much. Okay, let's have, who else? Who else learned something new? Who else had something that was like an aha? Grateful that you were able to take it and what you're going to do with it. And remember, if you don't volunteer, you might just be voluntold.
I'm happy to share a little bit.
Please, yes. Yeah,
so,
Maggie.
Yeah, so particularly when Alex was speaking about his operation and how he does things over there, particularly with direct marketing and email, and also listening to your consumer and developing the ideal consumer profiles, that will be frequenting your business. I think that's so important. Coming from like a marketing background, when I arrived at my current job at a regenerative farm, it was an opportunity that I saw, and we've been having immense success with email. We've had like insane like open rates and click-through rates, and it's awesome to have such an engaged and audience and an audience that's so excited about what you're doing too. So I definitely just want to second the importance of email and how powerful of a tool it can be. It was great to hear it from him as well.
Yeah, very good. Awesome, Maggie. Give Maggie a big round of applause. Good job. Thanks for being willing to share. Yeah, isn't it? I mean, the simple things like email marketing, it's not outdated. It's still something that's important. And my takeaway from that was social media is great. In social media, you're renting your space there. They can kick you out tomorrow. when you have the contact list and you build that contact list, that's yours. You own it. You can nurture that. And I mean, man, even if the internet goes down, hopefully you've got physical addresses. You can keep nurturing your clients that way to be able to stay in contact with them. And certainly the emailing is still where it's at. Okay, perfect. Let's have one more share. And again, well, let's see, before we do that, can somebody walk us through how do you get to the poll? Somebody that's already done it. There's a question in the chat, how to be able to access it. Does it just show up on your screen? That was just a last minute insight that we had last night. Let's do a quick poll to see where people are at. Any of you who have done it, are you able to kind of walk us through the how it was actually done? It just shows up. Okay, just popped up. Okay.
If
So
you go to more under on the bottom toolbar, the poll, you could find the poll that way also.
oh, perfect. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So hopefully that helps wherever it was. The chat scrolling here pretty fast. But okay, one more share. Key takeaway from what we learned yesterday, and then I'm gonna do a little screen share, a little review, and we're gonna jump into day 2. We're gonna do a voluntold here. Lee Olson. I know that name. Are you able to unmute? If not,
Yeah.
there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know you were on for at least part of the day yesterday. What?
Yeah, I was.
You
I
have any
appreciate you
insights?
calling. I was actually thinking about saying something.
Okay.
I'm up right now, but listening in what I can. Yesterday, and I screenshotted his name, but I don't remember it right now. The one that had to give his presentation from the parking lot. And he was just talking about his ideal customers, and I don't know. To me, it just seemed so concrete the way he was talking about it, that like, yeah, find the people that need what you are doing, and find out how to best serve them. I don't know, something about the way he was presenting it just really resonated with me, that like this is like a real thing that can happen. It got it out of the like theoretical and into like really practical. So that was really helpful for me.
Well, thanks, Lee. Yeah, agreed. Absolutely. Give Lee a big round of applause. Way to go. Yeah, I appreciated it. Alex he was doing what we do, right? We have the best intentions to be back to the office, be wherever we're going to be for the meeting, and things happen on a farm or ranch. And so he adapted and was able to join it. It's pretty cool that his definitely wasn't the most polished presentation. But yet heard from I think all of you mentioned that, yeah, that's one of the things that really stood out to you. So makes me think like maybe, when God calls us to do something, he doesn't always call the people that are most prepared or the most qualified. He just calls those that are not even ready. Usually it's just the ones that are willing. And even then, sometimes you're not very willing. It's like the call comes and you kind of launch and you build the rocket on your way. So that's definitely what we've been doing at Ag Steward. That said, we have been so blessed to be able to connect with industry experts and connect with wonderful people, producers, and it's just an honor to be able to serve and make these connections to help you progress in your journey, your regenerative journey. We want to thank our sponsors. Again, it's Country Natural Beef, and we're going to hear from these folks later today. Dan Probert is a representative, and he's going to be sharing a message about their journey of regeneration and how they're blessing family ranchers to be able to have an outlet for the quality calves and stockers and finishers that they're raising. And also our friends at the AV Hub. Those guys are awesome. Abby, Andrea, the Momberg family. It's a wonderful team of individuals who are committed to regeneration. I would encourage you, if you are interested in furthering your education, especially around the savory principles, like they have some awesome opportunities. We partner with them. We've done one class on site. They also take care of our annual land to market, or they call it EOV, ecological outcome verification, for our regenerative certification. They do that annually on the ranch, and we're 5 years in on that. And definitely the trend is upward. Maybe the curve is not as steep, but we are trending upward on regeneration. Then there's definitely some things that we need to improve upon. But it's good to be able to see the upward trend. And it's hard to look back and see, man, I wish Grandpa had started this 50 years ago, but it wasn't around 50 years ago. So we're starting now so that my grandkids can look back and say, okay, here's where it was and here's where it is now, meaning the ecological health of the land base that we steward. So the AV Hub, they're wonderful people. They're a savory hub, and they're located on the kind of the western part of the United States here. Okay, so let's just do a reminder. You guys remembered yesterday that I invited you to get clear on your why, what your intentions are for being here today. And we heard from some of you that some of those intentions were actually met. And I think some of them with the beginning speaker. So when we get clarity on why we're here and what we want, then the universe and our fellow man can answer back. When we don't know what we want, it's really hard to get the right answer. So be clear. Why are you here? So let's just get a few shares here. Let me see if I can stop share here for just a second. Couple shares here in the chat. Why are you here today? Even if maybe your intention changed from yesterday, maybe you had some eye-opening things, something. I'm here to be able to serve this community in the best way possible, to facilitate some of the industry experts being able to share their knowledge and help you connect with them. So who else has a why? Why are they here? What are they hoping to be able to get out of the meeting today? And while you guys are taking a second to type that, I'm going to give you an update on our poll here. So profitability is still leading at 43% as the biggest challenge facing our industry. Thanks you guys for completing this. This really does help us to guide us in like understanding at the grassroots level, like what's really happening, what you guys see. Interesting. So direct marketing on the opportunity side is leading just barely. Diversification is second, so that's 25 and 24%. Oh no, actually I read that wrong. So improving soil health would be the leader at 78%, followed by direct marketing, diversification, partnerships, and expansion. And it looks like over half of us are involved in the livestock industry. And that's our main enterprise would be livestock. 24% are multi-generational. 43% are just starting out. Very good. So very cool. I appreciate that. Okay, so let me read through some of these intentions here. Thanks, you guys. Candy says, further my education. Christy, learn and connect. Clay Conroy, I never stop learning. Bruce, always learning on this journey. Let's see, Maggie, I want to see this summit through and learn everything I can. Based on yesterday, it was a great investment of my time. Thank you. That's what we like to hear. I already shared a lot of the resources with my boss and on the farm. Okay, so we're clear. Like, remember that most important tool that we have on the ranch is our journal. Writing down those intentions, writing down the insights that we have, being able to share them. Thank you guys for sharing. You guys are truly practicing the principle that we're going to talk about next. Who remembers what the FAST principle is? Where are we at here? You guys are awesome. I appreciate you typing in the chat. Like this is really the way that we can make this more interactive. Okay, so rules, we got that down. You guys did awesome yesterday. We ask you to continue to adhere to that to make this the best learning experience possible for those that are watching live and also those that are watching the recording. So simple rules, respect, be 100% in and be present. You know, if you find your mind starts to wander, if you're wanting to answer that text message, whenever a text message pops up, it distracts our mind for about 3 seconds. That's why texting and driving is so unsafe. But it also could mean that was 3 seconds, man. You might have just missed that little nugget that the speaker said and is like, wait a minute, I missed that. So stay present, stay present. So just kind of physically pull your mind back. Makes me think of a quick story here. Race car driver in training. He was the pilot of the car. His co-pilot had told him, do not look at the wall. When you are driving fast, the tendency is to look away, and that wall is coming up pretty fast. They were going super fast in this race car. He started to drift towards the wall. His co-pilot, the trainer, actually grabbed his helmet, pulled him over, readjusted his focus back to the track and away from the wall, and they averted crashing into the wall. So sometimes we got to do that for ourselves, right? We need to pretend like maybe just grab yourself by the chin and just readjust your focus, right? Pull it back. Where are you going? Not, and with that analogy, you can go pretty deep, right? What we focus on grows, where our intention goes, energy flows, that thing grows. All those adages is really true. So stay focused on where you want to go, not on the things not on the weeds, not on the predators, not on the government, not on all those other things that might be the things that you're trying to avoid. Focus on where you want to go. Okay, maybe that was a squirrel, but I think it applied. All right, so FAST principle. Who remembers go ahead and type it in the chat. What does F stand for? See if we got it here. Yeah, thanks for sharing those intentions. Absolutely. Forget. And A is for what type of? Active. Very good. Yep. So be active, and that's engaged as best you can, camera on, participating in the chat as best you can. Taking notes, make this an active learning experience. S is for we need to manage our state or our being. Our state, I consider our state is not a state on the map, but it's just as tangible as a state on the map. It's our physical, our emotional, our energetic presence, and generally, you know, that's kind of within our body, but I think it's also out as far as our arms can reach. So kind of what is in this little atmosphere that's right around us, that's our state. And then let's see, what's the last one? T. You guys have already been doing it. Absolutely. Teach. And you're awesome examples of that by sharing in the chat and helping us to be able to learn from each other. Cool. Well, today we are poised for another awesome day. Like, we have some presenters, and I'm just so honored and humbled by the caliber of presenters that our team has put together. As we began our journey at Ag Steward here about 18 months ago, I saw what other people were doing in the education industry. And I learned a while ago that you can recreate the wheel, but sometimes that can be hard. And we don't need to do that. Like, we don't need to be the pioneers to go and cross the plains, to be able to go and forge the rivers and all those things. We can learn from them, and we can sometimes harvest where we haven't even planted. And so as I looked at what other industry leaders, I mean, not necessarily in the agriculture industry, but other thought leaders were doing, and they were doing some virtual events, especially after COVID. It was like, okay, this is the only way we can do it. And then I thought, you know, that would be something to do. I felt the call for probably the last 14 years that I had a message that I needed to help to share with the world. And I tried different ways and sometimes failed in different ways and had some successes. And it wasn't until I kind of decided, okay, I'm going to hire a mentor that knows what they're doing, a guide to be able to help me. They were going to provide a map for me to follow so that I didn't have to be this pioneer in the wilderness trying to figure it out on my own, and a system. And so that the guide or the mentor and the map and the system, they're like, okay, you just plug into this and you do this and you get these results. And it's like, wow, okay. Is it easy? No, it's not easy. But is it possible? Absolutely it is, because it's been proven and it works. And so, in January of 2023, we started a summit, and that was actually called the Profitable Regeneration Summit then. Because I knew, again, that you guys have pointed out, profitability is a big challenge that we have in agriculture. It's still the highest at 45% of the questions answered on this poll. We'll keep that open until we introduce our first presenter there. So, and again, thanks for the 94 people who have completed that poll. Profitability was a big part. Regeneration was the new buzzword, not just a buzzword, but it was like, okay, this is something that I can really get behind. Like, I believe in regenerative agriculture even before it had a name of regenerative agriculture. After I went to the Ranching for Profit school and started studying holistic management and stockmanship, that's all it was about. I didn't have the name back then, but that's what it was. And so I combined those two things with stewardship, and I said, okay, this is going to be our message. And I picked that message and I ran with it. And, at that first summit, we had 300 people register, and I thought, wow, this is pretty cool. On this one, we're about 3 times that much. And so as we continue to persist in that thing and we find the guide, we follow the map, we use the system, then the success will follow. Is it always going to be smooth? Are there going to guarantee that you won't, have to make adjustments along the way? Absolutely not. But it certainly is possible. And that's what we hope to be able to provide to you here today, is some guidance, perhaps a map, which we know the map does not represent the terrain, right? The map can be one thing when we lay that map out and we chart our course. It can look very different when we're on the ground. And that's where a guide comes in. Somebody who's been down the path before. And I think we heard from a lot of different guides yesterday of individuals who are gone down the path. They know where the pitfalls are. They know which route is the best route to take. So today, as we tune in, let's have that kind of analogy in the back of our mind. Is this the right map for me? Is this the right guide for me? Do they have the system that I can plug into that works? What principles can I take? What things do I need to forget and replace? Sometimes that unlearning is just as important as learning, right? And along those lines, I really like the quote from, let me share my screen here so you guys might want to screenshot this. I'm sure you've all heard the quote, but yeah, somebody unmute and read this for me. Go ahead, whoever has a good voice, which is all of you guys.
It ain't what you know that gets you in trouble. It's what you know. Your picture's in front of it. For sure, that ain't so. It just ain't so.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I have a good voice. I'm just willing to do it.
Mark Pratt?
Yes, sir.
Is that Mark Pratt from Blackfoot, Idaho?
Yes, sir. How are you, Jared?
Hey, I am good. It is good to hear your voice. Awesome. Yeah, so it's not what we don't know, right? It's what we believe that just ain't so. And so certainly today you're going to come up against some of those beliefs that maybe you've held dear, that maybe you've held on to. And I shared the experience of like working with Bob Kinford and how frustrating that was to like clash up against what I thought I knew versus what he was trying to teach, only to realize that his approach was a little bit different. Like I had been using a different guide. He was this guide. They were trying to get you the same direction, good movement, controlled movement, direction, movement, speed, the basic things of stockmanship. His approach was somewhat different. And at first, man, it clashed. And I tell you, if Bob was on here, I would tell him, and I have told him, I was ready to strangle him. I was like, I don't know what you're doing and you're just confusing the heck out of us. If you have those experiences during this event, just take a deep breath. Everything's okay. Things are going to work out. It's just a new idea trying to come up against maybe a different idea. That's why we forget it and we say, okay, we're going to set that aside for right now. We're going to allow some space because the thing of it is, if you take a glass that's full to the brim has very little utility, right? I mean, unless you want to drink water, but if you're wanting to pour water in, it has to displace the water that's currently there. So we take a drink, we make some room, we have some capacity to pour in some new. And that's what we're inviting you to do here today. Create some capacity for some new learning. You guys get to decide as a steward, do you want to keep it? Do you want to reject it? Does it align with your values? And remember the lighthouse principle, that those are the things that are always going to be there. We have to stop and ask, is this what I'm learning? Is it a lighthouse or is it a ship in the ocean that's just going to move? And is it a fad that's just going to float away with the tide? Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and close down our poll. Thanks for the 98 people who participated in that. We could probably bring it up later again if we want to, if some other people jump on. But so all in, profitability is the #1 greatest challenge facing agriculture today. Our business included, you guys. Our business included. It looks like soil health is the biggest opportunity. And the majority of the people have livestock. A lot of people just starting out, 44% are just starting out. So that's really cool. I appreciate you taking time to be able to influence in your own way the direction that we're not only taking with the summit, but the direction of regenerative agriculture. So Josh Adams, are you in the room? Let's go ahead and have you unmute and come to the front here.
You bet. Yeah, I'm here.
Hey there. We're going to make you co-host. You have the ability to be able to turn your camera on there, Josh. Yeah, we get to see your bright smiling face. There we go. So I know some of you guys know Josh Adams. Let's see here. Okay, we're going to end poll. And we're going to, I don't know what I did. I just put share results. That just posted up to the screen or something. Can you guys see that? Okay. Anyway, let's go here. So Josh, tell us where you're from. Tell us give us a brief introduction while I find you here and make you co-host.
Okay, yeah, you bet. So Josh Adams, I have been in the agriculture industry most of my life. We ended up farming for a lot of years in Idaho. And it was interesting. I don't come from an agricultural background, and so I've just always been drawn to it, always loved it. And it was interesting that when your feet are to the fire and you have to perform and you have to do things different than the neighbor who relies on multi-generational businesses, that you get quite innovative quite quickly. And it's too hard to do that, by the way. It's too hard, and it creates too much pain, and the progress is too slow. But I feel like I've been blessed with a unique personality that's willing to fail faster. And so by being able to fail faster, I was able to just push through the hard times and be able to identify some innovative ways to understand agriculture and then to implement principles and systems that other people and myself created along the way. And we found some pretty interesting production success. And what grew out of that was a business that we now run full-time called Living Soil Management. And so we travel the Western United States, waking up soil, creating healthy nutrient management programs for farmers. busting yield records in many places, and increasing crop quality, all while completely eliminating any synthetic chemical fertilizer, pesticide, herbicide, or anything else that has a side behind it, and focusing on health. And by doing that, we've found a very, very fun and rewarding business here that has been able to bless several farmers, several people's lives, and a continuation from all the years that I spent failing faster. So I'm here just simply, you asked my why, simply to be of service. If there's things that I've learned, ways that I've grown over the years, then I want to be of service today. And I just want to lay out as much positive value that I possibly can. If there's anybody that's listening that could be of service or use some service that I have trying to present here today. So that's the main
Awesome.
thing, Jared.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate that. Yep. We look forward to seeing your presentation. So you should be made co-host now, and you can, do you have slides that you want to pull up and share?
No, you know what? We're just going to have a conversation today, Jared.
That's cool. All right.
Yeah, we're just going to have a conversation, man. We're just going to be real. We're going to be honest. We're going to take our formality hat off, and we're just going to get real here. What's that?
Nope, that sounds good. I like that format. And just for some background, I've known Josh for about a decade. I've been to his farms, and when I kind of got the soil health bug, and thought that, hey, maybe I want to grow some crops that are actually high bricks level, nutrient dense crops, I looked around and said, who's doing it? Again, who's that guide? Who has the map and the system? And so I went and visited Josh on one of his farms up in Idaho, and then another farm that he leased later on. And like, man, he's doing some cool things. Bought hay from him. Cows liked it. That's how I judge whether it's good hay or not. You know, they turn their noses up, or do they actually sit and eat it? Sometimes you put out a side-by-side comparison. Okay, feed this hay, feed that hay. Which one do they go to first? Pretty unscientific, but cows are pretty smart. And so, yeah, I can vouch for the authenticity of Josh and his ways. And I invited him on here because he's super practical. I would say, as far as growing nutrient dense forage in a regenerative manner, he's the guide. And it seems like an oxymoron, right, Josh? To be a regenerative hay farmer is like, you've even pushed up against some of the industry experts because they don't believe it can be done, but yet you're doing it.
Yeah, 100%. I always like asking why. And when I was going through my fail faster period, I just thought, you know what? It doesn't seem like, I don't like these constraints. I feel like there's so much abundance. I read somewhere that on every square foot of land, every single year, the sun provides us 5,000 horsepower of solar energy. And I just thought, man, that's so much energy. There's so much possible there. And so anytime I'd hear an industry expert or whatever explain what's possible and what's not possible, it just didn't sit right with me. So I thought, okay, only God decides what's possible and not possible. And so I believe that through stewardship and through management, we can actually touch that potential. And so it became a little bit of a fascination to see, okay, how big do crops get? And the book says one thing, but it was interesting that I found that Mother Nature was saying different things. When you can grow alfalfa stands that break yield records and a quarter and a dime can't cover your alfalfa leaves, that's pretty interesting. And if you can do that at scale and you can do that in a very replicatable manner, that started to be really, really interesting to me. And so breaking that convention, just breaking out of that paradigm of what the book says is possible and not possible on this place. I think that that's important to understand. There's a lot more resources at our disposal that we don't use. And it's very important that we understand that and we can start to use what we have at our disposal here.
Yeah. So when you walk onto a farm, Josh, to be able to, like, say, okay, they reach out to you, want some help growing some forage, kind of what's the process? What do you look for? And And again, I mean, you've done it for us, but maybe I didn't really fully understand what you were doing.
Okay, so for clarity, the company is Living Soil Management. And so what we've come to understand is that the principles of soil health are the same everywhere that you go, because in my opinion, the same guy invented soil and the same guy set up the system in soil. And so that system in the soil is similar, with different variations of soil types and climate and different things that you have to deal with. Those are management challenges, but the system is the same. And so if it grows in the soil, we help out. So we we definitely help people grow more forage, but we have clients that grow grains, we have clients that grow potatoes, we have clients that grow all sorts of crops, corn in the Midwest, crops all over the spectrum. And it's because we can identify the simple natural identifiers that nature provides. And Jared asked, when we walk onto a farm, what do we look for? Well, it's really important to understand, number one, before I even walk on the farm, I need to have a conversation with the steward of that farm. That's number one, Jared, because we want to look out for the soil health, but we also, profitability is the number one on the poll today. We also want to look out for the farmer's bottom line. And so a lot of things people are doing because they think they have to do it, but it doesn't make any sense. And so if it doesn't make any sense, let's figure out a way for it to make sense. Sometimes just completely pivoting is a good idea. Sometimes stopping what we're doing is a good idea. So number one, we have a conversation with the landowner or the steward of that place, and we say, what's the goal here? What are we trying to accomplish? And we understand the person's goals, what their needs are, what their desires are for that place. And then we say, okay, sounds good. Let's go look at your farm. And we go out and we walk the place. And when we walk on a piece of property, we identify what's growing and what's not growing. We identify how that farm is watered and how potentially it's not watered. And we look at the different management tools that are at that farm's or that steward's disposal. And then we come up with a plan to marry all those different things together to be able to accomplish that original goal. So it's not a prescription, buy our juice and everything's going to be magical, because I don't believe that ever works. There's no magic sauce. There's no magic juice out there. That doesn't exist. So we're definitely a process company, not a product company, for sure, Jared. And we're seeking to have people look outside the view that they've had for a lot of years and be able to see things in a little bit different way.
Yeah. So we talked about that yesterday, the difference between practices and principles. And so maybe tell us some of the principles that you see that are universal, whether you're farming in Alaska, or I don't know if they farm in Alaska actually, but
they do. They actually do. But yeah, universal principles, I have an answer for that. So it's very, very simple. I always like to find the least common denominator. Okay. And how do I find the least common denominator? Well, it's interesting to understand there's only 5 things. There's only 5 things. So there's space, there's time, there's energy, there's intelligence, and that's all I can remember. But there's 5 there's 5 things. And those 5 things are the answer to every single question is one of those 5 things. Okay? And so when I look at a property, we have to understand that the soil microbiology is number 1. So that's what we focus on first and foremost, minerals and microbiology. Okay? And so if we can identify how that microbiology is thriving or not thriving, it's almost always not, then we can figure out ways to manage around that. Now, we have come up with a very interesting way to inoculate probiotic solutions to be able to accomplish the goals of any farm. Usually most farms in the United States are very fungally deficient. And so we have identified ways to be able to propagate different, think of them like fungal seeds to be able to solubilize minerals in the ground. So if we can identify what kind of macro minerals that the certain crops are needing, then we design a program to be able to solubilize those and get those moved into the plant. Because interestingly enough, you guys, there's plant available nutrients, people call them. And plant available nutrients are usually just solubilized by water. Water is a weak solvent. And so if matter, that's what it is. But if we just focus on that irrigation water or the rainwater to be able to solubilize nutrients and push them into the plant, then you say, okay, it's possible and it's available. Well, people don't take into account microbial translocation. Okay. And that's when little microbiology bugs break apart chemical and electrical bonds and feed the crop root whatever it's asking for. That's where the intelligence piece comes from. So there's an intelligence underground that I don't understand that God does that tells the microbiology what that plant needs. And then the microbiology responds somehow. It's amazing. And so all we need to do is then deepen the aerobic zone in the soil to allow air so that that microbiological population can thrive and can start translocating nutrients. And so literally, if you're in Alaska or down in South Texas, if we just simply deepen that aerobic zone and get the microbiological population as wide as we know how to get it and provide it to the soil via cattle, probiotic, compost extract, whatever the case may be, and allow Mother Nature to plug all the holes from there. And magic happens from that point on. So just getting it down to the least common denominator is a really, really important thing. Now it's interesting. We love in agriculture to really complicate things. We just love it. There's industry experts that love speaking with 20-letter long words and explaining principles and processes that honestly are above our pay grade. And we do that because we like complicated things. Humans are tinkerers and we like complicated things. But in my opinion, there's certain things that we literally need to leave to Mother Nature and God, and we just to facilitate the ability for that life to be able to do what it does. And so by getting out of Mother Nature's way and letting Mother Nature thrive, that's a key way to be able to accomplish that.
Like that. Yeah. So when you identified those 5 elements, that's genius. How do you identify which of those is your weak link and which one to address where you're going to get your biggest marginal reaction?
Well, if say we have a bug problem, okay, we have a bug problem on some of our crops, or our yields are suffering because we have some insect pressure. Well, we have to understand the nature of the game. We have to understand what Mother Nature is trying to do, because there's no accidents, right? There's no accidents with Mother Nature. That's how come when you're driving down the freeway, you don't accidentally see like a pumpkin patch or strawberries growing on the side of the road. It just doesn't work like that. There's always an order to things. Things happen for a reason. So if you see wild oats out in a field, it's because there's not a mineral cycling happening there. If you see thistles in places, that's because Mother Nature's wanting to sequester calcium to the top of the ground. If you see certain very high PSI root brassicas growing out in a place, it's saying, oh, there's a really, really high compaction level here. Mother Nature's sending paramedics to break this compaction up, because nature is always chasing health. And so how I identify one of the 5, I say, okay, is this a management concern, or is it, what is it? And so do we need more space? Would more space, more crop spacing help us here? Would more time, just giving this land more time to heal, this pasture more time to regrow? Or does it need energy? Do we need to supply something do we need to turn 1,000 head of cattle in here? Do we need to hire living soil management to spray microbiological extract on this place? Do we need an energy input? Okay. Do we need matter? Do we need to just put all this carbon that's above ground, below ground, mechanically or with cattle? What do we need to do here? And so it's always a combination of those things. Or is it intelligence? Are we doing something dumb? And should we stop doing something dumb? Should we start doing smart things? Should we start having a plan that we can actually use? Should we use our intelligence to build a seed mix so that we're constantly cutting something that's valuable, that we're leaving something that's valuable, something that is underground that is decomposing is valuable, and then we're planting right into the stubble? Is that something that we're doing? That's intelligence. That's being ahead of the curve and planning for the future in the proper way. You know what's interesting though, Jared, is I just was at a meeting the other day up in Idaho, and I was in a meeting with this gentleman, and he says, you know what, you need to talk to these guys and these other guys. He was all excited about the things that we were identifying on his farm and the goals we were helping him to accomplish. And an interesting thing that he said to me was, these guys don't care what the neighbors think. And so I think that they'll listen to you. I think that they would be served by you. And I thought, how sad is that?
No doubt.
How sad is that? Isn't that interesting that we're not willing to change or try new things because what the neighbors might say, even if it would be tremendously better for our business.
Yeah, you have to almost adopt that contrarian point of view to more than a point of view. It's that resilience, and you've certainly done that, bucked the system, gone against what the industry says and neighbors say, and foregone subsidies and done things that don't maybe meet industry standards. But
so you know what people do, Jared? So if you read the definition of the word attrition, it says the action or process of gradually reducing the strength or effectiveness of someone or something through a sustained attack or pressure. So there's a whole lot of agriculturalists that are actually slowly being chipped away by this attrition. And I say attrition is honestly the combined understanding and convention of previous generations, unfortunately, saying, hey, son, I did it this way. You need to do it this way. It's the only way that works here where we live. Sure, it may work somewhere else, but this is the only way it works here. So that stifles innovation, right? So that's a problem sometimes. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes that's a problem. Synthetic chemicals is also a problem. And I hear good farmers, all like regenerative minded, sustainable farmers talk about, you know what we need? We need to at least spray our weeds. We need to at least spray our weeds, and then we can be healthy and accomplish the things we want to accomplish. But it's kind of like saying, you know what? We want this baby to get off on the right track. So we're going to give it a few cigarettes to just, get it going. No. If you want to start the health game, you got to go all in. I hear people all the time. They say, well, how far can we cut our synthetic chemical use back? How can we cut our commercial fertilizer back? Because commercial fertilizer has nutrients. Nutrients are good. What's the byproduct of those nutrients? So highly processed chemical fertilizer has chemicals in it, and it's also very heavy in salt. Now, the Romans salted the ground of their enemies, and yet we feel a desire to purchase salt and salt our own farm fields. Isn't that interesting? Some commercial fertilizer actually carries a 40% salt carrier. 40% of what you're spending money on is something that's beating you over the head.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's tough. And so people say, let's cut back. Let's cut back on our.
Oh, did we lose Josh? Oh, sorry. Did I mute the wrong person? There you are. We'll give him a minute. Okay. Hopefully Josh comes back. What do you guys think? I know, Larry, you had some questions. We'll have some time to answer those. So to answer the question, no, he's not a monocrop guy. He definitely is after the diversity. So yes, alfalfa, but interseeding it, utilizing it with other, maybe grass species or planting some annuals in there. Yeah, hopefully he gets back on and be able to ask the question, how long does it take for compost tea materials to react and visibly show results? The cool thing was, on the farm that he managed in Pocatello, he only had it for 2 years, but basically he doubled the yield from 1 year over year. And pretty cool results, pretty awesome, almost unbelievable results without using synthetics and chemicals. It was just through nurturing the biological processes. Hey, we're glad you're back.
Hey, sorry guys, my power went out, so I had to jump on hotspot there.
Okay.
I don't know why the power went out. Kind of strange, but we're on hotspot now. But yeah, so it's very interesting. I've heard industry leading experts from universities that say, hey, this particular nutrient or amendment will never work in your lifetime. It'll be 100 years. You'll never see a benefit. And while I heard him give that talk from a podium at a symposium I was at, I had been getting proper nutrition of that particular amendment in my crops for 6 years. I'd never had any issues. So it's very, very important to understand profitability and soil health are the number one on this list here for this group that we're talking to, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Well, it's interesting that if we eliminate all of our synthetics completely, instead of smoking less cigarettes, we get rid of the cigarettes altogether. Then we're non-smokers. Okay. Then our body can start to heal. Same thing with the land. If we get rid of our synthetics cold turkey, it is amazing what the ground, how the ground responds, especially if all the inputs and amendments that we provide to it, it understands, right? Nature doesn't understand anhydrous ammonia. Okay. It just doesn't get it. It goes in there at a very, very cold temperature. It zaps the soil. It zaps all the microbiology. It pinches down the aerobic zone. They actually used anhydrous ammonia in Vietnam to be able to pack runway surfaces. So there's very, very simple and cheap ways that we can go about this. And people think, oh, it can't be that simple. It can't be that easy. But unfortunately, we have an agricultural system right now where a lot of people's incomes depend on these high-priced processed inputs to be able to move forward. And I've found over 17 years now that that's just not true. You guys can have the yield-breaking results with inputs that your 9-year-old kids can roll around in and not hurt them a bit. And cool. It keeps on being true everywhere that I go because God's system is the same everywhere that I go. And so just to ensure people, I have test plots all over the place right now, all over the West. People are nervous about this kind of line of thinking. And so they say, yeah, Josh, living soil management, we want our soil to be alive. We want to, kind of get away from some synthetics, but it's scary because it's so new and sounds so wild. So we'll give you 100 acres. That's fair. And so we have 100-acre trials all over the place this year. And we're picking up their entire farm for next year because they say, holy cow, it really works. Well, in my mind, it's like if I dropped a pin, which way would it go? It wouldn't go this way. It would always go down. It's a law of nature. If we simply align the mineral profile of the ground, propagate microbiology, and then don't kill them. My biggest management suggestion is don't kill the life in your ground. And if you do that, the abundance that will start to be reaped is bananas. It's absolutely wild. Quality and quantity.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, we only got 5 minutes left. There's a couple. We'll do some rapid fire questions here. First one is, how long before we see results? So
right away. So one of my favorite things to do was to lease. So here's a little caveat. So if it's already pretty healthy ground, if there's microbiology, you've been using compost, you've been not spraying synthetics on, you'll see results in quality, but it's not like you'll see 100% increase in yield right away because the soil's already kind of on that trajectory. And so if you have like an 1152, 1034 synthetic chemical, herbicide, pesticide, fungicide program for the last 20 years, you will see results incredible results right away. So my favorite thing to do was to go out and lease a farm that was a chemically managed farm, that was, say, I had a hay company at the time, and they would say 4.8 ton would be the tonnage. That place that Jared mentioned earlier, 4.8 ton was the proven average. My favorite thing to do was to go onto that place, and year one, we would cut 7 ton of hay off of that place, because all we had to do was not feed it cigarettes anymore. We quit smoking, right? And then we simply woke up the microbiology, deepen the aerobic zone, and let those little microbes chew apart all the chemical and electrical bonds that held all that fertilizer that he'd been putting on for years and years and was all locked up. We just released it. And so it's wonderful. And so the worse your farm is, the quicker you'll see results. But the results, even on organic farms, is very knowledgeable, or is very identifiable right away. So this year we have data. We have an analytics guy that goes and he tests before and then he tests after. And then we deliver those results to the farmer. And what we see everywhere that we go is that our nutrients, our macros and micros, will become more available. Our sugars will usually go up. And then depending on what those analytics tell us, it helps us to be able to identify what we need to add to our solution for the next time we spray it. So it's very, very simple. The whole process is simple, and you see results right away.
Okay, cool. Well, we better share your contact information. You've also offered to be able to do some one-on-one consulting. I think is the gift there. So Margot, just put that in, 10% off a one-on-one. What's the best way to get a hold of you, Josh?
Living Soil mgmt@gmail.com. We also have a website, livingsoilmgmt.com. Yeah, we'll throw in some free consulting. We're a full service company. We come and we do everything for you. We have our own equipment. We just come, we brew, we apply, we fly in and meet with you and help you identify ways in which you can be successful.
Yeah, that's really cool. So basically, if you just follow the link that Margot just posted, click on Josh's, the little hyperlink underneath his picture, that will take you to his site. And then on his side, it looks like you have the options to be able to book a consultation. Is that what they do?
Yeah, you can book consultations online. You bet.
Okay. So that would be that's the best way to be able to get him. And yeah, Margot just posted those in there. Thanks. You are on it. So his website and email address. Okay, you got 2 minutes, Josh. Wrap this whole thing together.
Okay, well, I believe agriculture is in for a really big shift. I believe if you're stuck in the old mindset of synthetic chemical fertilizer and then sides to control nature's paramedics, then you're in for a crash. Profitability is really, really important to everybody right now. If we can eliminate a large portion of your inputs, if we could wake up a lot of the microbiology in your ground, if we could add new microbiology to your ground, to help that 5,000 horsepower of solar energy actually convert to dollars in your pocket, then that's what we're going to do. There's a lot more available to us than I believe that we understand. And by visiting various people all over the Western United States and having a history of being fast to fail, I believe we have the ability at Living Soil Management to help you to see what's possible going forward. We don't need chemicals to farm. We just don't. We have too short of a window to be able to get a crop. The things that the synthetic chemicals do for us on our farm operations are simple band-aids to problems that we're overlooking to start with. And those are some things we need to identify. Your soil can be alive, everyone. Let's wake it up.
Very good. Very good. Well, hey, let's give Josh Adams a big round of applause, virtual round of applause. Thank you for jumping on here, Josh. We appreciate you, appreciate the work that you're doing. And it's very integral to this regenerative movement because if we look at the 6 soil health principles, not everyone can integrate livestock. That is still a key component, but the way that Josh teaches, it's like very adaptable, and that's what I love. I mean, even if you're a hardcore alfalfa farmer, so send Josh some love in the chat. Let him know. Let's put in your epiphanies there, and if there are specific questions, reach out to him. You've got his contact information. And thanks again, Josh, for being on here. What a great contribution to the class today.
Well, guys, thank you for inviting me, and I'm grateful for all the things that you guys are trying to do, and look forward to meeting some of you in the future.
Very good. All right, cool. Yeah. So like we did yesterday, share maybe one key takeaway that you had from this presentation. Help the rest of our team, the rest of the class, to be able to learn. Cool. Okay, we're going to bring up our next speaker, who is Rob Habbard. We're grateful to have him. Appreciate you being part of this group here. Rob, where are you from? Where are you zooming in from this morning?
Hi, Jared. It's we're here in sunny Shropshire at the moment in England. So coming to you across the Atlantic.
Awesome. What time of day is it there?
It's 6 p.m.
Okay.
So just getting into a nice summer's evening.
Very good. Very good. Well, man, we look forward to hearing from you. We'll just jump right in. Your co-host, you can share if you've got a presentation, or
Okay.
just run with it.
I'll just share the screen.
Yes, sir.
We'll get going. Okay.
So 6th-generation farmer, professional ecologist. Looks like you learned from Kirk Godzia. Kirk's been on our place. He's a great one. We're gonna
Worked with Kurt Gadzia back in 2014 or 20.
Yeah.
Fabulous trainer. How's that? Can you see that?
Yep, looks like it's coming up, Rob. There we go.
So I will.
Yeah, you just
use.
there.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So today we're going to be talking about breeding functional fertility in grass-fed cattle. I'm sure most of the people here today are breeding for regenerative systems, and so I'm going to focus on that rather than talk too much about breeding in conventional. A little bit about myself. I'm an ecologist and 6th-generation farmer from Worcestershire in England. We run about 150 pedigree Angus cows to the bull each year. And we've taken the farm using holistic management from that training with Kurt Gadzia initially in 2013-14 from 50-acre home farm. And with the rental land that we have now, that's up to 1,000 acres of diverse pasture, and we are organic, certified organic as well, and also with the Pasture Fed Livestock Association, which is an association over here. So getting right into it, what do we want from a cow or a ewe, a sheep, if we're breeding those in regenerative system? And for us, we're cattle farmers, so we want a marketable calf every year, on time, problem free. This can be achieved with inputs or without, but one comes with a lot of cost and not much reward. And it really depends on what your goals and context is how you're going to manage your system. But essentially, if we're in regenerative systems, we want to simple as we can. So really important for us before we start is to define your whole under management. You can see a picture there of one of the hills we graze in the UK. It's on the Kemerton estate land, and beautiful pasture away, and you see the sun there. So we want to focus on our solar dollars rather than paper dollars. So everything the sun and the rain provide from up above, we want to make the most of that, and we want the maximum sustainable profit, not the maximum production, from what the environment can provide. And I know a lot of people in these systems will claim that we can, max out stocking rates and have really, really high stocking rates compared to conventional systems. In terms of stocking rate, that tightrope of absolutely producing on the balance between what the environment can provide and what our cows can produce. We don't want to get those two things misaligned. The whole under management in terms of the environment is limited. Lots of wonderful positive stories in the conference about how we can increase production and how we can get nature working for us. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, there is going to be a maximum production level that we reach. And I think pushing beyond that is where we've always got into trouble in terms of our agriculture. We can increase the available environment over time with our good management. There's still a limit. So what's the risk of relying on good management? The risk of relying on good management is if your cows rely on that good management, some years it doesn't matter what your management's like. Some years it really doesn't matter because you can have a 3 or 4 month drought that just changes everything. And never mind how you manage it, it changes what's going to happen with your cows and raising those calves. And so if you've got cows that cannot cope unless they've got perfect management, and then they get an environment shock or a climate shock coming into the system, then you're going to be in trouble. You're going to have empty cows, you're going to have open cows that are not bred, and you're not going to have enough calves on the ground the following year. So it's better to rely on your genetics, that can cope with whatever the environment's going to demand of them and whatever the environment produces. A lot of people will tell you that cows can do anything. They're cows. They're going to sell you. They'll do anything. They'll grow the most. They're going to be the most maternal. They're also going to be the most terminal. They're going to have the most muscle, but they're also going to have the most milk. Everything, you name it, they've got it. But we've got to work within the laws of physics and just don't fall for the marketers, because that's going to end up in trouble, particularly in a limited environment where you're only going to produce a certain amount of forage every single year. So we can't break the first two laws of thermodynamics. The first law is that energy can transform, created nor destroyed. So we can't create energy out of nothing. This is in a closed system. So we can bring, if we unclose that system, we can bring more energy in. You can buy inputs and fertilizers and feed. That's if you need more production. That's if you need more energy into the system because your cows can't survive in the environment. The second law of thermodynamics is that entropy is real. And entropy, the reduction in energy available, because it takes energy to convert from one form of energy to another. And so not only do we have a limited amount of energy available to us each year, we're also going to use some of that up when we convert from sunlight into growing plants and so on and so on. So we have to make sure that we're operating within the limits of the environment, and our cows can do the same. And now the laws of physics apply to closed systems, I said, and a brief production isn't closed. So you can bring some more in, but that's going to cost you. And we want to keep our costs as low as we possibly can. We can measure these increases in energy input through the animals that live within the systems. You can see growth rates increasing, weaning rates going up, milk production increasing, conception rates higher, more and more traits that we're all trying, people are aiming for all the time. But if we're having an increase in every single one of those traits, then that energy isn't free. It's coming from somewhere. And the price of energy in all its forms is increasing. And we have to be really careful about what we do with the energy costs of our cattle, because that's going to cost us in our back pocket, in our bank account, if we're not careful. If we chase every single trait to get the maximum rather than try and get balance between them. So it's really important for us that we have cows that work for us and we're not working for the cows. So the costs are not going down. We need to keep those on track or we're going to be out of business pretty quickly. We don't worm our cattle with wormers. And they only get native grasses, no high sugar varieties that need reseeding every few years, another cost that comes in. And inevitably, this means we end up often with smaller cows to cope with this environment, but it does mean we keep our direct costs as low as possible, and then any margin is going to be working for us. All of our cows are wintered outside. Even in our wet winters over here in the UK, we can manage that using holistic grazing, as shown to us by Kurt Gadzier and working with other consultants that have come over from the States as well. Many of our cows have never been in a shed. There's no dry bedding, high quality conserved forage. When they're in driving rain and cold, wet winter days that turn into weeks, wet weather. And you know, I've got friends over there in Canada and the US, and I know that the winters can get really cold. I know in Canada, there's a good friend, Aaron Nervas, getting down to -30, -40 with the wind chill. But actually, if you get 3 weeks of sideways rain and you're about just above freezing, that can be actually worse, because the dry cold cows can work with, but the wet cold really pulls the energy out of them. And so we do have quite a big challenge in that way in trying to get cows that can cope with that. But probably the biggest challenge we place on our cows is carrying their calves through the winter. We wean at 10 months, about March, and that's hopefully onto growing grass in our climate. So the calves can then grow on and move away, and the heifer calves in particular get ready for breeding in August, and then we're calving in May. So the cows get 60 days off, just like a dairy cow. We're not giving them this long break. We should be asking this of our cows. They should be working for us. There you can see one of our bale pods. So that's just where we've got stored hay ready for winter. We use that in snow. We use that in really wet weather where we don't want to be pugging and poaching up the ground. And so we have a big animal impact there. Calf pairs, which we wintered there until March, did a fabulous job for us. Wintering cattle out all year, also great for the wildlife as well. Cows doing really well. And I think the key thing for us to look at is that we're looking within the holistic management framework, something called community dynamic adaptation to the environment, the epigenetic change that comes, and then the evolution of the herd. It's the herd that's adapting, not the individual. And a lot of pedigree breeding is based upon looking at the individual animal focus, but we want to look at the community dynamics and the population dynamics of our own herd, and that's evolving as a whole. So we've got to look at the whole thing as an organism. And when we're adapting to that whole environment, this wheel here is from a guy called Jan Bonsma, I'll talk a bit about later. But all of these different things we're looking at, rainfall and humidity, soil fertility, pH, parasites, disease, wind, atmospheric pressure, altitude, light, all of these things have an impact on the animal, and they're adapting to it all the time. And so in terms of how we then achieve adaptation, and you look at all of the, over here is certainly a tradition, there's that a lot of the pedigree and seed stock magazines and the marketing materials, all about the bull, always. And essentially the bull really, just for us anyway, just passes on the genetics, either terminal or maternal. For us, we're totally maternal focused, so it's just passing on the genetics of its dam. And if you think what the cow does for you, for us anyway, it carries a calf for 9 months while feeding another one for 10 months. And she's the physiological center of production on your farm. She's the receptor and the interpreter of all environmental signals on your farm. She has to adapt to those, and essentially that's how the herd adapts to the environment they have every year. You go and buy a bull from somewhere else, it's been on your property for 6 months, you put it in with the cows, it's not had any time to adjust to the environment, but the cows are the organism that do that for you. So we didn't focus on the feminine, we focused on the masculine, on the bulls. And you know, something that I used to hear as a kid growing up, and granddad, you know, the bull, we used to say the bull's half your herd. You know, if a bull covers 30 cows, the assumption was that 50% of the relevant genetic material was from one individual, and the remaining 50% was split between the 30 individual cows. So it looks like it has a much bigger impact on the genetics of the animals, and that's come from Mendelian segregation, Mendel's laws of segregation. 50% of the genetics come from the male, from the female. That's what we've always believed. And because of that, cattle geneticists and people breeding abandoned the importance of cow families in selection. And cow families, you speak to a cow man, a woman who's kept cattle for a long time, and they always knew that this cow family, for some reason, this works on my place. But that was thrown out because with that into her, it's going to come from the bull side. That was the conventional wisdom. But as we found out more, we weren't quite as clever as we thought we were. A farm has to live within the herd, the environment, the wind.
Hey,
Everything.
Rob, I'm not sure if anybody else is having
Can you
trouble
hear
hearing you. Rob, I wonder if you cut your video until the end. Maybe that'll help your bandwidth to so we can hear the audio a little bit better.
Okay, if I stop the video, you can still see the screen share?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Okay, great. Okay, I've turned the video off, so hopefully that'll help.
Okay, thanks.
Quite a lot to get through, so I'm just I'll keep pressing on.
Yeah, you got about 15 minutes,
Genetics.
Rob.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we're good.
We'll make sure all the other devices in the house are turned off, and then hopefully that might help.
Okay. Yep, I think we can hear you better now. Thanks.
Okay, great. So epigenetics is a really important part, and that is the definition of that from the Greek comes from over or above genetics, and it's changes in the organisms caused by modification of gene expression rather than a change in the genetic code itself. So this is the thing you might hear about certain genes are switched on or switched off. Now it might take 3 hard winters to really switch on different genes within an animal within its lifetime. And we've actually seen cattle's hides thicken. We bought cows from operations that housed their cattle for 6 months over winter in a shed. They're very thin-hided, but then after 3-4 years, the hides on those cattle really thickens up and really helps for them to get through our winters outside. Even within, you think also about how much switching on and off of the genes can impact on an animal. If you think about when an embryo is fertilized, it becomes a blastocyst of about 816 cells. They're all identical. Every cell's identical, and it has the same genetic code within the nucleus, in the DNA. And yet each of those cells will end up being completely different. One might be part of your big toe, one might be part of your eyeball or a valve on your heart, and they'll have completely different expression just depending on which genes are switched on and switched off. That has a massive impact, and we actually see that within life as well, within ourselves. And you drink too much alcohol for 3 or 4 weeks, you'll actually switch on some genes that start producing an enzyme that actually helps you to process the alcohol in your liver more. So thank goodness for epigenetics. And if we look at the energy requirements and also in terms of the metabolic efficiency and the fit to the environment, then obviously the epigenetics is really, really important for that. And in terms of that, we also have to think about within the cell, not just the DNA, but also the mitochondria. And they actually help us transform ATP, or all the food that we eat, into ATP for energy of the cell. They control the regulation of cellular metabolism, cell death, the production of steroid hormones, regulation of innate immunity, our immune systems, growth and repair of body tissue, and peptide production, the chains of amino acids that form proteins in the body. So in terms of the muscle growth and all of that sort of stuff, there's loads of really important things that happen. And that's all controlled not by the DNA in the nucleus, but the mitochondrial DNA that sits within the cell. And it's a really important learning point here, which is that the DNA, the mitochondrial DNA, actually has some special qualities that help with adaptation, because it's got a higher rate of genetic mutation, leading to faster rates of adaptation. But here's the thing, 99% of mitochondrial DNA comes from the female, not the male. So as soon as we learn this fact, we realize how important the feminine inheritance is from the female line. Cow families are absolutely back in terms of what we understand now, because we know they're the thing that's actually interacting with the environment on our property. And so we need to have those, and the lineage from our females is absolutely vital if we're going to have adapted cattle. And then we come on, we have a look at, this is one of our cows as a heifer, She's one we've picked out. She's really well uddered. She's very feminine shoulder. And we'll talk a little bit about structure later on. But she's one that we pick out on structure, and we can see how she might perform for us. And she turns out to be a first cycle breeder every single year for us, bring us a calf every year. And so we come back to the environment, the adaptation to all of those things on Bonsma's wheel. And another part of this is understanding that we're all anti-fragile. And this is a definition by a guy called Nicholas Taleb. So an anti-fragility is a property of systems in which they increase in capability to thrive as a result of stress, essentially. And so biological organisms need stresses in order to adapt and become stronger. So if we never encounter as babies and children peanut butter, then we're going to get peanut allergies. If we use bleach around our home and we kill every bug that we might ever encounter and don't let the kids play in the soil, then we're probably going to have allergies, and we're probably going to get a lot more colds, coughs and colds and things like that. In terms of crutches we provide for our animals, we're taking those environmental stimuli away when we use vaccinations on them, when we actually provide additional feed, so they're not actually interacting with the available resources of the environment. And what can a cow actually stand? We don't find that out if we're supplementing all the time. So many of us in the grass-fed sector accept that we want to produce within the bounds of what the environment can produce sustainably. And so within that relatively fixed supply of energy, we need an animal whose energy requirements, this is really important, they fall within what the environment can produce. That keeps our costs down, and it means that it's almost a walk in the park for her to have to be able to produce year in, year out for us, always bring us a calf. And that's going to increase your margins over time. So for us, in terms of what we want from a cow, again, we set a marketable calf every year, on time, problem free. Fertile, she gets in calf first cycle every time. Maintains condition through the winter while in calf, and with a calf at foot until it's 10 months old. We want her to calve correctly, pair bond, but still be approachable. And we really want her to clean her calf. So that mothering ability, if she doesn't clean her calf properly, then that's when you're going to end up problems. You're going to get scours, you're going to get coccidiosis, diarrhea in the calves. You shouldn't. That's a big part of, as well as new forest eye, or what you call pink eye over there. If a cow starts to see her calf, the eye starts dripping and you've got some fluid in there, she should be keeping that eye clean. So having a cow that cleans a calf is absolutely key in terms of behavior. And if she raises a marketable healthy calf in good body condition every year, easily within what the environment can provide. And the danger of chasing production for the individual to get a bigger calf or a bigger cow to get more production on the individual is that you then end up with a cow that cannot stand your environment. So here's the thing. If you want more production, the simple answer is keep more cows, but keep more cows that can cope with your environment rather than changing your cows to a cow that can't cope with your environment.
We've got about just over 5 minutes left, Rob.
Yeah.
About 6 minutes left. So if we're going to maybe take one or two questions here, or wrap things up, we'll take maybe one or two questions and then share your contact information.
Sure, no problem at all. Yeah, I'll just finish off with saying that some of the data, I'll just skip through some slides and we'll just have a look. So just a bit of heifer development there, from going from 11 months to 19 months, and see that change. And then I just want to show you in terms of a guy to look up, is a guy called Jan Bonsma. And if you look at his monitoring and selection, and if I pick out a couple of things to show you to look out for in your cows, and is to look out for the feminine and the prominent shoulder. You can see that on the cow there. You see it's above the top line. It's above, and that means that her reproductive hormones were dominant over her growth hormones in the skeletal formation. And if you can do that, and you have a look through your heifers and you have a look through your cows and your regular breeders, that'll make a big difference. And the last slide, I'll just say, with all our cleverness and all the advantages that we have with technology, and yet, if we go back to the first cow that was in the Aberdeen Angus herd book. It's called Old Granny. And she had a calf from the age of 2 every year until she was 27 years old. So in all our smartness and our cleverness that we think we can work things out, I asked the question whether we've actually gone backwards since the first cow in the herd book. And if you have a look, if you have a look at that, you might think that she needed to be culled a bit earlier, but I think they kept her on until she was 33, from what I understand. So I wish you all the best in your breeding for the future. Breed for functional fertility, breed for problem-free cows, and you can't go far wrong.
That's wonderful. Yeah, very, very, very good. Very good. Thank you so much. Doug has a question. Doug, if you want to unmute, if you're able to, if you're still there, might be good, because I think you have a kind of a relevant one. Maybe it was answered during the presentation. Yeah, you should be able to start back up your video now. So his question was about epigenetics. Environmental shock is the main reason we use home-raised genetics. What epigenetic effects have you noticed over the years?
I think one of the key things is buying. There's not many cattle over here that are outwintered. And so initially we did encounter a lot of people will trim their cattle's feet because they're on soft bedding over winter, and the hoof will grow out. And we initially, when we started out with the program, we had some foot problems. But I think what's really interesting is to see that now we never touch an animal's foot. We just don't get problems with hooves. If there's a lame animal at this time of year, it's always usually to do with a bulling injury, something like that, where they're riding each other. So yeah, I think you can just see the impact of the environment of outwintering on those cows really helps them with their feet, and they adjust over time. I mentioned cowhide as well. But I think that's it, wintering. And the other thing is learning to graze. There's people will probably talk about some of the grazing seminars on here that, in terms of cows change their behavior, and that's really learned quickly within the environment as well. So it's not just the genetic changes, but also behavior.
Yeah, I like that. We'll jump to this one that just popped in. So based on epigenetics, you're going to keep my heifers on the same pastures with their mom and then rotate bulls between the two pastures. I'm leaving bulls on all year and moving heifers to the opposite pasture once they're two. If they look good, I keep them. So I guess.
Yeah, well, I can. It depends on your context, but I can talk about what we do. So we do wean the heifers at 10 months old, and then we separate until after calving. And so we will put the heifers back with their mothers after we finish calving and after they've properly pair bonded with their new calf. And once they're back together, we can run the bulls in with the cows and the heifers together. We think it's really important that the heifers are developed in the same environment, just as they would be in nature, the same environment as their mothers. If you do have special heifer development, you're adding energy costs into there, and you're potentially not creating a cow that thrives in that environment. So I think that's really important. We put the heifers to the bull at 15 months old, and then we calve them at 2.
Like it. That's good. Well, it's neat to see that it kind of these principles are universal. Doesn't matter which side of the ocean you're on, which side of the world you're on. This is pretty neat. So Rob, thank you very much for joining us. And if you want to drop in, okay, yep, she just dropped that in there. So your breeding principles, looks like, is your gift. And does that include like contact information if people want to get in contact with you? So
sure. I mean, if you want to search up Phepson Angus, that's PHEPSON. Phepsonangus.com is our website. You can find Phepson Angus on Twitter and on Instagram, also on Facebook. I'd also really, Clay Connery's just put a comment in, Jan Bonsma, Man Must Measure, which is a really important book to have a look at. And yeah, very much recommend having a look at that. Really important book.
Well, perfect. That is great. Well, thank you so much for jumping on the summit here, for adding so much value. it just really ties right in with what we were talking about building a legacy business and cattle selection for those of us, which is the majority of us on this call, or cattle producers. So it really fits in. So go ahead and give Rob some gratitude in the chat. Let him know what your takeaways are, and feel free to answer any direct questions if they have them in the chat there, Rob. So
Great. Thank you very much. Real honor to be invited over to speak to you all, and I wish you all the best with your breeding in the future.
perfect. All right, our next guest comes to us from South America. So we've kind of gone to one extreme. We've gone England. Now we're going to go to South America. I don't think you currently live in South America right now, do you, Jaime?
Hello, good afternoon. Well, afternoon here.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. At this moment, I'm located in Maine, United
Oh,
States.
okay. In Maine. Yep. But
Yes.
originally from Bogotá, Colombia.
Yes.
Ah,
Yeah,
bienvenido.
so se habla español if someone need it.
Yep. I served my mission in Barranquilla on the Atlantic,
Ah,
the other part of Colombia. But so we can talk in costeño, and it's probably offensive if we call you a cachaco, but that's what they would call it.
well, actually, more than cachaco, I am Rolo because I was born and raised in Bogota. So usually that is like our word for in Colombia.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we look forward to hearing from you today. Tell us, just kind of give us a very brief teaser of what we're going to learn, and then we can jump right in.
No, well, in this case, well, my expertise and my professional background here is in animal sciences and agronomy, because actually my focus is in forages and pastures. That has been my focus since my bachelor in animal science back in Colombia, working with tropical grasses. Now, later, I did my PhD in the University of Florida, working still with tropical grasses, but for my background in Bogota, I have also knowledge about cool season grasses, and that is the thing that I'm working here at the University of Maine, working with, well, livestock in general. So the presentation that I'm bringing to this summit today is talking about pastures, of course, but in this case, talking about resilience. How can we maintain and try to adapt our pastures to survive what is happening with the climate change, with the variability in our weather, and how can we maintain some pasture that will prevail?
Got it. Well, cool. Well, let's jump right in. I think it made you co-host, so you should be able to share your screen if you've got a presentation.
Yes, I have. Okay, so this is my presentation. Let me put in the presentation mode. Okay, are you seeing? Yes,
Yep.
are you seeing the presentation, right?
Yes, we can. Yep, looks good.
Perfect, good. Well, as I said before, my presentation is related how to building resilience in your pastures. This is a topic that, because I have some experience in warm weather and cool weather, different kind of production. So this is more like general, something that you can apply if you have grazing, if you have pastures on your farm or your operation. As Jade said, my name is Jaime Garzon. I'm an assistant extension professor and forage educator at the University of Maine Cooperative Extension. And well, I'm glad to be here and be invited. So to start the presentation, I want to show that actually something that we usually refer when we're talking about pastures and that people are imagining is usually they picture this landscape. So actually when you think in pastures, it doesn't matter if you're in the north or in the south, you are looking for these blue skies, like a very homogeneous green carpet that is the pasture, some animals over there. And actually that is like the first approximation. But nowadays we know that this homogeneous landscape is not what is happening. And that is something that we need to consider. And that is because in all that landscape, a lot of things are happening. So it is not something that are happening homogeneously. It's like all the cycling that is happening between these spheres that compose the landscape. We have the air, we have the soil, we have the plant, and we have the animal, and all the things that is happening between of those. So that is the change that we have that we need to do to build this resilience, is not to think in our pasture as a linear way, just coming soil, plant, animal. No, that is that is the past. Now we need to start thinking in the cycle in a more holistic way. To another approximation to that perspective is what's happening with the soil fertility. This is not a topic that is new. Some different references and meanings about soil fertility say that is the soil ability to sustain agricultural plant growth. And even they go a little further, saying that it's a complex process that involving nutrient cycling between organic and inorganic forms. So you can see that actually across time, that meaning has been more complex. And that will compose in this concept of soil fertility, mineral proportion, aeration, that also related to porosity, water holding capacity, very important for our plants, and the texture. However, nowadays we know that with this concept is very important, of course, but now we know that it's missing something. We need to add another component to this concept, and that is what happened with the alive. The part that is alive in that soil is not only just organic or not only inorganic form. There's things that are living in there and are interacting. And by adding this concept, we now are speaking about soil health. That is the soil continued capacity to function as a vital living ecosystem that sustains plants, animals, and humans. So if you compare the concept that we had before with soil fertility to this one, this is more broad. This is just trying to capture all that spectrum of the cycling that I showed you in the first slide. And like in a more simple way to see it, soil health is the summatory of the inherent soil quality, that is that part of soil fertility that is more inorganic, more like stable, and what happened with the dynamic soil quality. And in this case, we are putting inside that, meaning the microorganisms. So one of the very important concepts, the first one in this presentation, is about talking about the soil health. When we usually try to maintain and to increase the soil health in our pastures, we are increasing, in consequence, the resilience of the system. But in that case, okay, we have like a further concept of what is soil health, but what is composed? So actually, these soil functions that the soil health is composed is all of these different characteristics. The nutrient cycling is just not talking about the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and the potassium that we are applying, but it's also how those are cycling between all those spheres that we talked before. Carbon sequestration and nitrogen fixation, very important concept nowadays because we know the situation with the climate change and the greenhouse gases and the greenhouse effect in our environment. Water infiltration and soil structure, related again with the porosity and that space where microorganisms can live, and weeds and pest controls, that actually by managing a good soil health, that will help us to control the incidences of weeds by the plant part or pests, talking about insects or talking about parasites. For the economic benefits, that also this is very important for farmers. Also, when we maintain a concept of soil health, we will have a better plant growth, quality, and yield. And that is related with the nutrient cycle. By having that soil health, we will have more nutrients that are more available to the plants, and that will be reflected in more yield. And reduces risks of yield loss by environmental stress. That is one of the main concepts when we talk about resilience. And in this case, if suddenly we have a drought or a flood, something that happened with our pastures, maybe the explosion of one pests. Having this soil health and having this concept that I will talk in this presentation will help that pasture to resist those environmental stresses. And at the end, passing that stress just to recover fast. Very important here in Maine, and in these places we have like the winter very snowy, there field access in wet periods, because here the muddy season is something that is very real. And actually we need to improve the consistency and the structure of that soil for us just to go in with our tractor or with our implements, or even to start, hopefully earlier, the grazing season. And finally, having all these concepts together reduces field costs. Now we're talking about how is those main nutrients that our pastures and for sure later our animals will need. So the main nutrients in here, when we're talking about pastures, we are talking about carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Those are like the main ones, the bigger ones, they are needed in bigger quantities. We also have other nutrients that are needed in less concentration, as happened with, for example, the calcium, the iron, the molybdenum, or the chlorine. And I will start speaking a little more for these main ones. But just for let you know, in this slide, if you are seeing the presentation, in this slide, there are missing two very important nutrients. So if you can check out what are those, I just give you a couple of seconds between I drink my water. Just to let you know, if you are curious, there is two very important elements that are missing in this slide. So maybe later you can put that in the chat if you discover which of those were. For plants, right? Not for animals, for plants. Well, continue the presentation. We're talking about now about carbon. Carbon, when we talk about that, the first thing that we thought is one of the first things that we learned when we were in the school, in the even elementary or high school, and in the photosynthesis. That amazing process that will transform radiation, the sunlight, in carbohydrates, actually in fuel for our systems. So for sure, it's very important, of course. That is one of the first biological reactions that appears in our planet from the very beginning. But nowadays, we know that the photosynthesis is still very, very important. When we are talking about pastures, we need to increase the concept to other aspects. And what happened, for example, with the roots. Now, when we're talking about pastures, one thing is what we are seeing above ground, just that green material, the stems, the leaves, even the seed heads that are making our biomass on our pasture. But something that we are not seeing is the amount of roots that are produced by that amount of biomass. And actually, for forages and for grasses, approximately if it's the same amount of biomass that you are seeing above ground, like up the soil, is the same amount of biomass that there is below ground in the shape of roots. Sometimes it's like same proportion, 1-to-1. In some tropical grasses, that is even more a proportion of the roots. So can be 1.5 or below ground to 1 above ground, going to 2, even to 3 times the biomass that you are seeing with the green material. It will be the triple in the roots. So actually, that carbon has been processed by the CO2 that the plant is absorbing by the photosynthesis. So actually, that is what we call nowadays the carbon sequestration. And because of that, that is a concept that for pastures is very, very important, especially if you put a more complex way with your animals talking about silvopasture. Because in this case, we are not only talking about the biomass of the grass, of the herbaceous species, but also what is happening with the trees, with the forbs. In that case, we're having like a longer shape of the roots. We are reaching more layers on the soil, and we are increasing the carbon sequestration. So actually, we are just putting out carbon from the atmosphere and putting that in our soil. Very good advantage. And that at the end is related with a very important concept when we are talking about soils, that is the organic matter. This is very, very important to consider because the organic matter is approximately from 70 to 90% carbon. So actually, that is something that we want to build in our soils. The organic matter is the direct representation of the microorganisms. If you have a good amount of organic matter, you will have a good amount of microorganisms. And by doing that, there will be more nutrient cycling, and more release of nutrient and decomposition. So one of the benefits of this organic matter, of course, enhance soil structure, because in this case, the microorganisms are also like putting together the particles of the soil. They are improving the stability, the water infiltration, and by doing that, they are also improving the water holding capacity. And for that, it's very important if you have some situation with drought. This water holding capacity is just the key that will adapt or cope this problem with the drought to your pastures. It will reduce the stickiness of the clay and surface crusting. That is a problem when we have like a very heavy soil, a wet period, and after that, like very sunny, that everything start to be cracked. And that could be a problem because that will later stimulate erosion. It will increase soil cation exchange capacity from calcium, magnesium, and potassium. It will increase the soil buffer capacity. That is something that is very important because the soil, it's now, we know that it's like a live organism, very big organism. So actually this buffer capacity is the thing that will increase the resilience of your pasture as well. It will accelerate mineral soil decomposition, very important for the release of nutrients. And finally, coming together, it will enhance the soil microbial activity. And now we put, well, that is for carbon. And now we talk about nitrogen. And here we can see like something that is seen very common in pastures. That is like one statement that is true. Grasses are always starving of nitrogen. They're always wanting more nitrogen. But you need to be careful because it's not only the situation just to apply nitrogen in form of manure or chemical fertilizer. They need to be controlled. And that's why we have this concept of the 4 Rs in the nutrient stewardship. Right source, knowing that, okay, you are applying manure if you're organic, or you're applying chemical fertilization, and which one? Urea, ammonium, or what other? Right rate. Here we're talking about just apply the amount that you know that your plant will need. If your grass is needing, we say 70 pounds of nitrogen per acre, it's not useful that you will apply 100 or 150 because the grass will take the 70 that it needs and the rest, it will be lost. The right time, very important for those crops that are very, that have a high necessity of nitrogen, for example, cash crops as corn. Usually with this one, it is important is just not to apply all the nitrogen at the same time. Just try to split that to give the time for the plant to absorb all the nitrogen that you are providing. And finally, the right place. And that is like a difference between some of crops that maybe for the micronutrients, it would be better to apply the fertilization on the leaves as a foliar fertilizer than in the soil as a edaphic fertilizer. So usually, as I said, very important with the right rate and the right time. Usually when we're talking about the fertilization is just to apply the quantity that it needs. But previously, like in past decades, from the Green Revolution, we know that actually the idea was just to apply a lot of nitrogen. And that was a reality, excepting on the last years. And that happening is because of the prices of the market. Nowadays, that curve is a little reduced, it's like decreasing a little, but still it's expensive if you want to apply like chemical fertilization in high amounts on your crops, on your areas. That's why, for example, here in Maine, people are more aware, they are just trying to use more organic sources, as happened with the manure that is produced naturally by our dairy and beef productions. However, with the manure, it's important to consider that, okay, of course, it is a very good choice, but the concentration of nutrients is different. And that is something that you need to check with the right fertilization. We have cow manure, we have chicken manure, we have pig manure. So which one of those could be better for your production? Well, that depends, of course. Because, for example, if you can see here in the slide, the dairy manure, it will provide 1.4% of nitrogen and 0.9% of phosphate, that is phosphorus. Look what happened with the poultry. Now we're talking about 3.2 of nitrogen, that much better, you need less on your pasture, but look what happened with the phosphate, it's 4.8. So actually, With this management, it is important that you recognize that if you are applying one nutrient with the manure, you are applying by obligation the other. And that is could be a problem in some states, in some places, when you are seeing the ponds, the ditches that start to be very green, a lot of algae growing. And that is happening by that excess of phosphorus or potassium in the manure that people are applying. Because here, usually when you work with fertilizer, that is in the bottom of the slide, you can see because we have a higher concentration, we need to use less. We are talking about pounds per acre. But when we're talking about manure with that low concentration, we're talking about tons per acre. So now extrapolate that those tons per acre with the amount of phosphorus or potassium. And that's why we will see those problems, those issues with some water sources near to our farms. Just for take that into account. We need to maintain the 4 R's, okay? The next, we need the phosphorus. With the phosphorus, there is a particular thing that in the soil, everyone wants the phosphorus. And actually, that will depend more than the availability or more than how much you put in the soil is the pH of the soil. So look that is like another effect that you need to consider in your soil. If your pH is too acid, that is very typical in grasses, in pastures, because usually where you will put animals, where you cannot put cash crops, because sometimes of the acidity. So usually when we are talking about grasses, pasture, we are talking about pH of 5.5 to 6. In this case, with these acids, the phosphorus will be linked, will be fixed by another elements that are free in the soil, as happened with the iron, the aluminum, and the magnesium. So that's why usually for recommendation, like the best pH to manage these crops, this pasture is 6.5 to 7, a little as acid, but not too much. And that is because in that range, the phosphorus, it will be more available. They will, because it's not that acid, those other elements that are fixing the phosphorus are fixed to anything else. And the phosphorus is more available. But beware, if you go more than that pH, the very basic way, now another elements will come to fix the phosphorus, as happened with the calcium and the magnesium. So that's why you need to be in that window to maybe 5.56 to 7. That is the ideal. And because by managing that pH, you also are helping your soil and your pasture to go against weeds. It will reduce weeds growth and will increase the growth of the pasture, making a good competition against weeds and possible other pests. And because of this, one of the adaptations that plants has for like looking and retrieve more phosphorus to the soil is the mycorrhizae. The mycorrhizae, it's a fungi that actually is making a symbiosis with almost any plant around the world. At the beginning, like some decades ago, people thought that the mycorrhizae was only related to trees, to big trees. Nowadays, we know that actually the mycorrhizae is linked to almost any plant. And by doing that, the mycorrhizae is increasing the area as roots can retrieve in the soil, as roots can reach in that soil just to retrieve nutrients. The mycorrhizae can go further. And even with that, they also are producing some acids that will be more soluble, the phosphorus, and will transport that from the soil to the plant.
About
and now we know even
5 minutes, Jaime.
5?
Yeah, you're
okay,
on the
yes,
roll here.
Yes, yeah, for the 5 minutes of questions. Okay. Yeah, and in this case, I have time. And for the mycorrhizae network, so in this case, we'll also have what happening with plant to plant and what's happening with the multi-networking that actually is communicating between plants. So it's another important concept we were talking about phosphorus. And now another concept that I want to give you, because I'm short of time, is the fodder diversification. Something that is important is that actually here in the United States, and actually around the world, it is very important to increase the number of species that you can have on your pasture. That concept that only have one species in all the pasture is not an appropriate way to increase the resilience. And by doing that, it is important that you notice where are you located. Do you have a cool season like the winter? When the winter finish, you have summer slump. So maybe you have the possibility to grow like warm species of grasses. Maybe you have both. That happened here in Maine, for example. We have a cool season and we also have a warm season in summer. So that is the situation where you got to decide which species you can plant. And as a quick example, here I brought you some of the species in here in cool season that are very good for grazing. We have the Timothy and the Kentucky bluegrass. Both of those are very well adapted to acid soils. They are very persistent and they will survive fine in wet or dry soils. If you had wet soils, you can go with the red canary grass. If you had dry soils, you can go with the smooth brown grass. Just like an example for cool season grasses. By going more to the south, we have the warm season grasses. These are perennial as well. So we have the Bermuda grass and the Bahia grass, that both of those grow very well in well-drained soils. And we also have the limpo grass that will be very well adapted to wet soils. In this case, in warm weather. But remember that we're talking about diversification. It's not only grasses. Look about what the legumes are. And actually, the legumes, they are not only like increasing the diversity in our pasture, they are also they are providing another ecosystem services in our plants. So we have the provisioning as increasing the forage yield and the quality of that pasture. They are providing the nitrogen fixation and increasing litter decomposition. They are regulating greenhouse gases emissions and increasing diversity. So actually look at all those services that the legume, just by having that in your pasture, will increase. And just for an example, look for the nitrogen fixation. That is something that is like one of the main things of legumes. If you are worried that fertilization is expensive, this is one of the choices that you have, because the legume will grow on your pastures, will fix nitrogen, and will increase the quality of the diet of your animals. And look at this table. We have, just by having a cover crop, 100% of that legume that is covering all the place, or if we're having 30% of cover, that is the recommendation for in general in pastures. By doing that, look, for example, the alfalfa with the 30% of cover is just providing per year 50 to 90 pounds of nitrogen. Going with red clover, very common, 25 to 40 pounds of nitrogen per acre per year. Going to warm weather, the perennial peanut, that is a legume very well used in Texas, in Florida, in Mississippi. They are fixing 25 to 50 pounds. Or the chinomene, that is well adapted for wet soils, that is reaching to 20. These concepts are important because when we are talking about grazing pastures, this is usually related to an exigency of 50 pounds of nitrogen per acre. So actually, by having the legume, you are having that already fulfilled, and now you don't need to apply more fertilization.
Okay, so we probably better wrap up here, Jaime. So we are just about out of time. Just if you want to share your contact information.
I will just say goodbye, because I have the another one, just to say, the pasture management related to frequency, intensity, and timing. I'm sorry, I don't have time to explain this, but it's just basically avoid overgrazing. That is the summary of this. Please avoid overgrazing. Usually when you are grazing, you need to allow your animals to go no more further than 4 inches of residue. If you allow to go more than 4 inches when the animal is grazing, you will have problems later and you will have degradation of your pastures. And for sure, you don't want to have that situation.
Perfect.
And at the end, well, this is my information. If anyone has some questions, you can reach me out. I will be connected a little more, but if not, there are my cell phone numbers, my email addresses, and if you want, just follow me on my social network, professional, of course. And well, thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry for the time.
Oh, that is perfect. Yep. I know 30 minutes goes by really fast, and you can tell you're super passionate about what you do. And we appreciate bringing your context from, both the warm season, the cool season, and again, these principles apply no matter where we're at in the world. So yeah, definitely send Jaime some gratitude in the chat. We appreciate you. Thank you, Jaime. Very good. Well, we are honored to have our next guests here with us. Richard and Tina, are you there? Can you unmute and we'll bring you to the front?
There we go.
How about
Hey, there we are. Technology is working. We'll cross our fingers that it holds out for the
Yes.
That's right.
time we have together here. But welcome, you guys. It's an honor. It's a privilege to have you here. You guys were recent guests on our podcast and just thought, let's have them back. 30 minutes is going to be pretty tight. We've got a little bit of wiggle room. And so on the back end of yours, if we go a few minutes over, that's okay. But let's roll with it.
All right. Well, I thought we ought to start out with a little bit of introduction and tell you a little bit about what we do and what we're about. And Tina and I began teaching stockmanship, which is all Bud Williams and Eunice Williams principles, in 2005. So we're rapidly approaching 20 years on this path that we've decided to go down. And we think that stockmanship is probably one of the most important parts of ranching that is many times overlooked by people, because what you don't know, you can't fix and you don't do anything about. And we can help people turn that around. And just a little bit, I guess, about what these principles affect. And of course, cattle, sheep, goats, reindeer, elk, buffalo, bison, whatever you call them. I'm still confused on that. Red deer, Sika deer, about anything you can, and camels in Australia. So about anything that you can drive or can be driven, these principles apply to. So this is really a culmination of 45 years of Bud's intense observation skills and realizing that what he does is what's causing the animals to do what they do. And so in that light, we must realize that we weren't all born with the capabilities to be great stockmen, because we haven't had any experience. And a lot of times the experiences we have could have been better. I'll just kind of put it that way, because that's the best way I know how to put it. So I see this as an individual endeavor. It's a personal process and a lifelong endeavor, really, because it's not going to happen overnight. We didn't get this way overnight, and we can't change the way we are overnight. And a lot of that is related to our human instincts, and those come into play when we start working with animals, no matter what they are. Those human instincts in many cases are counterproductive and go against what we're trying to get our animals to perform and to end up doing for us. So we all have them, and we all have to try to counteract those human instincts if we want a good result with handling animals. One of our main things is it's proper stockmanship that we teach and promote, and that would be, I guess, a little bit different than what low stress stockmanship is. I think that's kind of been an overused phrase that has gone through the cattle industry, and we're into proper stockmanship, and that's a little bit different than low stress stockmanship, which it ends up being low stress stockmanship, but there's more to it than just being quiet or moving at the right speed in the right place at the right time. So we're into the animal's well-being, and that's always been our foremost objective, was to give the animals what they need and to recognize when they are lacking in those things that they need, and providing whatever it is that the livestock need to get a better result, get better production, less morbidity, less mortality, and all the things associated with livestock production. We claim that we work on the insides of animals as opposed to conventional livestock handling, which mainly works on the outsides of animals. They see the physical side of it, and they work on the physical side, and we're a little different in that regard, in that we work on the insides, or we call it's the mental part of the animals rather than just the physical side of animals. And from that, you get a much better result. And also along those same lines, it a lot of people, including myself, for the longest time didn't realize that this is a team event. It's not me against the livestock, or you against the livestock, or the livestock against you. It's we're going to do this, and we're going to get this done together. And when we get finished, we will all be in a calm, collected, productive state. And we're big on calmness because we feel that production is directly related to calmness in animals, as is calmness in people. Calm people produce more. I mean, let's look at it that way. And stress is the problem that we all work at overcoming, not only in our lives, but in the lives of the livestock that we handle and produce. It's been overlooked for ages. And growing up on a dairy farm, I had no idea that stress was such an important factor in what we're attempting to do when we're working with these livestock. And to overcome that, we must recognize that it's a human interaction with the livestock that relieves that stress on animals and allows us to be seen as a provider, that we can give you whatever you need, and all you need to do is to stay well and to produce. And we've seen over and over circumstances where just relieving stress on especially newly weaned or newly received calves can make a huge difference in not only how they perform, but their well-being and the health of the animal all the way through production process. So we were at a stockmanship school in Arcola, Saskatchewan, and the lady rolled up to me and she said, "Well, you're just nothing but a marriage counselor." And it kind of took me back because I'd never been called anything like that. I'd been called a lot of things in my life, but I had never had anybody call me a marriage counselor. And I said, "What?" She said, "You're nothing but a marriage counselor." And I said, "Well, I'm just, I don't know what for sure what that means, but I'm going to take it as a compliment." She said, "Good, that's how it was meant." And we like to look at that in a way that it's not only the well-being of the livestock, but it provides for the well-being and the quality of life for the individuals that handle the livestock. So it's in many cases, and I'm sure a lot of the participants that are here today listening to this have worked with spouses or worked with children or friends, neighbors, or whatever it is that you can find help when you need it. And it's always nice when you get finished that not only the cattle are happy about the event, but the people that were involved in the effort to accomplish whatever it is they're trying to get done. And in the end, they're all still friends too. And that's we feel that that's an important part of living on a ranch and enjoying quality of life for us and the animals that we handle. We feel like that there's mainly three concerns for health that we try to look at. And of course, emotional fitness is the number one on our list, or mental aspect of it. If an animal isn't happy, then they don't produce well. And in looking at production, Bud always said that production loss is really the largest loss that we find in any production operation. And if you compare production loss to morbidity and mortality, morbidity and mortality would only be a drop in the bucket compared to the production loss that we never see. And that's the problem with it. We don't recognize what the optimum production rate of these animals could have been because we can't achieve that. And so, in looking at that side and keeping animals happy and content and calm, then we get good production, good reproduction, good breed up, breed back. We've seen better AI results simply by changing the way that the animals are gathered and put into the chute and AI'd. We've seen less sick, less death, and those were in feedlots all over North America, including Canada and Mexico. And I think that as time goes on, we'll see more and more of that. We also look at good nutrition and, of course, clean and available water. We don't necessarily drive the animals to the feed and water. In fact, we feel like that the animals should be driven away from the feed and let the animals walk up to the feed on their own, and to feel like that the feeding area or the bunk is the safest place in the world for them to be. And I think along with our feelings of safety, I think animal safety and their feeling of where they are, is it in relation to is it safe or not, is a big part of the picture as to what we accomplish as far as production with animals that we raise. And then we feel like that proper exercise is probably another major component in how productive we are with animals. If these animals are put in a lot and left there for 30 days or longer, it, I can relate that to me, and I need a road trip every now and again because I need new scenery. And I think lots of people feel that way. And I think that we all do better with changes in our lives that reinvigorate us, recharge us, and get us to feeling good about where we are and what we're doing. I guess this would be a good time at the halfway point to throw out that the universal law of stockmanship is the animals are never wrong. And that's a big hurdle for most of us because throughout most of my life until I met Bud and went to our first school, I thought the animals were always wrong if they didn't do what I wanted them to. And looking back, I see all the errors in that perception that allowed me to place the blame somewhere other than where it belonged. And if you can get past that hurdle, I think that the rest of it becomes easier to assimilate. There you go.
Yeah, that's right.
To
Apply.
apply
Yeah.
and to get animals that you have complete control of. I used to try to list the benefits of better stockmanship, and the list just got so long that I've just given up on it. But I still keep adding to it. I even at the last in the last month, I've gotten two more that would apply to that list of benefits, which is lengthy. You know, when you get in a tight spot with animals like a wildfire headed across your place, it's always nice to be able to go out and gather those animals and to put them wherever it is that they're going to be safe and away from the oncoming fire, and to have them in a state of mind when you get them there that that's where they want to be. And we look at loading and sorting the same way. We let animals do what they want to do, only we set it up so that that's what we want to accomplish at the same time. And I'm a firm believer that if animals don't want to go where I would like for them to go, I I say, well, I don't want you to go there. Let's go somewhere else. And I just take them away. And that has been a big plus for me in my handling experience with animals, because once I take them away from where I originally wanted them to go and take them somewhere else, now they don't want to be there. And I say, well, then maybe you want to be elsewhere. And else, oh, and look, they got by. And look, they're going back the other way. And that's exactly the way I want them to go. So I always set it up that there's always two options. And that way, I can always let them do what they want to do. And that way, when they get there, that's where they wanted to be. And in that light, then they're always willing and easily handled. And we were uh, trading a lot of stockers at one point in our lives, and gathering and weighing stockers every 10 days just to get an average daily gain and to look them over better and to see how they were doing, and and just to handle them. I think the more handling, if it's properly done, I don't think you can do too much handling. Uh, I believe that a lot of us see our animals every day or every few days. And what people need to realize is that was an educational opportunity in that viewing, in that in that meeting with the livestock that you own, so that it was an opportunity to handle the livestock and for them to be handled. And this adds up over time. And if every time you see those animals, and even if you see them 52 times a year, once a week, that's 52 good things that you taught them that you can use um, when the time presents itself. And we're big on preparing animals for what we're going to ask them to do. In other words, a few days before we load stock in a trailer to go away, we'll run them through the chute with all of it open, just so they know where to go when you want them to go there. And they're always easy to load, easy to handle, and face front on the trailer when we put them on. They don't want to come back out. So those are just some of the things that we try to get people to see. And I guess a big part of it is is looking at what animals did and understanding that whatever they did is what you caused them to do. And there again, that kind of goes along with the universal law of stockmanship. The animals did what you asked. The problem was you didn't ask the right thing, or you didn't ask in the right way. And oftentimes those human instincts, they get in the way of us asking properly to get animals to do what we want to achieve with them. And you just have to see that whatever you're getting as far as results with animals is what you caused. And so it's important that we start taking responsibility for what our animals do is exactly what we caused them to do. So I think that the animal's perception, and this kind of goes along with our positioning, and I have very little clue as to where I need to be when I go out into a pasture, and it, I still feel that Bud was 100% right when he said that it all starts with the gather. And I don't know where I need to be before I get there. So we have I don't know, maybe it's a 1 second plan, or maybe even quicker than that sometimes. We don't make any plans before we get there, other than we know what we've got to accomplish, and we'll make a plan as we go. That's our plan, because the plans fall apart immediately upon application. And so we found that it's better just not to worry about. You don't know where to be. You're almost always going to be wrong before you can be right. And that's kind of a big issue with most of us, and that too is a human instinct. Nobody wants to admit that they're wrong. And that's one of the hardest things that people ever have to do, is to admit you're wrong and admit that change might be good for you. I was just at the right stage of life, I think, when I started reading Bud's first articles in the Stockman Grass Farmer, in that the rodeo was all gone out of me, and chasing cattle had become less fun and counterproductive in what I wanted to do and how fast I wanted to get it done. And a lot of times I see speed as, slow is fast to us, and less is more. And I think that will get you a long ways down the path of seeing what you're causing, and understanding that if it isn't what you want, then stop doing that, because it's just going to get worse. Because as the animals become agitated, upset, stressed, then they don't want to perform for you. They just want away. I want to get away from this situation. I don't want any part of it. And so they brush up, or they hide, or they run, or they just want to get away from what's going on, as you and I would do also. So it's the animal's perception is all that really matters about our position. It doesn't matter what you or I think where we need to be is the right place, because in most cases, it won't be in the right place. Another thing about animals, I think that we all need to get clear up front in the beginning, that animals, I believe, can read our mind. And if you go out with a bad attitude and you've had a rough day with the other half, better half, whatever it is, I think that you start to see that problems arise from bad attitude. And the best thing that I think you can do if you don't like where you are or what you're doing is to do something else or find another place to be. And especially when there's going to be an event or an interaction with animals that's going to create stress. And without a doubt, anytime you gather animals from large pastures, put them in small areas that have 6 foot tall fences, there's going to be some stress there involved. And you have to have animals that can perform in those situations for you. And I think one of the biggest things is to get animals ready for that situation before they get to it. And that can be done long before we get there if we'll just do that.
Probably getting close to
Looks
question time.
like we have 4 minutes left. We
Yep,
could
you guys are doing great.
talk about animal instincts as related to human instincts. They're pretty well the opposite. There's the opposite right there. It seems we as humans have these built-in instincts that have came from eons back, and we don't recognize that getting straight in behind an animal and shoving it forward is going to be a good thing, and especially not good for them and not good for us either.
Not good.
In the end, it just won't be good. But that's where we want to be, and that the reason is that human instinct starts to be an overcoming process there in that. So there's really 7 instincts that animals have that once you see those and you understand them and start to appreciate how much good they will do you and be an advantage for you and your handling, then you can start to use those instincts to your favor and stay out of those blind spots so that animals can see you no matter what. They want to see that pressure. And so ultimately they'll turn and look at you. And once they turn to look at you, then they're turned the wrong way straight away. And that's not the direction. I usually want to start animals and I want to let them walk away straight. And the only way to get them to do that is for them to trust us enough that they can walk away and still see us and still see that pressure that we're working on and the lines that we go. I contend that any time that you have animals going straight toward a gate or toward anything, wherever you want them, if you've got them going straight and you do nothing to stop that or to change that, they'll hit whatever they are headed toward. Now that a lot of times used to be a fence for me because I didn't have them going straight to where I wanted them to go. But I focus on all the animals now, not just on the back of the animals. That back one will get along fine, and I know right where it's at all the time. I want to know what the middle of the herd's doing, and especially I want to see what I'm causing in the lead, because the lead is of utmost importance to me. And by my position, I can direct that lead animal from a long ways away, far longer than I ever thought in the beginning possible. So
I think we're probably close to.
I guess with that, I hope I've
That's great, you guys.
and I hope that you'll pursue this farther in your search for knowledge and education, and hope that that you'll start to see a huge difference in how proper stockmanship will be a huge benefit for you and your operation. We have our contact information up, I hope, on the screen.
Is that showing?
Yep, it is. Yeah. So phone number and the handinhandlivestocksolutions.com. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. That is great. And then also there looks like you guys are offering for the first 5 people
Mhm.
who sign up a 30-minute consultation.
Yep.
So that'd probably be, I guess, just via Zoom or phone, right?
Whatever.
Remote.
Yep.
Yep.
Whatever you want. Yep.
Okay. Well, that's
Well,
pretty
Jared,
awesome.
thanks a lot for having us, and thanks to the participants that endured this conversation.
And we are grateful that you guys would come, and we're so grateful that you're perpetuating the legacy of your parents, Bud and Eunice, and
Yeah.
what an amazing they. I don't know. Does anybody in here not know Bud Williams? Maybe.
Well,
Am I?
and
Am I?
stockmanship.com, and I can put that. That's mom and dad's website, and that's another really good reference. So
There we go.
pleasure being here. Thanks for having us, and I hope your stock handling always goes well.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's been a blessing to our lives immensely. And yeah, I would own that title as marriage counselor, Richard. I think you talk about the
Sometime.
emotional stress on animals. They're just a reflection of us, and like you
Exactly.
mentioned, so we have absolutely, if we can get our relationships in order, then we're going to be in a lot better space to be able to go and work with the animals. So
Yeah. Attitude. It's all about attitude. So
yep.
thanks again.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Tina, have you got a quick story about your dad that you'd like to share? Anything that comes to mind? Dad and mom, if there's anything, you can give it a thought while you're doing that. I'll share one of my favorite stories from mine was after going to Bud school for the first time. I think it was 2023, so 20 years ago. Holy cow. That next summer we came. I mean, yeah, so we learned those principles. We saw some good results. The next year we tried to apply them on a large scale. We were way over our heads trying to herd and manage cattle on the steep, rugged mountain country where we manage, and I failed miserably and was just frustrated and just like, man, I can't figure this out. And I called Bud and was kind of bemoaning my losses, and he just said, "Hey, Jared, basically knock that off. Stop beating yourself up. At least you know now that you're failing." And he was not, I know he could come off as maybe a little bit grouchy. He never was that way, because I think he knew that I was always hard enough on myself. He didn't need to be that way for me.
Right.
He was always very patient and understanding, and just said, "Okay, here's some things you can work on. Start to be more observant." So
Well, it's a learning experience, and that's what people have to get across too, is the bridge of looking at failure as some kind of a negative. Failure is nothing but a step to success, and especially with handling livestock. But making the same mistakes over and over and over won't really help you. You need to evaluate what caused the mistake or the failure, and then try to adjust so that you don't keep doing that, or find a way, move somewhere that you're going to get a positive result and what you want. So
okay.
I finally learned that failure was my best friend.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you have a story, Tina, and then maybe Mark has a quick question,
I
and
don't
we'll
know.
roll.
My favorite story. I was in high school, so it was a couple of years ago, and Dad and I were working cows in the corral, and I had been told many times not to wave my arm, at the livestock. And evidently that day I was not listening, and Dad explained to me that the next time I waved my arm, he was going to break it off. And so but we didn't know is that his boss, the one who owned the cattle that we were working, was standing close, waiting for an opportune moment to visit with Dad. He decided that was not the opportune moment, and he left. And he came back a couple hours later and he said, "So Tina," he said, "I see that you have not waved your arm again." And I said, "That is right." And what's really funny, and it took me a minute to realize, when I go into a corral or a small area with livestock, my hands immediately go in my pocket. And I was like, why did I do that? Well, that's why I do that. I put my hands in my pocket or put my thumbs in my belt loop or my hands in my back pocket. And that way it takes all of that. It was a really good lesson that I learned without having my arm broken. But like you say, it was an important thing. It is really, really important that you not act. You're not going to use fear and force
It's all
in
body
any way.
position. And
Yeah.
if you can't stop them, let them go, because
That's right.
Yeah, don't try.
Always
we
get
can
them back.
always get them back. That's the easy part.
Yeah,
Never.
that arm wave is counterproductive in so many ways.
And causes so many problems that people aren't aware of. So
Go ahead, Mark. You got a question or comment?
Well,
I
I had a Bud story, but if you don't have time, I'll keep it to myself.
keep it short. We'll be good.
We were at a clinic, and we were trying herding at the time, and so I took the young man that was giving it an attempt, and took him to a clinic. And on day 2, we got there, and before the class started, there was a fellow that walked up to Bud, and he said, "Let me see if I've got this straight. If we go out and we gather a set of cattle in the morning and we're heading them towards the corral and things blow up and they're running past us and we're just having a devil of a time, what you're telling me is I caused that." And Bud quietly said, "Were they doing it before you got out there?"
it's
That's
perfect.
great. That's
Absolutely perfect.
What a way to teach, right? What a way
Absolutely.
That's right.
let them run into their own pressure that they created.
Yeah, we seldom see
Thanks, Mark.
animals jumping over fences until we get in to do something with them, and then it's a problem. So, or can
Yeah.
be. Yeah,
Can be.
can
Yeah,
be.
well, Richard and Tina, thank you so much for being on the summit today. We appreciate your contribution. And
Yeah, we enjoyed it.
okay, we'll catch you on the next one, you guys.
You
Okay,
betcha.
great.
Very good. All right. Well, yeah, please show some gratitude to Richard and Tina in the chat. What an amazing legacy that they are perpetuating. Or this is the Regenerative Legacy Summit, and man, that legacy is living on. I think Bud and Eunice were rated as within the top 10 most influential people in the livestock industry. And certainly, yeah, even though, Bud's been gone for over a decade, what has it been, a dozen years now, nearly this fall, his legacy is living on. So we're grateful. We're grateful for Richard and Tina and others, Don and Otto, the many others who have picked up those principles, and some of them add a little bit of their own flair, but they're running with it and making it work. So, well, how's everybody doing? We're kind of almost about a halfway point. Maybe we need to stand up for a minute, take a quick stretch. I see Thomas is still out driving his tractor. We've got, Jen is on here. There we are. We always pick on the people. Candy's still here. Mary, grateful that you're here. So yeah, just take a minute, stand up, stretch, twist, do something. Just make sure that there's blood still flowing and things are still working, so you can get the most out of this. But all right. Talked a little bit yesterday about my journey, regenerative journey, and I wish we had time to be able to hear from each of you. All of us are on a journey, and my journey started at a fairly young age. Bud was certainly influential in getting me to the point where I began to take more, be more aware, take on more responsibility for my own actions. And I'm grateful for that. As I mentioned, I attended the Ranching for Profit school. That started me down a path to really learning about soil health, learning about stockmanship, leadership, holistic management, how everything started to tie together. And, you know, they say ignorance is bliss, and sometimes that's true until you realize that what you're doing really isn't working. And that realization came for me, probably 14 years into my management career. I was in my mid-30s and just seemed like, dang it, whatever I'm doing, it's not working anymore. How come our debt load increases? How come we have to eat into equity? How come, the stewardships that I have seemingly have decreased? And I faced a point when I questioned not only my desire to continue to ranch, but I even at one point, the lowest point, questioned my desire to live. And so we learned from Richard and Tina, when cattle, they're not settled emotionally, that they get sick, production goes down. And we as human beings, we're the same way. In that state of like questioning and pondering and asking God, what is going on here? How come when I'm seemingly doing all the right things, the results aren't happening? I started, I just was down on myself. Felt like, I started to look at the opposite of what Richard was teaching, and I started to see my failures as the indicator that I'm a failure. And even at the lowest point in that, the thought came to me that, wow, the way out is to stage an accident and for my family to be able to collect on our life insurance policy. And for a brief minute or days, it wasn't like I planned out or wrote a suicide note or anything, but that thought got embedded in my mind, and it affected my psyche, it affected my emotions, it affected my relationships, and I know at that time I was serving in an ecclesiastical position. Felt like I needed to be there for other people, but yet I needed some help. I needed somebody who understood me. And during that time, I was blessed to be part of a mastermind group of some seasoned ranchers, and they were there for me. Like, they were understanding. They said, Jared, yes, your business is suffering, but let's help you get back on track. Let's make sure that you're stable. They did, them and others, and certainly my faith and my family helped with that, but they helped do for me what Bud did for cattle, what other good stockmen and horsemen do for cattle and for horses. And they helped me through that very challenging time. And so I don't know if that resonates with any of you, but for me, the ranch at that point had been such a reflection of my worth. And as my net worth started to go down, my self-worth reflected that. And I had to, I really had to come to understand that, hey, there is a difference. No matter what's happening in the business, you still have value as a human being. Even if you go bankrupt, even if things completely fall apart, you as a human being, you still have value. And so how did I get there to that point? Well, one was a great group of people around me, including my wife. The other was this group of fellow ranchers who were there to support me, understand me, not judge me. And many of them confided confidentially in me that, hey, we've been there too, or my spouse has been there. we've been through depression. We've faced some of the tough things. And that depression, I mean, shoot, I didn't even realize it. You know, it's such a subtle thing, and it happens so slowly that until you're kind of looking back, you don't really see, wow, okay, you know, this isn't normal. Within the agriculture industry, I mean, we're not immune. We get lots of sunshine, lots of fresh air, but the financial stress, and you guys identified it. For those who weren't on first thing this morning, we did a quick survey, nearly 100 people, and by far the hugest challenge currently facing those of us who are on this survey, which I think is a pretty good representation of agriculture worldwide. This is a worldwide audience, but certainly throughout North America, the United States and Canada. The biggest challenge that we have right now in agriculture is profitability. I didn't put on that challenge stress or depression because, again, maybe you don't even know it. Maybe you don't even recognize it. Maybe you don't see it, and it takes somebody from the outside looking in to help you to be able to pinpoint that. So for whoever needs that on this, just let me kind of walk you through what my journey was and how this kind of all ties together, because when we're in a stress state, our cortisol level goes pretty high. We're in the fight or flight mode, and we're not able to think clearly. So there's kind of an inverse relation between emotions and IQ. And when our emotions are high, our IQ goes down, or when we're in that stressed place, like we're not able to think clearly. We're just kind of drop into survival mode. And yet we're there, and we're tasked with this responsibility of like, okay, we got to make this thing work. For me, I was third generation, inherited it from my grandfather to my parents to me. And we were looking at, holy cow, this thing could die on our watch. And even though I came to terms with that, with my grandfather who was no longer living and my father who was living, I felt in their own ways, they both reached out to me and said, hey, you know, we get it. We understand if you decide to sell the ranch, it's no reflection on you. But yet I still felt that weight. And I don't know if anybody of you can relate to that or not. Of that, we talk about legacy. Legacy can be uplifting, but it also, there's balance in all things. It can also be seen and be felt as a burden that we have to carry, thinking that it's up to us. And let me tell you, it's not up to just us. It can be through us and through the stewardships that we embrace that we can perpetuate that legacy. As those burdens mounted on me and I began to feel like, yeah, it's all up to me, that just drove me deeper into that depressed state. So how do you get out of that? Or how do you help somebody else out of that? Because if we can do the soil health thing, we can do the stockmanship thing, we can, you know, have the best gross margins in the world and the highest profit in the world, that doesn't guarantee that our relationships are going to be good or that we even feel good and happy about what we do in life. A lot of times we look outside of us for validation, verification that, hey, we're doing a good thing. Yeah, maybe our soil health scores are whatever it is that we measure is going up, but yet we start to feel worse about ourselves, or our profitability may fluctuate. So as I walk through this, kind of these next set of slides, use that as kind of your background, because at Ag Steward, what we believe is that we have to look at things holistically. Profitability, I get it. I feel the pressure, currently feel the pressure. Things are challenging in the industry right now. We have record high commodity prices. We also have inflation and record high input costs. And so that's interesting to see, right? That profitability ranked number one. And I think you could probably ask that in any group anywhere, and it would probably be the same in an roundabout way I have, and kind of polled group, specifically Doug Ferguson in Teaching to Sell by Marketing, you know, he said the same thing, that by far the number one call from his clients or alumni from his school is like, dang, how do we make this thing work? You know, we're facing like high interest rates and our operating loans are being called and we're not sure if we can get more short-term money. How are we going to do this? So anyway, appreciate you allowing me to be vulnerable and be able to share kind of my come from story and kind of that journey. We talked yesterday about the pit and where we were. You know, we're on this side, we want to go over here. And it's that journey that I was on when I was in that pit that I had to get through. And we'll talk a little bit about that. Hey, Brooke Levan, come on in. Look who came into our house. There's a good state change. So, hey, this is my friend, Brooke Levan.
Hello, everybody.
He is on our ranch this week and doing some great things. So he's a biodynamic farmer rancher from Colorado. He's going to be working with William DeMille and his students. And so anyway, we're grateful to have you here. So if you want to check out more of what Brooke does, he was actually a presenter last time on the summit. So go check out his recording.
Good.
I had to invade your room. Sometimes this is the only place in the house that is somewhat quiet.
I wondered where you did this.
Yeah.
That's good.
So this is the spare room where
Everybody have fun out there. Take a risk.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. We will catch up with you later.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, check out what Brooke's doing. We're blessed to have him here on the ranch. I'm going to share my screen here and kind of walk through tying this stuff together. So, all right. Sometimes, let's see. Oh, looks like somebody might have their doodling on again. We'll ignore that. Sometimes when we want to make big changes, we look at, okay, if I'm going to double my profit and actually be profitable next year, I need to do twice as much work. That is just going to wear us out quicker. We need to adopt the mentality of thinking 10 times different. So I really like Dan Sullivan's book, 10X is easier than 2X. And what he says is that successful entrepreneurs, this applies to us because I think we are the most entrepreneurship. I love the definition that they have. It's taking something from a lower state of production to a higher state of production. Paraphrasing that, something along those lines. That's what we do in agriculture. We're taking grass, which can become highly lignified. It can burn, it can decompose. We're taking that grass and forage and we're converting it into protein, something from a lower state to a higher state. And then we're marketing that hopefully at a profit. But if we say, okay, we're going to do more of that, automatically, my instincts say, well, then it's going to take twice as much money. It's going to take twice as much land, twice as much labor. When in reality, success oftentimes is more about saying no to things that are not working and yes to the things that are. So it's the Pareto, the 80-20 principle. 20% of our efforts produce 80% of the results. 20% of our expenses produce 80%. So you guys get that. The 80-20. So what's the quickest way to be able to cause an effective change? I would say that is to really challenge who we are. And so each of us here today, think about, who am I? My identity was tied to I'm a rancher. Well, you take the ranch away, and if your identity is you're a rancher, and you think that that's going to be lost, then you're lost. And that's kind of how I felt. And I had to realize, okay, I'm more than the ranch. I'm more than my balance sheet. I'm more than what a banker thinks or anybody else thinks. I had to start to tap into who I am, both from a religious and eternal perspective as a son of God, but also who I am to my fellow man. And as as I did that, I began to realize that, okay, I can embrace this title of a steward. And stewardship can be over little or it can be over much. And I began to realize on this journey that, wow, I get to choose, first of all, what I steward and also how I steward. And so that word stewardship has the definition. And let's just have Mary, are you able to unmute and read this? Can you see it on the screen?
I got a lot of stuff going on in the background. Stewardship designates a sacred, spiritual, or temporal responsibility to take care of something that belongs to God, for which we are accountable.
Okay. So we're just stewards over things for a short period of time. We're going to have an accounting of that. We understand that. And this, I come from a religious background, from a Christian background, but I think that this is universal law. And I believe God uses law, eternal principles. So whether you're a believer or not, when we take care of something, that allows us the capacity to be able to take care of more things. How we do anything is how we do everything, basically, is the law that's based upon. And so there's some, I believe, universal principles of stewardship, and that is first principle. And if you guys will type this in the chat just to help us to remember it collectively, that the first principle is everyone is a steward. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a homeless person on the street, you're still a steward. You're a steward over your time, your decisions, the clothes that you wear. If you're a steward over millions of acres, I believe you're still a steward. Stewardship is universal. Everyone is a steward. The number 2 principle, we call it, the way I remember that, is H2. It's how, not how much. The 2 H's, how, not how much, is number 2, is the second principle of stewardship. How, not how much. Meaning that really, so going to the parable of the talents, the steward who received 2 talents and the steward that received 5 talents, they were rewarded the same. It was the one who buried his talent and said, I don't want anything to do with stewarding it. I'm just going to hide it, and returned it. He was the one that was punished, right? So it's how, not how much. And I believe this principle, and some people have argued with me, but not argued, just challenged me on it. But I believe stewardship is greater than ownership. Stewardship is greater than ownership because you don't have to be an owner to be a steward. And meaning many of us operate on leased ground. We don't own the ground, but yet we steward it. Many of us operate on large federal land allotments. And yes, we have a grazing right that ties it to that, but ultimately, we're just stewards over that as a time. So number 3 principle, you guys got it? Stewardship is greater than ownership. And then this number 4, as we increase our capacity, we increase our stewardship. So our capacity to steward those things, that equal sign in the middle, that brings things into balance. And we'll illustrate that in just a little bit. So if we're finding, I guess we'll ask this question in a minute, but which side do we have more influence over? Okay. So I like to illustrate this with this little diagram here. So you guys got the 4 principles? If we have our steward on the left-hand side and our stewardships on the right-hand side, that could be being a steward over land. It could be being a steward over money, could be over livestock. So that's kind of applicable to us in this group, right? It could be businesses, it could be vehicles, whatever it could be. Those things will always find that equilibrium, that homeostasis, that balance point. And so when we see that, okay, when I started to feel like things were slipping and falling off that teeter-totter, my first reaction was to, okay, blame myself. The second reaction was to blame other people and then blame the circumstances. And it wasn't until I started to realize, okay, I need to look at what I can do to grow myself as the steward, to bring those things back into balance. So when we talk about, and the question this morning, is what is our limiting factor? Is it access to more land? Do we need more help? Do we need more capital? Yes, all of those things can be seen as like, okay, that's what's limiting me from either being profitable or more profitable or having greater influence in the world. But what I would say is that there's also this area on the left-hand side, which is maybe harder to measure. It maybe isn't reflected on a balance sheet. It's not reflected on a balance sheet, but it is just as real as what is on the right-hand side that is measurable, and that is more what the world judges us by. And so as we increase our capacity as a steward, then we can increase our stewardships. That's the fourth principle, right? So how do we increase our capacity as a steward? Think about that for a minute. What can you do to increase as a steward, your capacity? I would say being here today, or yesterday and today, that's one of the greatest ways. Education absolutely increases your capacity to steward. Another way that I like to think about this is that, if things are going to be brought into balance, we can also move the fulcrum to the right. And how do we do that? One of the ways that I consider moving the fulcrum is by utilizing a business. I'm passionate about entrepreneurship and encourage people to start businesses, to learn that, to kind of get out of the work for wage rat race, and work for the value that you add to the society. And a business is a great way to do that. The other way, so grow ourselves, leverage maybe through a business, through a cause. The other way is to build a team. And as I mentioned this morning, the reason that we've been able to triple our efforts basically through these summits over the last 18 months is that I'm no longer trying to do it alone. Like, we started a business and then we've also collaborated. I would include all the presenters here as part of that team to be able to increase the ability to influence more people. And the team that we have, Margot and her colleagues that are managing this, like, really, it still takes effort on my part, but my effort is leveraged greatly because instead of having to do all the menial tasks of calling people and coordinating and plugging them into schedules, it's just showing up here and being here 100% for you. So with that, I want to get some thoughts and feedback on that. What do you guys learn? When it comes to stewardships, what do you see? And kind of to bring this full circle, back to my, story of depression and again, the thoughts, the suicide rate amongst farmers and ranchers is the highest of any industry, is what the statistics say. And why is that? And I'm really not okay with that. I'm not starting a suicide hotline, but I because of going there and because of seeing the depression and experiencing that, I can now recognize and relate to other people who are going through that. And I can see that, wow, of all the challenges that we face, this trumps everything else, right? And just like my colleagues told me, let's keep your business running, but let's help you. Let's grow you as the steward. Let's make sure that you're okay. And then, you know, you can better steward your business. And as I kind of went down that journey, it led to realizing that, okay, my depression was more situational brought on. I do have the propensity, the genetic disposition for depression, probably a little bit on both sides of my family, but I felt like mine was more situational, and certainly was brought on a lot by the stress that I was feeling. Both the financial stress, as you know, opening a foreclosure letter, it kind of throws you for a loop. And just feeling like, okay, you know, maybe we won't be able to get financing. What do I do? That stress that I had, I didn't have a healthy outlet for it. And so it caused me to feel like in that depressed state. If you think of depression is actually a lower state, you know, we realize that depression is somewhere that holds water. And sometimes we feel like, you know, we're underwater when we're depressed. And so certainly I can definitely relate to other people who have those feelings now, and know that there is true clinical depression, there's situational depression. For me, my journey to healing was more, it's more again on the holistic side, being able to see, okay, there's something that's causing this. There's a stress that's causing this. Let's address the problem rather than just addressing the symptoms. So it was combined with counseling. Also, I felt for me that the route was not the traditional medication, SSRIs and other things. And so it was more herbal, and then through some chiropractic and some energetic healing that helped me to be able to bring things from my body back into alignment. And for me, that was the answer. I certainly don't condemn and completely understand, you know, people who choose a different path. But above all, I believe and firmly believe, and I mentioned this yesterday, and I want to bring back a second witness to that no matter how intense the challenge is that you're facing right now, whether it's within your relationships, your business, your health, your emotional well-being, whatever challenge you are currently facing, you have people that are within your reach who have the answers that you need. So let me say that a little bit simpler. The people that you need are within reach for whatever challenge you're currently facing. The people that you need are within reach. And when we realize that principle, then we can start to think. And for me, it was like, okay, who do I need to call? And really very quickly, I had like 3 names come to mind of individuals that, okay, this person, there's somebody that can help me with this. This person, there's somebody that can help me with this. And I reached out to them. And the interesting thing was at least a couple of them, they said, yeah, I've been there too, and I can see it. And also one of them actually even saw it before I did and called me out on it and just said, hey, called me out in a loving way and said, hey, Jared, do you think this could be depression? And I was like, yeah, holy cow. There was a second witness for me that, okay, this is what's going on. So you guys, that was kind of unscripted. It was a little bit off topic. I didn't really intend to go there. I just paused for a minute when Richard and Tina were talking and shut my video off and checked in with what God wanted me to share. For whatever reason, I felt like I needed to share that story. I'm not hiding it. I've certainly shared it before and shared it publicly on the podcast that we did a while ago. But bottom line is for me, as I began to have room to breathe and began to see things clearly, I didn't necessarily realize this principle that as we grow ourselves as a steward, we can increase our stewardships. But I did begin to feel and recognize that, okay, I was whole and complete, independent of things that were happening externally. Like I can be okay, even if the world around me is falling apart. There's a Christian song that I love, and I don't even know who sings it, but it's been in my mind recently. As you know, we've witnessed some pretty intense challenges within our business. The world's not falling apart, it's falling into place. That message, I hope, resonates for you as it has for me. And one of my friends says, hope isn't a plan. And I answered back, yeah, but it's impossible to plan if you don't have hope. And so have hope, you guys. Like, you, no matter what, you have value. No matter what anybody else thinks or anybody else's opinion, you have value. The world is not falling apart, it is falling into place. And when you look back, we can't connect the dots into the future. As I think Steve Jobs said that. That's why we have to look back. And when we look back, we can see this happened, this happened, this happened, this got me to this point so that I can have an influence now and do these things now. When we look forward, I'm all about creating a vision. That's generally what we do with our clients. When we work one-on-one, we spend sometimes 1 or 2 sessions and we really get clarity on that vision. That is important. Without vision, the people perish. But we can't connect those dots into the future and say, this is my path to get to this vision. Just like Tina and Richard said, that's guaranteed failure. As soon as you walk out of the house, you throw the plan out and you think, well, what good was that vision process? We're trying to say and dictate to God and the universe how things are going to happen. And that just leads to frustration. When we look back and we draw from the strength of the past, then we can stand in power in the present and we can have greater influence over those things that are in the future. Depression generally has to do with trying to live more in the past. Anxiety is trying to live more in the future, when really the future and the present are relative. We can have influence over both our perception of the past and the future that we're creating if we choose to live now and be present now. So, you guys, everybody take a deep breath. Everything's going to be okay. That was kind of intense. And I appreciate you kind of letting me go through that. For whoever needs it around you right now, there are people that can sustain and support and help you. Remember that. I believe in God. I also believe there's an opposition in all things. We call him Satan. If God wants you to be happy and successful and have abundance and thrive, and there is an opposing force, he wants you to be miserable and sad and to drag you down. God wants you to live in abundance. He wants you to live in scarcity. And certainly he preys upon the weak, and we're in that weakened state. We're vulnerable, just like a sick calf when the coyotes or wolves come around. We're going to be easy prey. But you're not alone. Remember, there's strength in the herd. One of the reasons I believe that we're creating this Ag Steward community and family is because we can draw strength from each other within this community. We feel like sometimes we are the pioneers. We're the ones that are out there blazing the trails. We've got the arrows in our back to prove it. But a lot of them didn't live to tell the tales or write in their journals. So we don't need to be that rugged individualist anymore. Like, those days have come and gone. And what we need right now, especially in this crisis era, is community and family. And those things are we're being bombarded with division and trying to break up that connection and causing false connection through likes and whatever else we see on social media. We need the connection, the real connection that'll outlast the internet and outlast anything else. And that is a connection with people who are committed to a cause. And always that has bound people together. It doesn't take the majority of people to cause a positive effect in a society. It just takes a committed minority of individuals who are willing to sacrifice and willing to use the gifts and talents that they've been endowed with to do the work that they're called to do. And again, God doesn't call the one that's most ready. He calls the one who is willing to say yes. So if that's you, whatever that is for you, accept that. If it's to be involved within regenerative agriculture, what a great time to do that. And we would love to be part of that journey with you. And we talked yesterday about what that might look like. A good next step for you, if you feel like I'm committed and I'm all in to building a regenerative legacy business. I'm going to share with you again what the next step is, which is the Profitable Steward event that's happening the end of the month here, the 29th and 30th of August. This event is it's a family pass. It's for your family, anybody basically who is a stakeholder within your business, maybe even managers and key employees. You use your discretion on that. And we're going to come together for these 2 days. This is, whereas the summit was more high level, this is going to be down where you can actually affect change for your business and within your stewardships. This is the next level to be able to grow the steward and build the team. This is the next level for you to be able to build a support group around you to help you so that you're not the one who is trying to guide your way through uncharted territory. Some of us have gone before. Some of us are a little bit ahead. And it's our duty to be able to help and to support each other. And that's really the purpose of this event. Like building businesses that last for generations, that are fun to operate, that are profitable, that regenerate the land while we're doing it, that increase our ability and capacity to steward. And we invite you to sign up for this event. The link, Margot can drop it in the chat. Super easy. It's $47. We priced it at that place because we don't want price to ever be an excuse for you not to take the next step. And we hope that you'll join us. Like, don't be like, yeah, I can do that later. You know, again, the universe rewards action takers. And I believe when we take bold action and when we make that commitment, that we are in a place where we can experience increased confidence and courage. But it takes, I guess, let me think, how does that succession go? It starts with courage, commitment, competence, and then confidence. Courage, commitment, competence, confidence. That's the way that goes. I had it in my journal and can't find my journal right now. I'm gonna go get it. We're gonna take a quick break here in a minute. So you guys have time to go to the link and sign up. Take that action step. Courage, commitment, competence, confidence. We all say, well, we want to have greater skills. Well, don't forget the courage and commitment part. What? Courage to say yes, commitment that you're going to do it, competence. And then you have the confidence to be able to go and to do it again, to be able to increase the influence that you're having. So absolutely. Thanks everybody for jumping on this morning. This has been a wonderful opportunity. We're going to take now a 10-minute break before we come back. Be sure to be back in your seats. Thomas, don't have to worry about you. You're in your seat and been there all day. We appreciate it. Be back here right at, well, let's do at my time, 12:28. Give us 2 minutes to get the next speaker queued up and ready to go. And I really look forward to seeing you guys on this next 2-day event. I appreciate those who've been on in the past. And I know a couple of you have been there. And I don't know if you're in a place you can unmute, but Donnie or Tricia or Marlene, are you in a place that you could unmute? I know I was kind of intimidated when Marlene Morris signed up for the Profitable Steward class. I'm like, holy cow, Marlene, let me just shut up and you teach the class. But I remember at the end of that class, you added a pretty powerful testimonial. And would you be willing to share kind of your experience with this group, Marlene?
Right now?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it right now and then we'll go on break.
Yeah, okay. Well, I talk so much, I don't remember exactly what I said, but yeah, I was born and raised on this ranch in Southwest Nebraska. My mother and father were divorced. My mother remarried a rancher north of town. But when I got out of high school, I was really lost. Basically lost for, well, till I was 30. I mean, literally, it was a lot of really unfortunate things happened, wasted probably 12 years of my life there. I think God stayed with me and protected me, mostly, most of all from myself. Then my grandfather got sick and I came back to help him die, which was probably the most unbelievable experience I've ever had, is to help someone take their last breath and tell them it was okay and that God was waiting for them. And from that point on, I took over management of the ranch, became a personal representative, had huge fights with family members. I'm a fighter. I don't go passively by anything. And managed to keep half the ranch in my dad's name for my dad, and then my dad's sister's family got the other half. Anyway, my dad died 2 years later. I had two brothers. One brother went bankrupt. It was a family C Corp, so his shares were worth almost nothing. 1 month later, my other brother said he wanted to sell out, and so I bought him out. So I am sole owner of the Shamrock. Just been on a learning curve ever since. Took 2 years of college, which I don't remember a single thing from there, but have been learning ever since. Ranching for Profit in 1988, and that came about because I inherited an unbanged herd and got bangs and had to put calves in a feedlot, and ended up at a meeting in Kansas that Stan Parsons was at. Through all of that, met Bud Williams and just an array of amazing people. I married the local veterinarian. We don't have kids. And our present situation is, I didn't put profitable down because we are profitable. And I put succession down because that's where we're at right now, is looking for that successor that will love the ranch as much as I did. Because once I got on here, I said, I'm home now and God brought me here and only God will take me away. And so that's what I want for this place.
Love it.
How's that, Jared? Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Short version?
Yep. That is good. And I remember when you again, at the end of that class, we kind of talked about reminisced about Bud Williams, and you said this was the class that I needed. And I don't know the context of what that was for sure, Marlene, but I guess just for me, it helped me to realize, okay, no matter where we're at on our journey, we still need to continue to learn and progress. And I think you've been a wonderful example of that. Like, I always remember you bringing your voice recorder or tape recorder to every meeting I've ever seen you at. And like as a lifelong learner. And so thank you,
Yeah,
Marlene.
I still do. And I steal a phrase from Pete Farrell. You just constantly need to sharpen the saw.
Yep. Yep. Very. So this, somebody asked who is speaking. This is Marlene Moore from the Shamrock Ranch in Nebraska. So she's just, I don't know, somebody said you're the poster child for ranching for profit. So I think you've definitely got got things figured out, sell by marketing, stockmanship, and so yeah, as Tricia says, love listening to her. But thank you. We are going to take just a quick break here. So we'll see you guys back in 2 minutes, and then we're going to kick off with our next speaker. Okay, while people are coming back, let's just make sure. Vanessa, are you there? I think we're connected, right?
I'm here.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Well, yeah. Do you have a presentation you're going to share? Do you want to pull that up?
Perfect.
Very good. And yeah. So yeah, just so you guys know, so my story there about folks that helped me, at least one of those is on right now. Mark and his Pratt and his wife Wendy were part of that support group. And what it was is I was in the Ranching for Profit Executive Link group for a year, and was just blessed to be part of them and Jack Southworth and other fellow ranchers who were there for me at a time when I needed it. So super cool. Yeah, well, okay. So if everybody wants to come on back from break, we're gonna jump in here in just a minute. We've got awesome speaker coming up next. That's so Vanessa Wood. Okay. Okay, yep. Welcome back, everybody. We're grateful that you guys are here. Thanks for participating in this. Vanessa Wood is representing Ag Women Connect, and we're grateful to have you here. Vanessa, you're from Texas, right?
I'm from Texas. Y'all are gonna figure that out real quick.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed. I would have. Yeah. So we've had some different accents on here today. We've had the UK, we've had South America, now we've got Texas. It's kind of its own country, I think somewhere south of here, but no, we're grateful that you're able to be here. So we look forward to hearing from you, and go ahead and run with it.
Well, thank you, Jared. You did an amazing job just speaking. I wasn't able to get on yesterday because I'm sure there's a lot of mothers and fathers on here. And yesterday was the day before our kids started school. And today they went back to school, and I'm so excited for them. And I'm excited that we have a schedule. So here I am. I'm very honored to be able to talk to y'all today and just let you know a little bit about what we do here in Ag Women Connect and everything that I have heard this morning and prior to. We are in alignment in a lot of ways. So I'm just super excited to get started. For those of you who haven't heard of Ag Women Connect, we are America's platform for women in agriculture to share their thoughts, ideas, and stories. I am personally from Lubbock, Texas. I'm the founder of this company, and I'm going to talk a little bit about, whoops, hold on. Let me go back. I'm going to talk a little bit about finding your purpose in life. And for me, that was, that took some time. That took about 12 years of my life. After hearing Jared talk and many others, being a Christian and using our faith in the agriculture industry, I think is much needed. And everybody's story is going to be different, but I want to tell you a little bit
about mine. So I grew up in the panhandle of Texas and of course did all the things 4-H and FFA. I went to two colleges actually, Clarendon College and Texas Tech University on a horse judging scholarship, and made tons of friends, had the absolute time of my life. We also started the first ranch horse team at Texas Tech. And if you know anything ranch horse, now there are universities all across the nation that have a ranch horse team. And so that was super fun. And then I also helped, I also helped coach the horse judging team at Texas Tech. Met my husband and got married. So I stayed here in Lubbock, Texas. We have two beautiful children. And I'm saying all this because it took me a little bit to find my feet and to find my purpose outside of just being a mother and a wife. And I know when we get there, we look back on our life and we say, oh, we didn't understand it at that time, right? But we look back on it and we see what God was doing and how he was preparing us for our next big thing. And y'all, I literally prayed on my hands and knees for 12 years for him to show me my purpose and what I was supposed to do. And it was hard. I just knew in my heart with every new role or new job or new home-based business that I took on, that it just wasn't enough for me. And I don't mean that in an ungracious way. I just knew that I was scratching the surface. And I'm sure a lot of you probably have felt that way, or you may be at crossroads in your life right now and trying to figure out, you know, what is your next step? And I just want to say to you, like, don't give up your faith. Don't stop praying. Don't stop getting into the word of God, and just keep asking and putting one foot in front of the other. And so I remember the day that God told me to create this incredible company. And I heard Haley McEnany speak at the Hemp Hill Beef Convention earlier this year. And she said something that really just touched me. And she said, you know, when you're having the time of your life, you're doing great, finances are good, then sometimes it's a little harder to listen to God. You know, you hear those whispers, but when you're in it and you're going through some trials and tribulations, you're able to hear God a lot more clear. And that's really where I was. I knew that the job that I was in at the time was probably going to phase out. That was just a God intuition for me. And he gave me the idea of Ag Women Connect. And not even 2 months later, we made this business legal. And I started building this company from the ground up. So a lot has happened in the last 3 years, and I'm going to show you just a short little clip of what we've been up to. So relating back to what Jared was saying earlier is, you know, sorry, lost my train of thought, is that your story matters. Like, he was able to touch my heart, and mental wellness is something that we for sure advocate for in Ag Women Connect. We've partnered with AgriStress. But storytelling, you guys, is one of the most powerful tools that's free for one, and that we can do to touch other people's lives, to speak life into other people's lives, and leave a footprint on this world after we leave. And so that's where it started for Ag Women Connect. Our tagline is "Your story matters." And so that just related back to you know, how I got connected into this company and finding my God-given purpose And now what was I going to do for others? And being a woman in agriculture, there just wasn't really anything else out there. There was other agriculture groups, but they didn't specifically recognize and celebrate women in agriculture. And so I just found that need, and I started providing an answer and a solution to it. And I began a podcast with rural radio, and Jared was saying others that it truly matters who you surround yourself with and who you're connected to. And I will say I 100% believe in that. I didn't know anything about podcasting, but I had some really good friends advocate for me. The Cowgirl Channel heard about us, and then Sid Miller here in Texas, which is our Texas Ag Commissioner, has a show on RFD TV, and he was talking to me about Ag Women Connect. And so they were so kind enough to reach out to rural radio and to get us a show every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. on rural radio. And so what I get to do is I get the pleasure to shine the light on women in agriculture all across the nation. And you guys, it has been such a godsend to us. It's been amazing for them. And there is not one story that, or one person that I've interviewed who has not talked about their faith. And I just think that's incredible. We are a Christian-based company, and we are not afraid to say that. We put that in our marketing. And something that I wanted to say to you, just as a business owner and as somebody who is highly involved in social media and our marketing, is that we've got to put our blinders on, y'all. And I love to refer back, to a racehorse when they have their blinders on. I have a specific memory when I was young at the AQHA headquarters in Amarillo, Texas. They had a brand new exhibit of their racehorse exhibit. And there was just something in my gut that I loved about that place. And I wanted to be a jockey. And mind you, I was probably 9 years old, and I grew out of that when I was about 12. I figured out that I was not going to be a jockey. I was going to be a little bit too tall for that. But that memory popped up in my head a few months ago when I was putting together this presentation. And I was like, maybe that memory wasn't so much about being a jockey, but perhaps putting your blinders on and surrounding yourself with people who are going to love you for who you are, who are going to encourage you, and maybe too, who have been where you want to be. Because honestly, that's the only way that we're going to grow. The only way that we're going to grow is if, one, there's mentors out there who are willing to champion other women in agriculture. And for two, if on the other side, if we're open enough to take advice and to take criticism and to show up for ourselves and the things that we believe in and learn from those people. So put your blinders on. I also believe that God, of course, has given everybody a talent, a gift in this life. And to me, I feel like it's a disappointment if we don't use those God-given talents. And so I just want to tell you that if you are in those crossroads and you're thinking about what is my next step or what can I do better, use those God-given talents. And just know that nothing kills our spirit except our own failure to keep it alive. So we can think about all the things, we could talk about all the things, but if we don't take action behind it, it's never going to change. We're never going to change. We're never going to inch that needle forward. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy, but the Lord has come so that we may have life and live it to the fullest. So how do we make a difference in agriculture? As I said earlier, we got to show up for ourselves, guys. There's only so much that we can do as far as talking and conversing. But I know that all of us on here are passionate and we want to learn and grow. That's why you're here today. 80% of success is just showing up. So congratulations. I'm really glad that you're on this because It shows that you want to grow. And as I said earlier, we got to take action. And also, it's not only just showing up for ourselves, it's showing up and being responsible and saying and doing what doing what you say you're going to do, and showing up for others, especially in agriculture. We have so many things going on in this industry right now. We have tons of division. We have tons of mis and disinformation out there. And so it's important to support those who are out there advocating, who are out there educating others, because I can tell you right now, firsthand, just from my experience and the women who have come to this platform, they are getting attacked every day. So they need a strong Christian core group of women to surround them when times get low. And this is my favorite Bible verse. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Did you know that women or men who network are 2 to 3 times more, or I'm sorry, 2 to 3 times a month are 70% more successful than those who don't? That statistic right there is huge. And then I came across this information. I'm a big Joyce Myers listener, and she was talking about comparison. For one, I think that is something that is really easy to do, especially if you're on social media and you are trying to market your business. You're looking around and seeing what other people are doing, which is great. That can give you some awesome insight and inspiration. But it also can let you down if you do too much of it. And I just wanted to say, even to like the mothers out there who are just trying to get through the day, who are helping their husbands on the farm or helping run the ranch or the farm, that your job is important. And no matter what you're doing or how good or how bad you're doing, that you're in the place that you need to be right now in that moment, and to live in that moment, especially if you have a family, and to be thankful in the daily actions and duties that serve the Lord. Opportunities will come up when you remain faithful and continue to be bold and courageous. Praise and be raised, or complain and remain the same. So we have many facets of Ag Women Connect, like I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to go a little bit more into that. I've got some really powerful women who have been on Tucker Carlson. They've been on Fox News. They've been on Newsmax. They're out there educating. They're talking about what is really going on in agriculture and what the farmers and ranchers are facing. And one thing that we stay true to is seeking and speaking the truth in agriculture. So a great way to kind of break that down is mis, dis, and malinformation, how you can decipher from those three. And before you share a post, or before you make a post, or before you speak in front of a group, or whatever it is that you are doing, whether it's education or advocacy, to check your resources. I have several women on my team where if I don't know the answer, they are my fact checkers. Like, they went to college for that reason specifically, and they are researchers basically 24/7. And so we just want to make sure that anything that we put out there with Ag Women Connect, that we are staying true to agriculture and what the farmers and ranchers are doing. So misinformation refers to false information that is not intended to cause harm. So this is basically just your everyday mistake. Disinformation is false information that is intended to manipulate, cause damage, or guide people, organizations, and countries in the wrong direction. A perfect example, of disinformation is, our food labeling system. And I get really fired up about that. But I'll keep it really low key right now. But you know, when you go to the grocery store, you've got chicken that says no hormones, and now they're even labeling water that says gluten free. Like, y'all, come on, give me a break. But obviously, they are playing on the markets. Just that they're uneducated on that, right? So they're playing on that to for their sales. So malinformation refers to information that stems from the truth, but is often exaggerated in a way that misleads and causes potential harm. I think we could all agree that a lot of this is going on right now. So just be aware and check in with your friends that actually know the truth. And I think we can all make a difference here, honestly. I know that we are here in Ag Women Connect. You just have to be bold and courageous enough to say it. So seeking and speaking the truth, a lot of people say, well, I just get really fired up about some of these things that are going on in agriculture, but Vanessa, I'm not an extrovert or I'm not a public speaker. There is no way that I would get online and talk to a group of people or even get in front of a group of people. So how do I still fight for the industry that I love? And y'all, it's as common as just having a decent and wholesome conversation in your home with your children, with your grandchildren, with your nieces and nephews, with your parents. Also just amongst conversation with your friends and family, or if you are ready to speak out about the things that you're passionate about, that's one of the reasons why we have Ag Talk, Your Story Matters. There's several platforms that you can speak in within Ag Women Connect, and we invite you to be a part of that. So one thing that has really helped me build my business and be successful at it is knowing your strengths and weaknesses. And I am not good at the details. So yes, details are needed, but I am not a tedious person. And within my journey with Ag Women Connect, I have absolutely loved how God has aligned me with people within my own network that have believed in our mission, that have taken on my weaknesses and helps me grow this company. For instance, with the podcast, as I said, I didn't know anything about it, but this beautiful woman right here, Krista, is from Arizona, and she knew all the things podcast. And so she's actually my editor, and she's an ambassador for Ag Women Connect. And I love just how all of that worked. Crystal is actually from Florida, and she is my chief of operations. And ironically enough, I just love her enthusiasm and her willingness to know more about agriculture, because she didn't grow up in an ag industry or with an ag background, but yet she is one of my strongest advocates, and she is the reason, a really big reason why this company runs the way it does. So lean into your network, y'all. If you don't know the answer, someone within your network, as Jared said earlier, will have that answer, but you have to be strong enough and you have to be bold enough to ask for help. Do not be afraid to delegate. That is another thing. And I mean, you can apply this to anything. If you're a farmer and rancher right now listening, you can delegate some things out and it's going to be okay. Even if people make mistakes, that's just part of growing your business. And if you keep them close to you, then you can work through it together. So I have learned how to delegate, and that was not something that was easy for me, because in the beginning, I love to be in control of everything, and not so much now. I've got the faith in others that they will do the job. And give grace. So know that, as I said earlier, people will make mistakes, but to give grace to them and help champion them on the way, because we are all growing together. So I've got an amazing conference coming up. I don't know if I'm allowed to promote this, but it really goes hand in hand with my presentation.
Please do.
Do what?
Please do.
Okay, awesome. All right, so this was a huge leap of faith for me, y'all. I have an Ag Women Connect Foundation that actually gives back to our members who have faced unforeseen circumstances, deaths, natural fire, things like that. One of my ambassadors last year lost her son literally like 2 months before we had our gala, and we were able to raise $8,000 for her that night. And that's the reason why I created this foundation. And so, and then of course, I mean, the fires in California that are going on right now, the fires that the Texas Panhandle had faced, we were able to give back to those guys. And so I want to continue to do that. But I want to do it in a much bigger way. It would be absolutely incredible if I could give, $50,000 to a community that went through a natural disaster, such as a tornado or a fire. And so we are working that way into our next gala. And we've actually attached a conference to it. So before I forget, on our gala as well, we're giving 5 scholarships to junior ambassador women who would like to represent our company, and we're representing those women at the gala as well. So it starts September 26th through the 28th. It's in Fort Worth, Texas, at the Will Rogers Coliseum in the Pioneer Room. It's going to be an incredible time. Thursday night, we're going to kick it off at the Paint Horse headquarters in the famous Stockyards. And we're going to have a private reception for our members and our guest speakers. And it's Meet the Ambassadors night. And then Friday, we're going to kick everything off at 1 o'clock. It goes from 1 to 7. And we are flying women in from all over the country to come speak about ag marketing, ag education, you name it, sales. We're going to have an equine. We're going to have an equine panel. We're really going to touch on a little bit of everything, and we're definitely touching on policy as well. That leads into Saturday too. The one thing that I'm really excited about Saturday is that we are going to have a prayer breakfast, and I'm just thrilled about it. I've got 3 adorable women that are going to come in and sing and worship and praise, and we're going to thank the Lord for bringing us all together, and that's how we're going to kick off that day. And then the conference ends at 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon, but then we turn around and we meet together for the gala at 6 o'clock. And I don't know if any of y'all follow Gatlin Didier from Oklahoma and his family, but they are our guest speakers for that night. And I know that him and his granny and his cousin are going to do an incredible job speaking about their journey and talking about speaking the truth in agriculture. So it's going to be it's going to be intense, but it's going to be extremely exciting, just high energy conference. And we hope that y'all will come to it.
So it just for women?
No, it's for women and men. We actually have some
Okay.
men speakers as well.
Okay.
And we're definitely inviting the men to be a part of it. And we want them to come to the gala with their wives. That's just a little blurb about us. This was at our gala last year in Lubbock. It was so much fun. I love this. Be an encourager, not an influencer. And then this is a great way that you can follow us.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, thank you, Vanessa. That is great. And it looks like you also have something on the gift page. Is that right? Do you want to talk about that real quick? What that is when people click on the link?
Sure. So, yes, your gift is an Ag Women Connect Inspire membership, and we can get you on the podcast. So I can start scheduling that for later on this fall. If you have a story that you want to tell, like I said, not everybody wants a story to be shared with the rest of the world, but if that is you, we can definitely set that up. And then you'll get a free membership. You can attend all of our events. We have chapters that are all across the United States. They're popping up everywhere. So you can plug into those chapters, and then you'll also get an Ag Women Connect t-shirt.
That is pretty awesome. So yeah, check that out. It looks like Margot dropped that in the chat. Pretty cool. What do you see is the greatest challenge? We surveyed people earlier, but what do you see as the greatest challenge facing agriculture today?
Oh, well, I mean, a lot of what you said, Jared, is the mental illness. I mean, it is absolutely a crisis, and not enough people are speaking about it. I had a Texas Tech student reach out and interview me last week, and he just took the state of Texas and did research on. There's 400 agriculture companies within Texas that use social media. And he said, y'all, out of those 400 companies, that there were only 9 that were posting about mental illness in agriculture and giving resources out. Only 9. And I think a lesser percent had shared over like 4 times. And that's how he found me. He was like, your name just kept popping up anytime that we were talking about mental wellness. It was like Ag Women Connect kept popping up, and I would have never guessed that. I mean, we do talk about it quite a bit, especially on the podcast and whatnot. But there just needs to be more people advocating for that. And then I touched on another issue earlier. We really have to stop the division within our own industry. We have to stop pointing fingers at people who and this is just an example. I mean, I can throw out several examples, but I think in the beef industry there's a lot going on. There's people marketing their beef on social media and on websites, which is amazing. I love that. But to do false advertising such as buy our beef because our beef doesn't have the mRNA vaccine in it, y'all, like, we can't do that. That's false advertising. And so we've seen a lot of that going on, or, buy our beef because of this, and this, when actually like none of the beef have, those hormones in it. So that's just an example, but I mean, you can even take it into the equine industry. And so as a whole, something that we stand for in Ag Women Connect is just to be kind to one another and just, to make sure that we're speaking the truth and not creating that division.
Yeah, well, that's good. I mean, it's neat to see. I don't know what percentage on this summit are males or females, but it appears, it's probably about half and half. Somebody's asking, what's the name of your podcast?
So it is Ag Talk, Your Story Matters. And you can listen to all the fresh episodes on a Saturday on Rural Radio at 10 a.m. Eastern time. But then if you miss it, that's okay, because it's posted to our website, to Spotify, to Apple the following Tuesday. And I think we have close to 70 episodes up on there.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
I just interviewed
So
the dairy
nice.
doc from, she's a dairy vet from Arizona this last Tuesday. So her interview is going to be incredible. There you go.
Okay, got it. Margo put it in there. So give it a listen, you guys. Well, Vanessa, thank you very much. You've added a ton of value here to this summit today. We appreciate you. So go check out on the gift page her offer. And it sure seems like a great way to be able to connect with fellow women. And
That's right.
that event sounds awesome. So
Yeah,
good job for doing it. I know it takes a lot of work to do that. And that's wow, hats off to you for pulling that off. So
My
blessings.
team's been incredible.
Yeah, well, blessings to you and yours. I pray that it's a success and you continue to grow and just experience a ton of abundance in what you do.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, we're going to move on to our next speaker. And AJ Richards, are you in the house?
I'm here.
Hey, awesome. Awesome. We're waiting to see what type of thing you have on your head. Oh, we don't get to see it today, huh?
Well, let me just appease the audience.
Oh, okay. Yeah, everybody's got to check this out. The tinfoil hat guy. Yeah, that was pretty cool. So, you don't have to wear it the whole time. It's just
there's always an evolution to who we are, and I've evolved out of this. So
okay.
Now I just carry it around as a souvenir.
Yep, cool. Well, we're grateful that you're here to speak to us. I'm really excited about what you're doing helping direct marketers bridge that gap. It's like, man, that's a painful point. Like we can produce beef. I think we're really good at what we do, but man, we do not have that marketing code cracked. And it sure seems like you're able to speak to that with authority, and you're gaining some traction with your businesses. And you've also mentioned that it is God-led, that it's was given to you. And so we're grateful that you're here to share this story. Do you have slides you want to present, or is this more monologue?
Let me do a screen share here just to keep me on track.
Yep.
And,
okay. Sounds good. And we'll give you like a 5-minute warning when you're coming up against the time. So
yeah, perfect. You guys can see that all right?
Yeah, just go ahead and put it into presentation mode, AJ, if you're able to, and then it'll come up on full screen if.
Oh, let's see. Maybe I need to try a different file here.
I think there should be an option that just says
got a PDF that might work better. Let me see.
Yeah, or within PowerPoint you can go. There we are. That'll work.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Yep.
All right, everybody. Well, first of all, Jared, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. I think we first met at probably the Utah Soil Health Conference, probably, and so we've stayed in contact since then. And appreciate what you're doing and your organization. I appreciate the message about the bringing awareness to the suicide rate amongst producers. I'm a combat veteran, so it was sad to learn that ag beat out vets. I mean, it's sad for any organization. I had a battle buddy who killed himself in 2012, and that during that time sent me on a journey of discovering why. The guy who did it was somebody that we all looked up to, and it was a shock to learn that was the person. Sometimes the strongest among us are the ones who are fighting most of the battles, and we didn't know that. And so to learn that the same pressures and intensity is on the ag space is it's sombering, especially when human beings, we need three things, right? We need food, shelter, and safety. Those are the three primary needs for human beings. And so how do we find ourselves in a position where the most important role in our society is struggling so bad that that's happening? So some of my conversation today is going to start with kind of where we came from, where I came from personally, why we're doing what we're doing. A lot of you guys are going to know some of these statistics and backgrounds, but so just to jump right in here, I in 1930s, there were about 6 million farms and ranches. And then the policies that started coming out to create bigger corporations, bigger food producers, started creeping into our ag system. And by the 60s or by the 80s, we were down to 1.8 million. I have a little quote here that I learned the other day from Dr. John Eichmann. I apologize. I'll share it with y'all later if you want to know who it was. He did a really good presentation, but he was a professor that actually supported the growth of large-scale farms and ranches in his early career, and then was kind of one of the first to start identifying the problems that was going to be caused from that down the road, and became an advocate for keeping our ag producers small, keeping it in the small family farms and operations. And so he did a phenomenal presentation, but this quote here just really shocked me that there was that much intention, an actual strategy that was paid for and contemplated on how to get farmers off of the farm. So the CED, Center for Economic Development, the movement of people from agriculture has not been fast enough to take full advantage of the opportunities that improved farm technologies and increasing capital create. The CED proposed an adaptive approach to utilize positive government action to facilitate and promote movement of labor and capital where they will be most productive, which interprets or to be interpreted as the goal was to move 1/3 of farmers off of farms in 5 years. That was an intentional program and effort by people within our federal government, influenced by big corporations. I don't inherently believe that they intended for the consequences we're seeing today, but I think those certain liberties were taken because of that momentum, and now we see what we see in terms of the losses of our small farms and ranches. As a military veteran, one of the things that I pick up here on the let's see, where is it? Adaptive approach to utilize positive government action. We called that, the joke we had was the beating will continue until morale improves. That's how I interpreted that from being in the military. So basically, we're going to just keep driving, making issues for you until you have to leave and we reach our goal of 1/3 of small family farmers off the operation. Now, my experience in Iraq opened my eyes to food scarcity, but I'll be honest with you, this was 20 years ago. This is me playing soccer with some kids when we took care packages to this home and we fed them. And I was aware of the condition the family was in when we got there, but it didn't really stick out for me until COVID. When COVID hit, I started remembering this family, which was so strange, and the look of the dad watching us feed his family, and my brain replaced him with me, as if I was watching other people feed my family, and so really became hyper aware of the fragility of our food supply chain and the need to find a new path forward to strengthen and improve our small family farms and their operations. So since COVID, during COVID, I had this concept that I'll share with you guys at the end of my presentation that we've built to hopefully help make a difference, but I'll get to that in just a second. So the vision is to aim to build a parallel food economy that favors small farms over large corporate entities. Now, with that being said, we have 320 million people in America to feed. There's no illusion that this is going to be a multi-decade process to get back to where we were. We have no illusions that we're going to, snap our fingers and all of a sudden everything's going to be fixed. We rely on the system that we have, but I don't see any reason why we can't start making slow progress back to more stable, small family operations. And in fact, I think our nation's food security and food sovereignty rely on that transition. So when we look at the problems that we're facing, government policy being number one, because there's a lot of influence around that. And again, most people on this call, I might be preaching to the choir that there's a lot of influence and effect. So we continue that process. Earl Butz comes into the picture in 1970, and that's the get big or get out conversation that goes along with the quote from the CED. Now we see 85% of America's meat supply chains controlled by 4 companies. And then we have other policies that if you go do the research on your own, I'm not going to dive into them, but the 30 by 30 and Agenda 21 that is being labeled as ways to help the environmental impact, but they have consequences that we will see if we're not extremely careful. And again, advantages that can be taken of in these policies. Then we have loss of small processors. So in my journey since COVID 2020, I started asking a lot of questions, and I found myself, folks, I'm just a regular person. My family are 5 generations. Let me scroll back up. This is a picture of me and my uncles. You can tell who the city slicker is. So I'm the city slicker cousin of 5 generations of ranching. I got to do the cattle drives and the brandings, but I didn't have the luxury of being pulled out of school for such. So, and I always wanted to be a rancher and get into ag. But my uncle told me something. My uncle Stacy right here, he said, if you want to be a millionaire rancher, start with 10 million, you'll lose it all and you'll be down to $1 million. And so that seed in my head said, okay, go and build big businesses so you can afford to be in ranching. And I did that for the majority of my adult life until I just kept getting my teeth kicked in, and really God said, no, you just go get into ag. It's time to jump in. And the thing that bothered me as a child, being teased by my cousins as the city slicker cousin, actually turned out to be a blessing in my later years. The blessing was that I have an understanding of both urban and rural. I lived in Phoenix for 12 years. And so I realized the disconnect was the ability to communicate between the two populations, rural and urban. And so it ended up being a blessing for me in the long run to not be so close to agriculture that I couldn't see the other side or the other conversation. We also face things like water curtailments. That's a big issue for most of the producers in the West. We saw those things with what's going on in Idaho, and it's a constant problem in Utah, where I'm from. I now live in Cody, Wyoming, where I ended up, like I said, asking too many questions. So I ended up in Cody. And before I knew it, I was running a USDA slaughterhouse, which was not on my radar, but turned out to be one of the most important experiences to develop this program from the farm, because now I understood selling beef for my family's ranch direct to consumer. And during that time, I knew what it was like to drop the cattle off at one side and pick up finished packaged beef on the other side, but I had no idea what was happening in between, and also what was happening in the USDA level or the processing level nationwide. And in fact, what shut our family's operation down when we were selling direct was, June of 2020, calling to get our next round of processing, and they said, yeah, we can get you in 18 months. And all of a sudden it was, oh man, what are we going to do? How are we going to do this? And so we drove all over the state of Utah, fitting ourselves into whatever processing facility that we could. And that brought in a whole nother host of problems and challenges. Packaging was different. The label of the cut was different. It just brought a lot more challenges that we just couldn't quite pencil out. If you're selling direct, you all realize and know that the margins are so small as it is. When you add hundreds of miles extra in your travel to get to that, you start sucking up all those margins right away. So, and then the other side is the consumer disconnect. So like I was saying a minute ago, the ability for us to communicate to the consumer so that we are speaking their language, or they understand what we're saying, so they want to come to you as the producer and source their product. And the consumer does need to be retrained to see food as an investment in long-term health. Because when we look at, if you're selling direct, one of the common questions is, why is it so expensive buying right from the rancher? A lot of consumers don't recognize that they're comparing apples and oranges, not apples and apples. Or in some cases, some of these large food companies, they actually use food as a loss leader because they have margins on other products that are so large they can make up the difference there. And so trying to compete dollar for dollar doesn't make sense, but to educate the consumer of the different values of buying direct, and there's a lot of them, not just the quality of the food or that it's local or anything like that, but even food sovereignty. If you know your farmers and rancher, you're always going to have food. A lot of people in the cities, when COVID hit and store shelves were empty or they had limits on what they could buy, that was very stressful for a lot of the consumers. But for those consumers who had a personal relationship with their producer, they didn't carry the same worry or the same concern. So now we talk about shifting mindset, and Jared, I appreciated what you were saying earlier, because one thing I learned getting into ag was part of my past career, I was in fitness. I owned a CrossFit gym, and then I built a sports entertainment company. And that company, we broadcast live to 250,000 people, and we'd have 600 to 900 people in the audience watching. So what I learned about that fitness space was the comparisons that we always draw with our colleagues, right? And so I get into ag and I realized those same concerns or that same scarcity mindset existed also in ag. And I was surprised, because my only exposure all growing up were my very confident, strong, proud uncles, and I didn't see that side of them. And then when I got into it, I started seeing that. And so usually I kind of have a joke, sorry, I think it was Melissa was your name that just spoke. I apologize. Ag Women Connect, she talked about not pitting one another against each other. And I had this joke in the fitness space that matches here. If you get 3 producers in a room, the only thing 2 will agree on is how the third one isn't doing it right. And we can kind of maybe laugh about that, but the longer consequence of that, like was being said, is when you say my beef is the best, I'm saying my neighbor's isn't as good. And what I want people to understand is that comes from an old mindset. That's a scarcity mindset. If you've never heard of the term epigenetics has to do with the environment that we come from or that we're raised in. And epigenetics can be handed down from generation to generation. And so when I would be in all of our family meetings, because we would do this, we'd get together as a family at grandma's house, and everybody would talk about what's going on. And it was the lack of water, the lack of AUMs that were being taken away, or changes in their ranching practices that they didn't have any say on. So there's all of this scarcity mindset. That's all built around scarcity. But if we take a step back and look at the picture as a whole, we have 320 million Americans, people in the United States to feed. And there's because of COVID, there's this great awakening about knowing where our food comes from and shaking the hand that feeds us. So the mindset is shifting for the consumer, and now's the time for the mindset to start shifting for the producer, and one of abundance versus scarcity. And when you come from an mindset of abundance, if I don't have a product that my customer's looking for, I have no problem referring them to my neighbor, because I believe in abundance. And I believe if I'm contributing to others, they're also going to turn around and contribute to me one way or another. And maybe it's just karma. Maybe it's just, karma being God saying, hey, listen, you have faith. You continue with faith. So you're not operating under a scarcity mindset. You're going to be blessed. And so that's where we want to make that shift and start recognizing the industry size. It's the meat industry is a $213 billion industry. And it's consolidated, which means opportunity. There's a huge opportunity with the mindset that's shifting from consumers to find the producers. And if we work together, if we collaborate with one another, that collaboration can start making a massive impact. We can never outspend the system that exists. We can never match that dollar for dollar, but we can through collaboration, partnerships, and relationships. Just like Jared's offering on this, he says, you're not going to take anything from me. If you want to share what you guys are up to, we believe in abundance. So share what you're up to. Let's rally with one another and support and make this happen. And so that's the collaboration mindset that we're looking to work towards. So let's talk about a little bit about what customers want. And so over the last 4 years, I've been messaging the people to try to bring in awareness towards agriculture. And let me just say this right off the bat. There's some fundamental beliefs that I can't be moved on, but there are other beliefs that I have that I'm willing to evolve with. So every time I have a new conversation with a new producer in a different area of ag, it informs me deeper. And because I'm not committed to one idea, there could be some influence on what I previously thought to be true, maybe not so much true or finite, and can be, I can evolve, right? And so I think that's important that we all stay kind of in that mindset of I'm willing to hear feedback and change this ground that I'm standing on, because I may learn something new and a new conversation that can help me out. So when we look at what the customers are looking for, to successfully sell direct, it's important to understand what they're looking for. And so the first thing is connection and experience. Consumers want to know the story behind their food. That's the shift that's happening. Many people aren't fine just going to the big grocery store and just grabbing something off the shelf. There's a lot of people that want to know the story, where it came from. They want to be able to build that relationship with you and ask certain questions that matter to them. You're going to get asked if your beef has mRNA. And then you have the opportunity to then educate that consumer what the reality is around that, right? And everybody on here knows that mRNA has not been approved for the use in cattle. And so you can have that conversation with them and let them know. Now, is it something that's being discussed? Yes, I've heard it discussed myself from different groups, but it isn't in your beef, and it isn't in there as of right now. But they want to know that. They want to become connected to it. They want to ask you certain things about how you finish your product. Some people are looking for the regenerative product only. Some people will never shift from corn and grain finished beef because that's what they love. Great. Plenty of consumers for every producer who's producing the way they are currently. But developing that message and your relationship with your customer is really important. The other side of that is transparency and quality. Modern consumers, or the current consumers, are demanding transparency. In other words, they want to know where it came from. The mandatory country of origin labeling is a shock to the average consumer when you explain to them that when they buy beef labeled USA, it's most likely, or depending on where you're buying it from, is probably not from the USA. It's probably imported. Now, am I saying that the beef that comes from another country is worse, that's the scarcity mindset that would say yes. The reality is it's not, for me, this is just AJ's belief, it's not so much the quality as it is the ability to access it, because we're losing our small farms and ranches because of the large scale imports. You know, they can buy it cheaper in one country, come here and sell it cheaper than what we can right from the producer, and they still have a small margin. And so it works for them. But so when I talk about imported beef, I'm not vilifying the livestock. I'm talking about the policy and the system that exists and its impact on us as a whole. And so they want to know those things. They want to have that transparency. Where did this come from? Who raised it? They want to know you and how you raised it and what your family's practices are. That's a shift in the mindset of the consumer that came from COVID. They value quality over quantity and are often willing to pay a premium for products they trust. Now, we are in a very challenging economic time for both producers and consumers, right? People's dollars don't go as far. Groceries are more expensive than they've ever been. And that's where the education side can come in, because you can start educating, depending on how your product's finished, on the nutrient density of the product, if that's something that you have. And I've seen reports of comparisons through Bionutrient Health Institute that will corroborate some of those practices being different and the nutrient density that you can receive from that. And so they want that transparency. They want to be able to ask those questions. Sustainability and ethics. Ethical practices, including animal welfare and environmental stewardship, are key to selling points for many consumers. They want to know that, the big message right now is that cows are destroying the planet. But those that have a few more brain cells between their ears than those that just listen to the mainstream, they want to ask you those questions. Is it true? Like, what's happening? And then you can communicate to that and speak to that and educate them on different things around the ethical practices and environmental stewardship and so forth. They also want showcasing your commitment to sustainability. They want to know from you. They're going to ask you how do those practices work so you can have sustainability? How are you insulating yourself from other parts of the supply chain breaking down, that I can still rely on you and I can still receive the food if I can't get it from my grocery store? So they're going to ask you those kinds of questions. They want to know if it's local and fresh. Consumers prefer local food that is fresh. Fresh meaning, I don't mean not frozen. I mean, hasn't been in a supply chain and traveled 3,000 miles before it landed at their doorstep or further, depending on the product they're getting. So they want to have have that information available to them. Highlighting the freshness and locality of your product can be a significant advantage. So when you talk about your operation, you talk about how things are working, when you speak to those things, you're going to start reaching a larger customer base, because that's what they're listening for. And so the more you can speak to that, the more customers that are going to come looking for you, so they can count on you and be a regular customer of yours. My cousin asked me the other day, he said, man, prices are so good right now. How do I justify holding this livestock for 9 more months when I can go and get probably what I'm going to make in profit 9 months later? That's an important question. And my reply to that is, well, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Start slowly and start building your direct business, because at the end of the day, when you're selling cattle on the hoof, usually that's not your end customer. And so the idea that customer may not be there next year. Cattle prices are good right now at the auction, but where are they going to be next year? Whereas if you sell direct now, you're actually maintaining a customer. You build a solid relationship in perpetuity. So if the auction prices aren't where they were next year, but you started building a direct business and you're collecting those retail margins, that's your customer. You have more control of your bottom line now, because you have that direct relationship. And the more that you develop those direct relationships, the more referrals you're going to receive from those people, because you've taken care of them really well. So those
About
are
5 minutes there, AJ. 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. So the solution: food sovereignty, powering farmers to have control over their food supply, hyperlocal food systems, building local food systems that reduce dependency on big corporations, resurgence of homesteading. This is one of the fastest movements in the nation. And I frankly see it like the Victory Gardens of World War II, when they said, listen, we can't feed our troops and you. Everybody needs to start growing a garden and have a few backyard chickens. I see the homesteading movement of this era being a shift back towards that time. And then community support, creating a community that supports and defends their local food supply. So one of the biggest initiatives that we have with our particular platform is the more consumers that are in collaboration, the more we can reach people when bad policies are being pushed through that are going to affect our small family farms and ranches. And it does make a difference, folks. If you saw what was happening in Oregon with the small dairies, and then they backed off because of consumer pressure. And then you saw what happened in Idaho with the water curtailment, which is still going on, but it caused the government there to back off and start reconsidering, because they got so much, the producers got so much support from the nation, like, hey, this is not okay with us. You're messing with our food supply chain, which is our producers. So the more people we can bring together, the more we can help defend our right to food sovereignty and buying that from where we choose. There was one thing I want to just share real quick, is that there's a difference between food sovereignty and food security. Food security is just the ability to fill your belly with something if you're hungry. That's food security. Food sovereignty is our right as individuals to choose the food we want to eat. And so we need to defend food sovereignty more than food security, because the language matters, the words matter. So steps to getting started: market research, understand your local market and consumer needs. My social media, I've got 140,000 followers, I think. That's education for me. I get to ask them, get feedback from them, what they are looking for from our producers. The average person on my following is 55 to 65-year-old women. They're the ones who still remember what it was like to buy local, to prepare wholesome, quality, nutrient-dense food for their family. And they get that. That makes sense to me why that audience is my biggest audience. So do research on who your audience is. Build your brand. Develop a strong brand that resonates with customers. Your brand is your message. What you and your family are up to is your brand, and they're going to follow you and be a part of what you're doing because of that. Setting up sales channels. Utilize online platforms in local markets. Ensure all regulatory and legal requirements are met, and then engage with your customers and build those relationships. I can't stress that part enough. You may want to be disappearing out on the ranch, but if you understand the value of developing those relationships, I encourage you to find your voice and let them hear from you. There couldn't be a better time in recent history for you to be vocal and share with people what you're up to and how you do it. So to close here, the call to action from us specifically, we built a platform called From the Farm. And as Jared said, in 2020, God spoke to me and said, this has to be done. It was basically the Airbnb of local food. And I said, no way. I don't know anything about that. I just went through a bankruptcy. I'm slinging concrete part-time. I'm working Walmart. I'm doing whatever I could to put food on my table. And here's this concept that I have no business being a part of because I don't know tech. And I couldn't sleep for 3 weeks. I kept seeing the face of that man in Iraq. And so finally I said, okay, God, where do I got to go? And that was April of 2020. We launched in March, fromthefarm.org. It's a great experiment. Can we build a platform not designed around profit, but designed around supporting our farmers and ranchers? And where we are looking to earn the profit, because we do have people supporting this financially, is through affiliate partnerships, things that complement food. Can we build a system that does not take, because we're still the middleman. We're trying to remove as many middlemen as possible, but we're still the middleman. So how do we do this in a way that we don't earn a profit off of the producer's food? The producer gets all that profit. We're looking for other ways to do that. And through affiliate partnerships is one of those ways. So if you guys are interested, you can send me a message. I'll just scroll up here real quick to my contact screen. You can give me a call, shoot me a text, send me an email, whatever you'd like. Go to fromthefarm.org. There's a button that says become a producer. We verify every single seller on our platform that they are a family private owned operation. That's the only verification that we do. So when you go on there and see blue check marks, I've had a chance to visit with that family personally to get to know them. So the customer knows when they come to the platform, they at least know those who they're going to connect with are truly family-owned farms and ranches and not a corporation posing as such. And so I'll I'll wrap it up there and
That
take
is
any
awesome.
questions if anybody has, but I appreciate
Yeah.
the opportunity.
We'll probably do this, AJ. Thank you. That was awesome. Yeah, very concise, and appreciate you sharing that information. If there
Thank
are
you.
any questions, if you want to go ahead and type it in the chat, and then maybe AJ can respond to those in the chat. We're going to roll on to our next speaker, but appreciate that. Also, yeah, if anybody needs contact information, but probably the best thing is just go to the page that Margot just posted. And that is access to be able to list your farm or ranch on there. Is that right, AJ?
Yes, yeah. So you'd list your operation, and we would help you get that set up. And then our job is to do all of the marketing. That was the biggest thing that I identified that I could have used help on when I was selling direct. Is, man, all these services are out there to help me, but what I needed the help with the most was marketing. So that's why we describe it like Airbnb. You know, they did a really good job bringing millions of people to that platform, and if we can do the same, producers can focus on producing.
That is awesome. Yep. I think all of us that have direct marketed can feel that pain. And so Jeff is up next, and he's kind of got a little bit of a different take on direct marketing and how that might tie in. Jeff, are you there? You want to go ahead and unmute, and we'll pull you up to the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Oh, you bet. We're grateful that you're here with us today. Tell the audience where you're from, Jeff.
Yeah, so my farm is in Charleston, South Carolina. We're in coastal mosquito country. So it's hot and humid and covered in bugs right now. So not the best time of year. But we're making it. We're making it happen.
Cool. Well, yeah, I see you got it pulled up there. Let's
Perfect.
jump into your presentation. We look forward to hearing from you, Jeff.
Great. So today I want to talk about kind of ditching the wholesale model and how to generate recurring revenue on your farm. And if you guys don't want to be taking notes, I'll be giving a lot of details here. There's a website link right here. It's go.regenerativesuccess.net/summit. That will get you the slide presentation. Just go to that link and it will get you the slides here, copy of the slides that you can follow along with, so you don't have to sit here and take notes. But yep, so the goal of today is really talk about, what we can do and increase and get recurring revenue on our farms. And, personally, I started doing a lot of wholesale. So my farm in the beginning, 7.5 years ago when we started, we were doing about 98% wholesale. And there was very little margin left over at the end of the day when we started doing that. And so we thought, okay, how can we make this more viable? How can we capture more margin? And so now fast forward to today, we are about 98% direct to consumer, only 2% wholesale. So it's pretty much flip-flopped. And so this presentation really is for farmers that haven't been able to match their online sales yet. If you're a farmer and you're tired of posting on social media all day, not getting very good results, or you haven't gotten to that consistency with farmers markets. I'm a huge proponent of farmers markets, but they have their issues, like if it rains or you have bad weather, or you're just tired of wholesaling for a tiny fraction of profit. Hopefully you'll get something out of this presentation here. Let's go. Okay. So by the end of the presentation, I'm hoping that you will know how to generate monthly recurring revenue on your farm. I'll give you a step-by-step plan for setting up subscription box orders for you and kind of doing the right way. So not your standard subscription, check here to get this on a subscription model. We did that for years on our website. It didn't work. This is going to be a different way of doing it. You'll have access to software and tools to do this. And I'll teach you how to get early adoption of your subscription model and some of the keys to retaining those customers once you have gotten them, and how to continue to grow those customers and grow your customer base. And if you stay to the end, I'll give you an exclusive tool for free to implement everything that I'm talking about today. So who am I? I was a medical professional turned chicken farmer. I struggled for a long time to really make the farm work, to make it pay the bills. And, like I said, we're doing a lot of wholesale, and then we shifted gears, started doing direct to consumer with farmers markets, online sales, and we increased our farm profit 700% in just 5 months. And I was able to quit my full-time job to farm. I started a company called Regenerative Success, and I discovered a lot of other farmers were struggling as well. And my goal was to, how can I help other farmers kind of overcome some of the challenges that I saw and become more profitable, more successful in their farm. So the problem with wholesale, if you guys are selling to restaurants, chefs, small grocery stores, stuff like that, low margins, right? You're maybe getting 10 to 30% profit margin. In agriculture, your farmer does all the work. You get the smallest piece of the pie, right? I know this firsthand. And if you have a large buyer, if you have let's say, everybody, you may or may not have heard the story of Whole Foods and how White Oak Pastures has had their struggles with Whole Foods, and now they're not using Whole Foods anymore, because if you get a large buyer like Whole Foods, you start selling more product to them, and eventually over time they start paying you less and less, right? And they know that there's such a large part of your business that you can't really fight it, right? They're constantly renegotiating their contracts. I would recommend going away from big wholesale. If you're going to do wholesale, keep it small, but it's very small margins. So I tried other ways to get sales on my farm. We tried Facebook, social media, the word of mouth. We started doing farmers markets. They were great, but what happens when you have bad weather or it's closed for half the season? We tried third parties online. I built my own website. Nothing was consistent. Nothing was reliable. Online sales were hit or miss. And we even offered subscription options. We tried, some of these third party, farm to door type companies. Without mentioning them, we've tried all these different things, bundle boxes. Again, very few sales when we tried subscriptions. We were offering bundle boxes, pre-orders, save 10%, subscribe and get this delivered to you every month. Very few orders, it was hit or miss. So it didn't work. And I said, there's got to be a way to do this, get recurring, consistent orders. I tried doing pre-selling, so pre-selling our product, and that worked okay, but it was kind of a big production. I had to send a bunch of emails, really advertise heavily, and I could, you can't do that all the time, right? You can't do that every 2 weeks. I would do that like once a quarter, and I would get some sales. The pre-selling worked okay, but I needed more than just a big launch every 3 months because I was doing patchwork poultry. I think pre-selling works well if you're doing like beef, or if you're doing large volume orders, but if you're selling a $30 chicken, it doesn't work so well. So when I finally figured out the right way to do recurring subscriptions, we launched our subscription model. We did $30,000 in annual sales in just 5 days, the first 5 days. And I was like, wow, this is it. This is the way to do it. It was hugely impactful for us and our farm, and to have that security, that financial security and stability, knowing that those orders were going to come every month, month after month. So what is a subscription box? So the solution was a subscription box, right? And so why are we doing this? Well, subscription box orders provide recurring revenue for creating positive and dependable cash flow. I'm so bullish now on subscriptions that I dare to say that you don't have a business unless you have some kind of recurring revenue model, right? Because it's just not reliable. What happens if the farmer's market closes? What happens if your wholesale buyer starts ordering from you? We saw that during COVID. We nearly went, all of our restaurants stopped ordering for us for a particular time during COVID because people weren't going out to eat. The other nice thing about selling direct consumer, having subscription boxes, you have higher margins, obviously much higher than wholesale. You're not putting all your eggs in one basket, so you have multiple customers, and you have a very diversified customer base. And we actually support other local farms as well. So that's also a great thing to be able to support and source some product from other farms that we use. So again, here's a link to a YouTube video if you want to check it out on how we did $30,000 in 5 days, describes it in a little more detail. So what did we do? How did we make subscriptions work the second time we launched it that didn't work the first time? Well, I kind of summed it up this way. We figured out what our customers wanted, and we asked them. I sent them emails, we did polls, I said, what do you want? What would you do for a subscription order? What would make it so that you would love it and stay? So we figured out what they wanted. We gave them what they wanted. We included free home delivery. And then we set up all the tools to do that. So we have online tools to take payments to a payment processor. We have landing pages where people can go to sign up. We have automated reminders that tell folks, hey, you need to place your order. You need to submit your preferences. I have reminders that come to me that says an order was just submitted, preferences were just submitted. You need to get that ready. We had a series of pre-launch emails, about 7 or 8 emails that went out before we launched the subscription model, and then a launch series of about 6 or 7 emails that went out during the launch period when we actually launched this whole thing. And we set this all up to run on autopilot once we got it all set up. Again, here's a link, go.regenerativesuccess.net/summit if you want to copy these slides. So what were our keys to success? Well, there's a couple of things I think that we did differently that made subscription work this time when it didn't work before is, one, we included free home delivery. We said we're going to make this local, we're going to deliver to our local area, and we're going to make it free. It's going to be included, so we just priced that into our model. The second thing we offered was the ability to customize our order, so customers could pick what they want in their box. So, this is the biggest thing I heard from people why they would cancel a CSA or subscription order is because if you ever done a vegetable CSA and got 5 pounds of beets in your vegetable CSA, and you're like, what the heck am I gonna do with all these 5 pounds of beets? That's going to be a reason that you're going to quit. So if you don't get any preference or any say so in it, that's not what customers want. Frequency. So customers wanted or a different frequency option, so you can offer weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, so they can choose what fits their needs. And we included a lot of variety and customization. So we allow our customers to choose what they want. We offer poultry, we offer pork, beef, bread, mushrooms, eggs, produce, you name it. And they get to select what they want in their box. And I think that was a big point. The other thing that we heard a lot of was people wanted the option to pause their subscription. That was a big thing for them. So you're thinking, okay, Jeff, this sounds great. I want to launch my subscription box. How do I do it? Well, I'm going to give you kind of the steps here to do it. So the first thing you do is create a frequently asked questions sheet. So here's a copy of ours. It just talks about what you do, where we deliver, what the sign up is, how does everything work. It's good to think through this, write it all down in a Google Doc, or give that Google Doc to your audience so they can answer every question, have everything answered for you. The next step is you want to set up a landing page. A landing page is a place where people can go and sign up for your thing, right? And they can pay right there. You don't want to ask people to, email you or mail them an invoice or email them an invoice. You won't be able to you want people to be able to sign up and pay you in that moment. So landing pages are different from a website in that a landing page has a singular focus for a singular customer and a singular purpose. So a landing page we set up specifically just for the subscription box, nothing else. There's no buttons in the header where they can click off and go see other things. There's no recipes. It's here's our box, sign up for it. You have 2 choices. You either sign up or you leave the website. That's it. And because of that, a landing page is about 10 times more effective at converting a customer than a website is. So when you set up your landing page, there's a couple things you need on that landing page. You need to have a good headline. So you can see here, your local farm direct box delivered. That's our headline. The next thing you need is an option to select your box. So we have different tiers, $70, $150, or $300, depending on which one they want. So they can select it and they can pay right there. You need to have an order form where they can purchase. So we have that set up, as well as where they can submit their preferences. Other things that are helpful to have on that landing page are a review section. So if you have Google reviews, put those in there, and have a frequently asked questions section. So, what are the sizes, what are the payments, where do you deliver, all that stuff, put it in there as well so you can answer all their questions. Once you set up your landing page, you need to launch your product, right? You've got your document that outlines your CSA, your subscription model. You set up the landing page. So now you need to tell your audience about it. And so we sent, like I said, about 7, or no, actually I think it was like 4 or 5 pre-launch and then about 7 launch emails. And so the pre-launch emails are just saying, hey, we're thinking about doing this thing. We'd love your input. Tell them, kind of hinting, hey, this is going to be open next week. We talk about what it is, and you say, we'll give you the details next week when we've got it fully ready to go. And then when our launch opens, we launch it for about a week and just give people a limited time to sign up. We talk about what it is, the details on it, how much it costs, all that good stuff with links in there. And we send those emails for about a week, and then we close it. We don't allow people to sign up at that point. There's a couple of things that we did to really incentivize people to sign up, to encourage them to sign up. And what we did was we offered, you can offer limited edition or seasonal products that are not available normally from your farm. So this is an extra little thing you offer them. We offer additional incentives such as that are only available to our CSA subscribers, our subscription subscribers, and that would be something like on-farm dinners or events, specialty products, discounts on future orders. We sometimes offer a free item. Sign up this week, you'll get a free pack of bacon, something like that. We also will do refer a friend. So if you refer somebody and they sign up, you're going to get a free product, or you're going to get a commission on that referral. And then lastly, we also offered a bunch of digital products, and I'll talk about that more in just a moment. So what are the digital products we created? So we created a bunch of bonuses, a bunch of things to encourage people to sign up now. And things like that can really help people to not delay the decision. So we said, hey, if you sign up this week, you're going to get this whole book of recipes. You're going to get these cooking guides, things telling them how to can your produce, how to cut up a whole chicken, how to defrost your meat the best, the step by step. These are things you can create, and you create it one time and you can deliver it, and it's no cost to you, right? And so these are great things to add as additional bonuses. And it also educates the customer, makes them more comfortable with your product. Another thing that's great to offer as a digital product is unboxing videos, right? Showing customers what's in the box, what they're going to get, what it looks like. This helps them kind of get excited about the purchase and really be engaged and wanting it. So once you've got that customer, they've signed up, the next step is to retain them. We don't want them to order 1 month and then drop out, right? Because that's not good. So there are a couple of things you can do to increase your retention and keep them on that subscription plan. We can offer incentives for them to order like quarterly or annually, and so they get a better deal, right? They get a discount if they purchase 3 months at a time or 6 months at a time is one thing you can do. You can offer exclusive content. Again, this is only available to people that are on our subscription, this farm dinner or this farm tour, whatever it is. Offer them how-to guides, recipes. It's really important to have excellent communication. So that helps to build trust and satisfaction among customers. If you're not communicating with them, telling them what the box is, when it's going to be delivered, what to expect, telling them to leave a cooler on their porch, that sort of thing, they're probably not going to stick around. So communication is really important. We also want to communicate and get their feedback. How can we improve this? What did you like about it? What did you not like about it? We send surveys out to get that feedback from customers. And then we let our customers customize their box, so they can add whatever products they want in their box. So we give them a customized experience. So once you've got some customers, you've figured out how to retain those customers, the next step is to continue to grow your subscribers. So the way we do this is a couple different ways. Posting on social media, obviously. You can do paid advertising. We've done some. If you post on social media, make sure you include a link. So like on Instagram, there's a sticker where you can include the link. It's a clickable link. If you do an Instagram story, that works really well, because if you do an Instagram post, the link you put in the caption is not clickable. But if you do a story, it's clickable. They can match it right there and go straight to it. So it increases conversions. We also add additional products. So like every month or so, we'll be, hey, we got new stuff. We're adding new things to the box, and that'll encourage more people to sign up. The other thing we do is we make it hard for them to quit, right? We offer a limited number of boxes. Hey, we're only taking 7 new subscriptions this week or this month, and we offer we include a registration fee. So if they sign up and they had to pay a $10 or $20 registration fee to sign up to our subscription model, that's a one-time fee in addition to the monthly charge, they're more inclined to stick with it versus somebody that's very flaky and says, oh, I'm gonna cancel this month and then join again next month and then cancel and then join again 2 months later, because they're gonna have to pay that registration fee every time. So we make it hard for them to quit by charging that registration fee. Another way that's worked really well to grow our subscribers, get more people on the list, is by offering affiliate. So we have a whole affiliate channel where our current customers or even other local businesses can advertise our subscription box. And if they get people to sign up, those people are paid a percentage. So we pay them 10 or 20% affiliate commission for any referrals they send us. So at this point, you might be thinking, hey, that's a lot, Jeff. How am I possibly going to set all this up? But what if I gave you a tool that did all this for you, right? Did all the tech, all the tools, all the technology for you for free. So I'm offered this. So we put together this 10x farm marketing app. And what this is a software. It's the all-in-one farm marketing application that increases your customers and sales by 10x, because that's how much our customers and sales went up once we started utilizing this. And so this application will really allow you to do the automated payments, the landing pages, the automations with the reminders and everything all for you. We have 2 plans, and the plans are either $100 a month or $297 a month, but I'm gonna give you a coupon code. If you use coupon code SUMMIT, you're gonna get $97 off your first month. So basically you get first month for free. So you can try it without any obligation. We are going to limit this to only 15 people. So there's only 15 coupons out there. So the first 15 people to sign up will get this special offer. This ends August 21st. So in order to claim this, the web address, the link is go.regenerativesuccess.net/app, APP. So if you go to that link, go.regenerativesuccess.net/app, enter coupon code SUMMIT, you'll get $97 off your first month. Basically makes your first month free. You can try it, no obligations. And check it out and see if you like it. Any questions, you can email me. Here's my email address. You can also find me on YouTube. Let me check the chat. So I got a few minutes. Try to go through that quick as I could.
No, that was perfect timing. Yeah, that was good. So I shared the link to get the slides in there. Hopefully that's there. And then the hyperlink is just under Jeff's picture on the gift page. And so just remember the password, that'll get you in there. And having a little bit of experience, like putting these summits together, and then my wife also running the direct marketing company, like super good value. So would you say, like in marketing terms, this is this a done for you or done with you type program, or do you have both levels?
Yeah, we have a couple of different options. Like there's 2 plans. Let me see if I can go back. So like the starter plan is more of a do-it-yourself. We give you a lot of templates, right? So we kind of give you the landing page template, the email templates, but you still have to write them, right? The grower plan, we will actually set up that landing page for you and set up the subscription automations for you. So on the higher plan, we actually do a lot more for you. And we have, full dedicated support staff.
Nice. Yeah, again, man, tons of value. And that's sometimes it's good to learn it if you're passionate about that, but I would stick to the things that we know the best, which is probably growing grass, raising cattle, building soil, and let the people that understand marketing, like Jeff, do what they do and what works. And so, man, super awesome.
Yeah.
Any other questions? You can type them in the chat. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, Jared, and I think one thing I was just going to say is that I'm not a marketer. I have no formal training in marketing, but the things that I teach and share with folks is just stuff that
we're going to need men, right?
So there's things that I do in my farm, share with others. So
yeah, that's awesome. Cool. What would you say is a common pitfall amongst yourself or your clients that you've seen, like that hinders our success?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is probably overwhelm, because it's a lot of information, and trying to learn something like, building a website or setting up email marketing or a landing page can be overwhelming. Just like anything, the first time you do it, it's hard, it's difficult. You don't know what you're doing right, you don't know what you're doing wrong. And so that was kind of the precipice of this is, I was trying to help farmers in different ways. I've been coaching farmers for a while, and, trying to find a way where you can't really fail, right? Try to ensure their success as much as possible. And I thought, well, hey, if we can kind of build this tool, this software, this application, it'll have all the email templates, the landing page templates, the website, all that stuff. And we'll provide the support to do that and help them through it to really just ensure that they're going to succeed with it, not feel that overwhelm so strongly.
Yeah, cool. I like it. Are you running paid ads? And is that part of the program to be able to facilitate that?
It's not part of this program. Now on my farm we do. We do some paid advertising. This is our software platform. We also do more of a done for you service where we will set up paid ads and do more. But that really isn't the scope of today's presentation. But that's an option. But this is more of our, just our software tool that I think I want to get something out there that's affordable for everybody. Because anybody can build your website, right? Anybody can get have a website, you can pay somebody to do it, you can use a third-party app. There's lots of different ways, Square, etc., right? But a website doesn't get you sales. That's the thing. It's a website is just a star in a galaxy of a billion stars, right? And so, that was the same experience I had myself. And I was thought, I have this online store, I have this website, but it's not generating any revenue for me. So
yeah,
that's why we built this app, which does it's kind of everything in one. It's your email marketing, your website, your payment provider, your landing page, your CRM, so you can have conversations, email, text, phone call, your social media planner and scheduler all in one. We've just got so much included in it. So everything's just kind of all there. And it's really about getting customers, nurturing those customers, telling them about what you do, why you do it, how you do it, why your food's special, and trying and utilizing the email and the social media to convert them into a paying customer.
Cool. I like it. Are you using Go High Level as your platform for that?
Yeah, so we are kind of using that as our skeleton. And we've customized it specifically for farmers.
Yeah. I guess that's what we use also at Ag Steward. Very robust.
Okay.
And, so yeah, and
great features.
Yeah, having used other ones, which I love Russell Brunson and ClickFunnels and things, but Go High Level definitely has things together and it works really good. So I love it.
Question, real quick from Larry. How does this work if you already have a sales website? Great question. So we will set up a custom domain, custom website for you. If you are really in love with your website, if you have Squarespace or like WooCommerce, WordPress, a lot of times we can integrate with that. And the way that integration works is you would still fulfill your orders through your website. If you're in love with it, you want to keep it, you would still fulfill orders, but like the customer information and the marketing information would translate over to our app. So you can still use the app for the marketing side and then the website for sales if you want to keep your existing website.
Okay. Yep. Good question. Thank you for that presentation. Hopefully this was meaningful. I'd love to hear in the chat what you guys took away from this. I guess for selfish reasons, I want to know, like, is this landing with you guys? I know a lot of you said you are wanting to direct market. I'm going to repost the survey here, so don't get distracted by it. It takes like 2 minutes to be able to go through that. And I'm going to share the results at the end of that. But yeah, we just want to get some feedback. Like, are these speakers, are they speaking the language that you need to hear? 2 years ago, this would have gone completely over my head. But now, after having done a little bit of marketing myself, I know enough that, man, I want to hire somebody else who knows what they're doing, because that's not my passion, nor is it within really my wheelhouse. So awesome. All right, we're going to roll on to our next speaker. Thanks again, Jeff. We've got Dan Probert up next. And Dan, welcome to the summit. We're grateful to have you here. We're grateful that you're willing to take time out of your day to be able to speak to us. Look forward to hearing your presentation. Let's tell folks where you're from, Dan.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. I'm Dan Probert, live in Joseph, Oregon. Been a member of the Country Natural Beef Co-op since 1996. We ranch in several places in Oregon and Washington. We've done some kind of cool and unique things here on the home ranch, including a conservation easement we did with the Nature Conservancy. But today I was going to talk about CMB's regenerative journey, and I'll try and share my screen here if I can.
Yeah, and we appreciate Country Natural being a supporter of this summit. Bill Likely reached out to me a while ago and said, "Hey, think we could collaborate?" And I says, "Yeah, having known families that sell into Country Natural," I said, "Absolutely. It seems like a good fit." So we appreciate you guys.
Great. And can you see that?
Yep.
Great.
Yep, looks good.
I've been listening the last couple of days. What a great deal to put together, Jared, and I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of that. So thank you.
You bet.
So who is Country Natural Beef? So Country Natural Beef is structured as a cooperative. Today, there's just a few less than 100 ranches that manage about 6 million public and private acres scattered across about 11 Western states. CMB was started in 1986. Doc and Connie Hatfield, which some of you might recognize the name, started the group in 86, but the group was actually started by a bunch of ranchers that were actually struggling. And some of us are old enough to remember the farm crisis, the days of 1920, 21% interest. There was a movement of cattle 3 by 93. And so CMB really was started by a group of ranchers that really were struggling on the ranches. And they met for the most part at an Allen Savory seminar, and that was kind of where CMB started. So today, CMB markets about 60,000 head of animals a year. We are a grain-fed program. Major partners and retailers are Whole Foods, New Seasons, who is a Portland-based retailer, PCC, which is Seattle-based, Shake Shack, Burgerville, and then a lot of independent retailers. We talk about marketing 60,000 head a year, and that sounds big if you're direct marketing from your ranch, or I'm even involved in a great grass-fed program that it does smaller numbers. But in the context of the sandbox we play in the natural beef business, 60,000 head really isn't a great big company. If you consider that, somebody could probably verify this, but I think we're killing 600 to 650,000 head a week nationally, all beef, right? So although we're, depending on the sandbox you want to put us in, we're either large or small, I guess. But because of these markets that we build into, CMB's always needed to lean into attributes that were maybe difficult for larger companies to do. So if you think of a Tyson or a JBS, and we've done those specialized things because of our size. And we went no antibiotics ever years and years ago. We signed on to the Global Animal Partnership 5-step animal welfare program. That was a differentiator for us, and I'm thinking that was probably 10 or 12 years ago. And we could see that again, we were going to have to take on some new attributes to differentiate ourselves once again. And really that's how we started on this regenerative journey. Although, you know, if you think about our roots and how we met at a holistic management seminar, it fits with our land ethic and who we are as a company. So we started what we call the Grayswell program, and that is our regenerative ranching program. And so you think about, well, why did we start our own? There's some great third-party certifiers out there, Regenified and Land to Market, and Audubon, Point Blue. And the short answer is that the reason we started it was mostly because of our size. And so we were very fortunate. We worked with folks at Savory. We worked with Gabe Brown, who started Regenified, and they actually helped us build out this program. But because of our size and the ability to audit 100 ranches, thinking about 6 million acres, including the public lands, we really started this on our own program. But if you looked at how the program is set up, it wouldn't look a lot different than any of the others. But one of the other things that caused us to go in our own direction was that we are a grain-fed program, and for the most part, the current programs are really set up to stop at the ranch gate, which for a grass-fed producer or a direct marketer actually works pretty well. But where we grain finish the cattle, we need to go one extra set. So we essentially want to make sure that changed there. So we essentially built this program to include regenerative standards around the grain finishing portion. So we started this in 2020. All of CMB's ranchers committed to the Grayswell Regenerative Program. We also collaborated with a nonprofit here in the Pacific Northwest. Maybe some of you have heard of Sustainable Northwest, but we've partnered with them. And then we've also used Northway Ranch Services. Maybe some of you know James Rogers, who started Northway. We use them as a technical service provider. So Northway is doing a lot of on the ground work for us to actually get the on the ground work done at the ranches, which includes soil health data, biodiversity measurements, water infiltration, all of those things that we think about when we think about getting some baseline data done on our ranch. So Northway did that. So we started that in 20. To date, switch slides here again. So to date, we've gathered baseline data on about a third of our ranches, with all of them completed in 2024. I can go online. This is you're looking at my, I guess, opening page on the database for my ranch, and I can go to this. I can get wrap data, which some of you might be familiar with some of the data that's actually publicly available, but it's specific to each of our ranches. But I have a page in the database. All my records are kept there. All my data that Northway collected is in this database. I can also add any data I want to, any records I want to keep. So if I I, for instance, go out and do any monitoring, I can put this on this database. And this has been a great tool for us in terms of, I guess, a repository for all the information that has to do with our regenerative journey. And additionally, it gives us credibility in terms of, if Whole Foods or New Seasons really wants to know that we walk the walk. We have the collective data of all of our ranches that says, hey, we're moving the needle on these things as a group. But then we also have this space where I can just talk about or find information on my own ranch. So to just talk a little bit about how we incorporated the grain finishing of these cattle. So as I mentioned previously, we do ascribe to the Global Animal Partnership 5-step program. We are a step 4. Country Natural Beef is a step 4 program, which means our animals are never confined to a traditional feedlot. So our animals always have access to space. That's part of the requirement of being GAP 4. But when we started this regenerative program, we wanted to go a little bit further, and we wanted to say, well, it's not just an attribute about space. Is there a way, which is kind of the call out in the 6 principles of regenerative ag, can we incorporate livestock into a cropping system? And so this is a very general way to say it, but essentially what we've done is we're using our cattle as a crop rotation. So, and if you're looking at those photos, that's the bottom photo is James Rogers, and we're actually doing the soil health tests on our finishing areas. These are irrigated circles in the Columbia Basin around Boardman, Oregon. That's where most of our cattle are finished. And then, so visualize these cattle finishing on this circle. They are feeding from a bunk for the most part. I don't want to give the illusion that we're a grass-fed program. We're not. These cattle, we want them to get most of their nutrition out of the bunk and meet USDA quality grade standards of choice or higher. But then think of these cattle moving on. So they move off of this circle, we come behind it, and then we grow a crop. And grab another slide here. So this is an example of the crop rotation we might use. So we would use our finishing cattle, then we might follow up with corn, or we might follow up with triticale, or we might follow up with another crop. But our intention here is to really make these cattle part of the cropping system. And so adding value in terms of soil health, adding value in terms of reducing synthetic inputs, and that's our goal. And so what we've done is we've started. I don't want to confuse folks. We've started a pilot project where we are actually using the livestock in a crop rotation system that is outlined here in this slide. It's really cool. I'm not a farmer. You could ask any of my neighbors; they would not. They would affirm that I cannot farm. But we, on these circles, we used with corn, field corn. I believe our yield was about 230 bushel to the acre on this circle behind the cattle, and that was with 0 synthetic inputs. I want to tell you we used a little bit of sulfur or something. Again, not the farmer, but my understanding is it was a pretty good yield for no inputs. And this is our goal, is trying to include the cattle in a cropping system in If some of you are familiar with the Columbia Basin, in very intensive cropping systems. So think onions and potatoes and sweet corn. This really could be a game changer in terms of how soil health is managed on some of these very intensive row crop farms, and we're really excited about it. So that's really the basis of our program. We're really excited about where we are in this journey. CMB would like to grow. All of our customers are growing. We'd like to add members. This is going away from the regenerative piece a little bit, but I can speak to my history in CMB. CMB's been a great tool for me to manage risk. One of the tools that CMB uses is we don't sell on the market daily, weekly. We actually average the price that we get for our finished animals over the entire year. So some of you played this game of trying to hit the high of a commodity market. In CMB, you don't have to do that. In a broader scope too, for me, if I just put my ranch hat on, CMB really manages all my marketing efforts, and that allows me to go home and focus on these things that I'm passionate about, the land health aspects and those sorts of things. And yeah, so Jared, I think that's kind of where I'd like to stop. I love to talk about the program, and I'm hoping maybe this creates the environment to have some good questions around what we're doing.
Awesome. Yeah, we appreciate that, Dan. Thanks for giving the background. Maybe some question. Who is a good fit? What size and scale do they need to be? Do they need to sell on truckload lots to qualify?
Yeah, so it works best if you have at least a truckload lot. Yeah, 2 or 3 would be better. I'd like to think, for the most part, our program is kind of fits a mid-sized family ranch, maybe 200-300 cows, but we kind of fill from people that do a load a year to some larger ranches that that maybe put a couple thousand head in a year, and so there's room for everyone, really in the program.
Right. Okay. And what have you seen as far as like maybe the growth and growing pains of Country Natural, and how, I guess, I don't know, have you been in, maybe I missed it, from its conception?
So I got in '96. Program started in '86. I've kind of held every seat in terms of management. I managed the live cattle side for a while. What we call the production person. Was in an executive director for a role, was in a CEO role for a bit. And now really my only role and my passion is to roll out this Graze Well program and the regenerative program. But there's so many ancillary benefits in my mind around CMB. One is the risk management, right, that I talked about. But secondarily, you think as an industry, how many people really get the opportunity to really understand the business from birth of the calf, which most of us, I'm assuming, on this call understand, to actually understanding what happens when they go in the box, what happens at retail, what pressures those retailers are under, and it's tremendous. I say this knowing that all of us work extremely hard on our ranches. We don't get a lot of days off, but you'll also, in CMB, you'll get to understand and appreciate a meat cutter at Whole Foods on Christmas Eve, right? And you think about prime rib sales and the pressure those guys are under, And CMB's really given me that opportunity, and all of our ranches an opportunity to understand every single aspect, including cattle feeding. Yeah, it's an education that I've gotten over the last 25 years that I couldn't have bought.
Yeah, that's cool. Again, knowing personally some of the families that have fed into that program, there's a lot of loyalty there, and I can see why. So if anybody else has questions for Dan, go ahead and type them in the chat, or you can unmute and ask the questions for sure. Kind of got about 6 or 8 minutes left, and then we'll roll on to the next speaker. But tell us a little bit about what you are doing on the ranches that you manage and steward right now, and the results that you're seeing.
Say that again, Jared. I was looking at these questions in the chat.
Oh yeah. Okay. What are you doing as far as regeneration on your landscapes, the land that you steward, and what results are you seeing, Dan?
Yeah. So my home ranch here is about 23,000 acres of private land. This is the one that's got the TNC conservation easement on it. This ranch is broke up in about 91 paddocks. We use a lot of single wire, hot wire fencing. We're moving cattle. Our goal is to be less than 7 days in any pasture. Today, on average, we're in each pasture about 3 days.
Okay.
We put a water system in here where we could manage cattle like we wanted to. And this was prior to Grayswell, but we kind of saw what was coming. We put some fixed points on the ranch and did some soil tests. It's probably been 8 years ago now, measuring carbon. And I guess you can get a little bit of my bias here. As we all jumped in on this carbon thing, and I think there's value there, but I think the value is more around higher rainfall areas. And so as we think about the arid West and really how we're going to move the needle on carbon, it's a long slog, like many, maybe generational, right? If you think about Jared, like some of the areas in Nevada that are 7 to 9 inch rainfall. And so our focus is really, or my focus here on this ranch is really changing around the water and the value of the watershed, and the fact that I'm 250, 300 miles away, but every drop of rain that falls on this ranch and enters a stream is going to roll past Portland, Oregon, where most of our customers reside. And I think we all jointly see value in a healthy watershed, and that's kind of where we've focused more so than we did early on in carbon.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's good. Scott asked a question. Do your members still go to the retailers to thank the customers?
Yep. Yeah. So I was in New Seasons and Whole Foods this spring, and yes, that's part of the thing. And I think I can speak for a lot of ranchers. Ranchers, we really hate to leave our ranches. We really hate to go to the cities. But there's as much value in meeting your customer face to face and learning what they're concerned about. And typically those things are concerns about what they're feeding their kids, the health of your land. And then the other thing we can do when we're in town is we can thank those guys behind the glass at the meat counters. They really like to interact with the ranchers. They like to hear where their product is coming from, and it gives them something to talk about for their customers. So yeah, we still do that. That's part of our story.
Love it. And that's good. Yeah, I think that's definitely an inspired program. And what do you see for the future of branded beef programs, Country Natural and others that are grass fed? What is it gonna replace the industrial food system at some point, or?
Yeah, maybe. I hope so. Let's say it that way. But I mean, here's the reality, and we can start this place. we're in a grass-fed program. My ranch is passionate about a grass-fed program we're in. But the reality is grass-fed in a whole foods case, which would be probably one of the greener, more progressive ones, is maybe 12 to 15%. Grain-fed's going to be the lion's share, right? It's going to be 80, 85%. And so in a way, we're meeting the consumer where they are. There's things right now that we're seeing as we play in the larger industry. I'm sure some of you have seen, Chick-fil-A walked away from a natural attribute. Tyson is rolling back some of their programs in terms of natural. And I think it's just a price squeeze. It's where we are in the cattle cycle right now. I mean, it's difficult. I'll just say it very generally, but the meat today is not completely paying for the cost of cattle. The cow-calf guy and the yearling guy is in the driver's seat right now. So if you're in the meat business, it's really pay for the cattle you're using in your program. So I think I'm answering your question a little bit roundabout, Jared, but I think the way to say it is I think we're in for a bit of tough sledding for 2 to 3 years in programs like ours and grass-fed programs in terms of competing with import and just competing with folks that are going to trade down, right? They're concerned about their pocketbook and they're going to trade down a bit.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, cool, Dan. Well, I certainly do appreciate it. So talk a little bit about what the link is that's on the page there.
Yeah. So and I had Valerie and Margot help me with this. This is not my forte. I think as a gift, we've got a genetics seminar coming up. I think it's going to be really interesting in Boardman, Oregon. The intent of the program is to talk about genetics that both fit on the ranch and fit in the box. And, in the cow-calf business where we're making one animal that does both, that needs to work on our extensive ranches, but also works for a consumer. There's genetics out there that do that, but you got to look for them. And that's what we're offering in terms of an offer for folks. I'm sure Margot's got all my contact information. I would enjoy speaking to anyone that's interested in learning more about Grayswell or the CMB program.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. If you maybe if you would just go ahead and put it in the chat, the best way to get a hold of you, whether that's phone number or email address here, and as we transition to the next speaker, and then people can jot it down if they're interested. Maybe I guess let's say it, because sometimes on the recording they'll catch that, they won't catch it here live. But what is the best way to contact you, Dan, to learn more about the program?
Yeah, so I'll put my phone number in the chat, but Dan P, DANP as in Papa, at countrynaturalbeef.com is my email address. All that'll get to me.
Okay.
You could go to our website and just put it through the main contact us there, and it'll get to us. But I will certainly put my name and contact information in the chat.
Yeah, that's great. Perfect. Well, we certainly do appreciate you being part of this. And Dan, thanks for Country Natural for being a sponsor to this summit. Kind of helps to pay for some of the ads and the reach that we've had. Yeah, looking 830 people registered, and it's certainly nationwide, but it is also international audience as well. So cool.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Jared.
Yeah, you bet. All right. So we have got, let's see, Margot. Seth is up next, right? Seth, are you here? We're going to make you a presenter.
I am most certainly here. Thank you very much, Jim.
Hey, there you are. All right. We're going to make you co-host here and get you queued up and ready to go. Seth Itzkan, thanks for being here. Love your background screen here. Soil for Climate. And I was introduced to that at a grass-fed exchange conference several years ago, pre-COVID. and kind of been following what Seth's done. He's been a guest on our podcast, kind of when we kicked that thing off a little over a year ago. And we've been in communication. He's like, hey, what are you up to? And like, okay, this is what we're up to. Maybe we should combine forces. So let's do it. We're going to talk about, well, don't laugh us out of the room. We're going to talk about climate change, you guys. Because ranchers were kind of like, that's just that greeny stuff. But I really like Seth's take on it because he comes at it from a science base, and also he's pro cow. So let's hear it.
All right. I guess that's a segue, right?
You bet.
All right. Jared, first, can you confirm that you see my title slide, Ruminants to the Rescue?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We can also see the rest of your background screen. So I think if you hit the presentation button, we'll just be able to see just the slide and not everything else.
Oh, hang on. How's that? Is that better now?
Yeah, there we are. Yep. Perfect.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, first of all, Jared, thank you so much for inviting me to the Regenerative Legacy Summit. And it's a great honor and pleasure to be here. And I just want to give a real big, sincere shout out to all the producers who are online here. You're really the heroes in this. And, frankly, if you weren't doing your work, I would have nothing to say. There'd be no examples to point to. So really, from the bottom of my heart, as a climate activist, which I am, the producers who are on this call right now with Jared and doing the good work of trying to heal the land, while producing food and meat, particularly grazing, you really are the heroes of the future, and I just want to be really clear about that. And there's two type of audiences. I typically speak to the science crowd, UN policy types, nonprofit environmental organizations, and I'm typically advocating for grazing as a climate solution. That's my typical role. I don't usually talk to ranchers or producers who I imagine are mostly here. I have nothing to tell you about grazing. You know how to do that much better than I can possibly even imagine to tell you. But so my message for you is don't be afraid of the climate change narrative or movement. I think it's unfortunate that meat and livestock are being so vilified. But frankly, let me let me handle that. Like that's my job to push back on that. But climate change is real, and you don't need to be afraid of discussions about it. In fact, you can embrace it because you are the solution. You're a very big part of the solution. So to the two audiences who may be on this call today, the policy types, media types, there's a lot of people from LinkedIn, environmental groups who I know are coming to this, and a lot of the people in my regular network of environmental groups, might be, of the type who are skeptical of ruminants as a climate solution. But then I also have the producer types who are skeptical that global warming is a problem. So it's interesting, but both are true. Global warming is a problem and ruminants are a solution. And managing ruminants in a way that restores soil, as I say in my title slide here, is essential. It's essential to reverse global warming. We aren't going to solve that problem without, in fact, significantly increasing the number of ruminants on the land and managing them in a way which is a proxy or facsimile for their wild cousins. So with that all said, just jumping into it, a little bit about us. Soil for Climate is a global movement now. We've got over 36,000 people in our Facebook group. and a good mixture of producers and scientists and policy types. And that's what sort of warms my heart. I want to see that interaction there of the different types of communities. But typically I go to policy and climate meetings. But more and more we are getting involved on the ground and supporting projects on the ground. And I'm very excited with what we're doing in East Africa now. Multiple projects that we're supporting in East Africa, all using animals to some extent, and the Maasai herding projects in Kenya and Tanzania, which are almost entirely animal focused or ruminant focused, but not 100%. There was a bee program, so making honey, but predominantly on ruminants, and then at the policy level. So that's Bill McKibben, is sort of the founder of the modern climate movement with me, 350.org. And there's Ratan Alal, considered by many to be the father of modern soil science. So to the extent that we can bring this together, the soil science, the climate world, the environmentalists, the ranchers and grazers, food producers in general, then we're doing our job. And then, of course, the young generation, just getting kids involved is obviously going to be helpful. So the major sort of technical point is that you could sort of say we're a grasslands planet, or certainly grasslands are the dominant ecosystem type on the landed surface of the planet. Most of the planet is ocean, obviously, but on the landed surface of the planet, grasslands are the dominant ecosystem type, and they love carbon. They're massive reserves of carbon, and that carbon all got there through photosynthesis, and it all came out of the atmosphere. And this is just another way of looking at the previous slide, but with some more citable detail. This is from White et al. 2000. They estimate about 40% of the landed surface of the Earth is in grasslands, and about 35% of terrestrial carbon is in grasslands. Just so you know, these estimates vary widely. There's all kinds of debate about what's a grassland, and well, a desert is grassland. Well, a desert could be a former grassland. And in the northern Siberia areas now, the permafrost, you've got a lot of evergreen trees there, but it didn't used to be like that. There actually used to be massive grasslands with megafauna through there, a lot of carbon stored in soil. So even what is a grassland and what percentage of the Earth is hugely variable depending on what assumptions you make in your initial or what conclusions you make based on your initial assumption. But the point is, it's a lot. Everyone agrees it's a lot. It's the largest ecosystem type, and by ecosystem type, it's the one with the highest percentage of carbon. But when we talk about grasslands, most continental interiors are some type of system like this. Your sort of classic grass ruminants, prodigious herds of ruminants, hundreds of millions of animals in a continental area. This is what we're talking about. And most of the planet really is some type of system like this. It also is a seasonal rainfall, a semi-arid system. Most of the landed surface of the world really is in some type of system like this. And in terms of North America, I refer to it as an animal continent, and just can't overemphasize the importance of animals in the ecosystem viability and in the climate stability itself. And now this slide really just gets right to the point. This was from an exhibit of the U.S. Botanical Society, and it was called Expose the Secret Life of Roots. And what you see here are actual plants, perennial grassland plants, in front of a backdrop, of a photograph of a cross section. But those are real plants being held up with supports. And you can see, by the way, when I move my mouse, do you see it? When I like highlight a certain area, are you seeing that?
Yes.
You are, okay. Can you see that it's even folded here? You see the fold?
Yes.
I mean, this plant, for example, would come all the way down to here. We're talking about 9-foot root systems. This is what the breadbasket of most continents used to be like. So whether we're talking about Ukraine or Iowa, right? This is what it used to be like. And if they were to redo this exhibit, I would advocate for them to put animals up here. So you see that there's grazing animals up here and then burrowing creatures in here as well to give it a more complete sense of what's going on. Now, let's go back to this. This exhibit was supported by the work of this fellow, Dr. Jerry Glover. I don't know if you people here know of him, but you should. He's someone you should know. He did the work for the Land Institute on the perennial wheat, right? I'm hoping some people know who I'm talking about here. And so he's actually preparing, he's preparing the work for this exhibit. But very important person, very important research. And so you see the two types of systems there, right? The annual crop, I guess that was an annual wheat, and a perennial system. And then this is another just great picture. This picture is, it goes around the internet a lot, and for good reason. Now, but look at this mock-up or markup of it, which really kind of gets to the point. Agriculture, and this is nature here. I didn't do this markup, someone else did, but anyway, you see where the root system ends here. It's like above his hat. And look here. So this is carbon. That's why the soil is dark. This could be as much as 8% carbon, in Iowa and the good tall grass prairie. And let me just put in a little editorial here. So much of the research that is disparaging livestock as a climate solution, they only measure to 15 inches, 30 centimeters. And they say, oh, well, cows can't be carbon negative because you can't absorb their emissions in the top 15 inches. I'm like, oh, hello, this is over 2 meters deep here. So it's sort of absurd that the conventional science is still stuck in 15 inches / 30 centimeters. So that's, if you will, that's my job. That's what I do. I go around the world to these meetings and I try to push back against those papers that do these assessments only here, because this is what they know. That's the whole evolution of the Extension Service in the first place, was to help farmers figure out what inputs they needed for their annual crop, right? You don't need an Extension Service to tell you what inputs you need for perennial pasture. So the evolution of soil sampling itself was specifically only at the top few inches, specifically so you could find out what inputs to put in. It was never intended to realize, how great your soil carbon pool was. So even the evolution of the Extension Service and of soil science and soil monitoring itself is derived largely from the industrial agricultural system, which just profoundly overlooks the reality of a natural perennial pasture system. And so what I've done now is I've combined the two into this. Okay, so then moving forward, here is an info chart on where the major carbon pools are in the world. So the numbers that you see here are gigatons or billions of tons of carbon. So wherever you see a number, that's billions of tons of carbon. And the oceans and the deep oceans, again, that's obviously like where most stuff is anyway. Most of the world is in the oceans, but we're not. There's sort of a limit to what we can do in that space, where we need to be concerned with this side, with the terrestrial sphere. And most carbon in the terrestrial sphere is in soil. So where it says 2,300, that's 2,300 billion tons, or 2.3 trillion tons of carbon. Now look at plant biomass, 550. Look at the atmosphere, 800. 550 and 800, is 1,350. So, and even 2,300 is considered low. I've seen it as high as 3,000 billion tons. At any rate, the point is there's almost twice as much carbon in soil as there is in plant biomass and the atmosphere combined. So the atmosphere and plant biomass combined is still only about half of what's in soil. Soil is a major carbon pool. Now, there's also the fossil pool, but until we started drilling for it, that was locked away forever, more or less forever. So we're basically, drilling down into this fossil pool. Otherwise, it would be there forever. It wouldn't be part of the ambient, sort of cycling of respiration and drawdown of carbon. So it takes a lot of effort to get this pool, but we're doing it. But of course, we're also adding carbon to the air by plowing soil. And so the whole point of regenerative agriculture and regenerative grazing is to get the carbon back in the soil. It seems pretty straightforward. Here is just sort of a simplified way of looking at the previous graph. These numbers, again, each number means a billion tons. A giga is the same as a billion. This is an annual thing. It's sort of painful to be in this work because these numbers are changing in real time. So when this graph was made a few years ago, it was 8.9 gigatons of carbon per year being emitted by humans, but it's already like 11 now. I mean, just in the few years since this graph was made, these numbers are already, wrong. But regardless of the number, the flow is still correct. So the emissions, there's only 3 places they can go: into the atmosphere, into the ocean, or back into what's called the terrestrial sphere. These two are bad. In the ocean, it causes global warming and other problems. The ocean, causes a carbonic acid, which dissolves coral reefs. In the atmosphere, of course, global warming. But the terrestrial sphere is a good thing. You want that. The more, the better. And so the traditional role of the climate movement is to limit this. The whole 99.9% of the climate movement is to limit the emissions. And that's good. I'm glad they're doing that. We need to do that. But you see, there needs to be much more focus on this. By the way, you do see the mouse when I'm going like this. Do people see it? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's my role. That's the role of Soil for Climate, is right here. And the role of regenerative grazing is a huge part of it. Look, it's not the only part, okay, I'll get to Susan Solomon in a second. There are other ways to get soil, to get carbon in soil, cover crops, we'll get to that, reforestation. But again, most of the world is some type of grassland ecosystem that co-evolved with ruminants. And so ruminants managed properly will be an essential part, and I would say the biggest part, of getting more carbon into the terrestrial sphere. And then getting back to the climate side of things, Susan Solomon, one of the most respected climate scientists in the world, a stellar resume, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, French Academy of Sciences, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, very high respected scientist. In 2009, she authored this paper, irreversible climate change due to carbon dioxide emissions. Just so you know, in conservative science publications, people don't like to use this word, irreversible. Like, you got to be pretty certain of yourself to put a word. Scientists are cautious, and they would prefer not to use words that can be so pinned down. But there she is, irreversible climate change due to carbon dioxide emissions. This paper shows that the climate change that takes place due to increases in carbon dioxide concentrations is largely irreversible for 1,000 years after emissions stop. And then here are the graphs from the paper. So here's time or years. So she goes out about 1,000 years. Here's CO2 concentrations. She says, even if we have a spike and then stop, there's a warming lag. The oceans continue to warm for decades, or she says for centuries. The warming doesn't just stop, So she says the average ocean temperature and the thermal expansion of the oceans will literally continue for 1,000 years at least. So it's not enough just to stop the emissions, although we have to. And then 4 years later, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, so this is their 2013 Summary for Policymakers report, a large fraction of anthropogenic climate change resulting from CO2 emissions is irreversible. So if you follow the publications the way I do, okay, they're referring to Susan Solomon 2009, to use that word, on a multi-century to millennial timescale. So this is clearly referring to her work. But look at the second part of this sentence. Except in the case of a large net removal of CO2 from the atmosphere over a sustained period. There's the raison d'etre for Soil for Climate. That's what we are. We're the second part of this sentence, except for the case of a large net removal of CO2 from the atmosphere over a sustained period. And so, like, if the presentation ended now, and it could, I got a lot more slides, this is the key thing right here, right there. That defines our reason for existing. We have to advocate for this large net removal over a sustained period. And that's where regenerative agriculture and regenerative grazing and all that comes in.
About 7 minutes, Seth.
Yeah.
7 minutes.
Okay, so as usual, I always spend too much time up front, but everything I said I think is worth it. So I don't mind showing you. Do you see my slides anymore, or did I kill that?
Yeah, so it went offline. We just see the thumbnails of them now, but
okay, wait, hang on a second. Hang on.
We're just back to your full desktop.
Yeah, no. So I don't mind showing you just sort of like, the larger view of all my slides in general, including the ones that are grayed out. Just so you see, there's just so much information here to get into. These are obvious. This is the part where I just talk about the different types of ways in which you can restore soil. Reforestation, of course. You hear about it all the time. This slide just sort of means organics, the no-till. People know about that. Biochar. That's great. I think biochar is awesome. I'd love to hear more about that. But the main focus of my work is in this area, is in using livestock as a proxy of wild herds. And then the savory stuff, I've spent a lot of time down in Zimbabwe with Alan Savory, and I've seen their work myself. And we're trying to replicate that in Kenya. Here's your classic sort of mixed herd, mixed species. Look how close the animals are. You can see the herders here. There's a guy, there's a guy, there's a guy. I took this picture myself. This is my colleague Dalmas in Kenya now. He's setting up his paddock system. you know, these are hectares and acres, the size of the paddocks. And this is extraordinary. No one breaks up their grazing in this part of the world into paddocks this small, you know. And so Dalmas, so Soil for Climate raised the money to pay for a bunch of herders from Kenya to go to the Mara Training Center to get training in holistic plant grazing. So now, you know, he's implementing that, and we're trying to raise funds for it. And, you know, I should say, you know, we are a nonprofit organization. We're trying to raise money to buy animals in part, and to buy them in a context, you know, that makes sense to where they're going. So honestly, if people can help us raise money, that I'd love it.
Yeah, how do we do that, Seth? What's the landing page or the website to go to do that?
I'll bring that up. I'll bring that up. I'll make that the final slide. Let me know when I need to get to the final slide. But as you can see, this is me. This is what the spot looked like in 2004. This is me there in 2014. This is already 10 years ago. Jesus. I'm sorry. I've been doing this a long time. But look at the plant. You see my hand here? This plant is called Panica maximum. Look at the tiny little seeds here. This is what's called what's it called? A climax perennial. This plant will only exist with like the best soil. The soil has to be great for this plant to exist. So this is an indicator plant of things going the way you want. Look at the fungus and the centipedes, millipedes in the soil here. This is a spot, they call it the elbow site. Here's the same spot about 8 years later. So anyway, you know, lots and lots of examples like that. I'll just jump ahead real quick. You guys, here's Gabe Brown. This is a picture of him I took when I visited, you know, his soil, I mean, his spot, but you know, Google Earth Pro, here's property, here's his neighbor, you know, in rapeseed, you know, canola oil. Here's Gabe. He's literally like on the highway here looking at his neighbor's property. Yeah, it's just, oh my God. All right. And then there's tons more science that I didn't even get to, but you guys get the point. And then here, just some pictures of our project in Kenya. You know, we're really trying to do the good work, frankly, you know. And so our project was Dalmas's nonprofit in Kenya is called the Masai Center for Regenerative Pastoralism. And, you know, we're working together. This was at the University of Nairobi. I gave a lecture there. So, you know, just trying to do the good work. And so just as I'm trying to help you guys, I need you to help me. Well, not me personally, but, you know, I'll show you how I'll show you how to help Soil for Climate. Let me just bring up our fundraising page, and then you'll see that link.
What's the URL for that, just so it goes on the audio?
Yeah, I'm about to just do the share for it right now. Share screen. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So just soilforclimate.networkforgood.com. Network for Good is a major nonprofit funding platform. But if you just go to soilforclimate.org, you'll see the links to our site and our fundraising site. So Network for Good is the platform for fundraising for nonprofits.
Thanks.
And the thing is, you know, I spend so much time arguing with naysayers. Like, I get tired of it. Let's just start to heal the world. And so that's what we're trying to do in East Africa. All right. Well, I'll just wrap it up there. Thank you.
That is perfect. Thank you so much. There's a lot of requests for your slides. If you have the ability to share like a PDF with Margot and me, we can include that. I think to date, I know there's been requests for Steve Campbell's slides, Seth's slides. And I think there was one other. I'm trying to keep track and make notes of who's we'd like to get sent out. But yeah, give Seth a big thank you. Like what I see what he's doing is bringing two opposing groups together who are working for a common cause. They're just going about it in different ways. And so I think the science is awesome. And yeah, thank you very much. So lots of requests, lots of thank yous in the chat, and feel free to converse in there if anybody has specific questions. We're going to jump right into our next speaker, but thank you, Seth. Robert Mason is going to be our next speaker. We'll go ahead and bring you up. Are you there, Robert?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Hey, good to see you. Yep, great. Great. Look forward to hearing from you today. You are from Southern United States, is that right?
That's right. I'm from Yuma County, Arizona.
Okay.
Can you see my slides okay?
We can. Yep, we
Let me
can.
put it in a slideshow. Can you still see that?
Yeah, we can see the one on the right as well, which is fine.
The presenter's view, or do you see the main?
We see the presenter's view with notes and the ones on the right. Yeah.
I'll do from the other screen.
There it's coming up again.
Okay. Is that better?
There we are. Yep, that's perfect.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Robert Masson. I'm an agricultural extension agent from Yuma County, Arizona. I'm part of the University of Arizona system from the land grant college to help the growers of Arizona with their cropping needs. Today, I'm going to talk to you about regenerative agriculture in the desert Southwest, specifically focusing on a little bit of IPM, but mostly irrigation, salinity, and soil health, and how all that ties together to help you grow crops sustainably and with regenerative agriculture in mind. So Arizona, don't really think of it as an agricultural, worth of anything, really. It's just a bunch of sand and rocks, and for the most part, that's true. But we do have a lot of fertile river floodplain areas. And so the big river that we have is the Colorado River, and that flows right through downtown Yuma. It's often referred to as the Nile of Americas because of all that alluvial deposits being dumped from the seasonal flooding and receding of the water here. And, with that combined with our great climate, arid climate, we really are like the Nile of America. We can grow lots of crops in this particular region, part of Arizona, and we supply a lot of the nation's vegetables. So Yuma, we're right here in the desert. We're right here at the intersection of California, Arizona, and Mexico. We are right on the border. We're the last stop on the Colorado River before Mexico. So we've had an ancient water right on the river for a very long time, and we've developed a lot of rich agriculture here. We've had 15 dams built on the Colorado River since basically we settled the West. And because of that, we no longer have that natural flooding and receding that restores the natural resilience of the land. And so now it's our responsibility to do that. We manage our water here in the area through our canal systems that are run by water districts that are non-government organizations. They're privately run companies, mostly run by board of directors that are farmers. And we typically use furrow and basin flood irrigation systems, which I will be talking about more. So over the years, the river that cut the Grand Canyon deposited downstream in Yuma, and we have developed our agricultural systems to take advantage of all that. Some statistics from Yuma: we only have about 200,000 acres here. Nearly all of it is double cropped. And in this one county, we supply 30% of the total state agricultural sales. And that means a lot because we don't really produce any animal livestock here. And that's the big moneymaker. On the east part of the state, they do, but not here in Yuma. This number is very underrated. We produce lots of revenue, greater than 1.43 billion, likely 3.3 billion, but it seems like these numbers just keep going up after time. We're ranked number 3 in the country for vegetable and melon sales. We produce 90% of domestic leafy greens produced in the winter. If you buy a salad anywhere in the United States between the months of November and April, there's a 90% chance it came from this county. We also grow 25% of domestic cantaloupe production in Arizona, most of it being in Yuma County. As an extension agent, I'm really focused on addressing the needs of our public, and I follow this model. First, I go out and find out what's needed through needs assessment surveys and talking to stakeholders. Then I do research, pouring through the data of what's already there, or conducting field research trials myself. I've conducted over 100 field research trials in the 5.5 years that I've lived here. Double cropping lets us get in there twice a year at least, if not 3 times a year if we want to do fall melons. Then we take that information and we put it into education, both in person, online, that type of stuff. I'll talk more about that later. And lastly, our end goal is on-farm change. And if we skip any of these steps, forget about on-farm change. If we do a lot of research that the farmer doesn't care about through needs assessment, it's going to go nowhere. If we don't educate about what we find, it's going to go nowhere. So we really have to follow this model to get that positive on-farm change in place. My personal program is focused in 3 areas: crop production, where we focus on maximizing the crop growth, developing our skilled labor. We've had a lot of people talking about succession. Well, we're here to help with that. I've employed over 28 interns, trying to train them up in these field research area, get some dirt under their fingernails, Gen Z, all that. They want to work, they just don't have the opportunity. They don't have the uncle maybe that owns a farm, so they just don't have opportunity. And so they get that here with us if they want it. And then we're doing a lot with automated farming equipment, which like automated thinning, weeding, laser weeding, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of money in vegetables, so a lot of that technology comes here. Then we do crop protection. This is mostly integrated pest management. I typically support our extension specialists because this is where the majority of extension is focused. With regards to regenerative agriculture, there's a lot of movement in the cotton and alfalfa world about identifying predator insects that will maybe feast upon the detrimental insects that are in the field, realizing your thresholds, knowing when to spray. You don't use the big hammer anymore for all your solutions. You use a tiny chisel and a specialized herbicide or pesticide, insecticide to treat these problems that come up. And lastly, which I'm really going to drill into today, crop sustainability. How do we continue to farm well into the future? And that's how I define sustainability. I'm not going to really go into depth on that definition, but basically, how can we do what we're doing now many years in the future? And really, I'm going to divide this up into soil health, water conservation, and salt management, all of which are critical to understand and do well in our harsh desert environment. Again, I'm going to talk about, here's our lettuce cropping system. This is a typical lettuce field in Yuma. How soil health, water conservation, and salt mitigation is all important to producing this nutritious crop, which is needed by our nation. Again, we have challenges for our sustainability. As I discussed earlier, dams have stopped that natural recharge, and now it's our responsibility to recharge the land. Our soil pHs are really high, 7.5, 8.2. That ties up phosphorus, makes it non-available, but it also makes other nutrients more available. So we have to balance that interaction there so we don't over-apply.
No, that's all good.
We have high sodium in water as well. Our best water, the best water that we have is a 2.5 SAR. So even our best water is slightly salty. It comes from the river. Our worst water comes from wells, and a lot of areas away from the Colorado River have to rely on that and can get all the way up to 8.3 SAR or worse. We have minimal rainfall, less than 3 inches a year. Yes, less than 3 inches a year. And in fact, we hate it when it rains because that spreads disease and things like that. We'd much rather order it from our irrigation district and have it delivered to us through our canal systems. But we have to adjust our system because we don't have that natural rainfall to clear out the salt and other problems like that. We have a very fast carbon cycle, which makes carbon sequestration very difficult. The high heat spurs microbial growth. The wet conditions of the agricultural field and high tillage from these at least double crop systems really make it difficult to build carbon. We're lucky if you can get above 1%. The best farms here in Yuma might have 2%. And that's if you have a continuous addition of compost. But we have issues with that too, with the leafy green system, because if you are growing leafy greens, it is illegal to apply manure, and you can apply compost, but they're being cracked down upon it. And there's the federal law, and then there's the LGMA, Leafy Greens Marketing Agreement, which is a industry agreed upon standard, and they have their own standards for compost. And then the company that you might be growing with might not want the compost being applied. So that can be an issue. This is a sticker I made, by the way, for compost: lighter than air, stronger than whiskey, cheaper than dust. And by the way, that was the original slogan used to sell barbed wire back in the day. So good thing it's not on copyright anymore. So soil health, we've done some studies to create a baseline. What does that look like for us in the desert? We've got a lot of information coming from the Midwest on what that should look like for them, but what does it mean for us? So we got together with our soil health extension specialist, Dr. Dibankar Sanyal, and we did a soil survey of Yuma. Basically, we went up to farmers that we knew and said, give us a field that you think has bad soil health. Give us a field that's nearby that you think has good soil health. We want to test it, send it to laboratories, find out the difference between assays so we can figure out which lab analysis is best for us. Well, we concluded that the best, first of all, our microbial populations were super low. It's just a hard place for microbes in the Southwest. Right now outside it's 115 degrees Fahrenheit, and all of our soils are bare because we're getting ready for vegetable season. So what do you think is happening to the life in the field? Good thing it rebounds quickly once it has a food added to it. We found out that the great tests for us were POC, which is permanganate oxidizable carbon. This is basically the active carbon, because we have a lot of carbon in our soil, but it's in the form of carbonates. You know, it may not be available. This tells us what is the available carbon. That was a very good indicator. PMN, which is potentially mineralizable nitrogen. This is basically ammonium or the easily decomposed nitrogen. That was a good indicator of soil health, as well as soil protein, which is basically how much life do you have in the soil that's slowly degrading and becoming plant available. If you want to capture that QR barcode, that'll take you right to that extension publication that we have written on that data. We also have issues with conservation tillage. We would love to do what they do in the Midwest and do no-till or reduced till, but how do we do that in a vegetable cropping area? This is what we call a spider. Plot spider was made by Keithley Williams. It's a 30 seed line planter in an 84-inch bed. Yeah, this is for planting spinach and leafy greens like spring mixes and things like that, where we're planting 3 million seeds per acre. Yeah. How do we do no-till when we're doing planting systems like that? And then when it gets wet, it gets all rutted up by the harvest crews that aren't even employed by the farmer. The harvest crews are employed by the shipping company that are contracted with the farmer. So the farmer grows a crop, calls the shipper, they come in and they bring in their own harvest crew, and then they just tear up the field. So how do we do conservation tillage when we have those conditions? It makes it very difficult. We've played around with some strip tillage equipment. This is an Orthman strip tiller. The idea is maybe if we make our raised beds and then we just kind of clean them up and let those roots degrade inside, maybe we can do something where we can get a good seed planting area, because all vegetable seed is planted very shallowly too. Lettuce seed, they say, is just dusted. It's planted at surface level. So how do we get that good soil to seed contact and still get conservation tillage? This may be a solution. We can at least go into maybe a transplant mode with that. Biochar, I've played around with it. First of all, it does not go through like a chicken manure spreader very well. It arches out. It's very lightweight, doesn't go out. I recommend mixing it with compost like you would like a lime or something like that, like a powder. That'll get it out on the field. We've played around with it. It deactivated the herbicide, right? So we had tons of weeds. It moved when it's irrigated. That measuring cup on the right, that's what happens when you add biochar to water. It separates out. You get a lot that's floating. So if you're doing flood irrigation, just washes it to the edge of the field. and we didn't find any increase in water holding. That red Solo cup I'm holding up there, a hole is cut out at the bottom of it, a cone coffee filters inside, and we added material, weighed it dry, saturated it, measured it weight, let it drip dry for 2 days, weighed it again. It did not hold very much water. I think there's an illusion with biochar because it's so light and water is so heavy. Oftentimes you'll hear the claim of biochar will hold 10 times its weight in water. Well, biochars are not very heavy and water is. So there's an illusion there. And so watch out for your application rates, especially when they're made on a weight basis rather than a volume basis, because it is very light. So just be careful when you're doing your application rates for biochar to calculate it on a volume basis versus a weight basis, because it does not weigh very much and you're going to be adding a lot. We're working on water conservation as well in our sustainability, so transferring over from soil health to water conservation. We're in a 24-year mega drought here in Arizona and the desert Southwest. The Colorado River is our main water supply. It is over allocated. The 1922 treaty with the 1944 addition put us on the hook for 16.5 million acre feet per year of water. The actual flow of the river now is 12 million acre feet. So we're over allocated. So every year we're pulling from our supply, our reservoirs, which is mostly Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Ag uses 75% of the water in Arizona. So any savings we can do in farming with water is going to have huge impacts. This is a QR barcode that'll pull up a weekly report for the Colorado River Basin. The current contents of the river is 44%. So we're below halfway. 2 years ago, we were at a point where Hoover Dam was worried about not being able to supply electrical power to Las Vegas. We were that low. We've had a couple of decent years of snowpack, but we're still we're in tier 1 cuts right now. How much water do we use to grow crops? It's a big pressing question, and there's a data report that's come out with some data that's been generated since 2016. They've had ongoing studies where they put eddy covariance stations and satellite imagery in farmers' field to find out how much water is actually used. Current systems have found to be 80 to 90% efficient. Does that system down there of flood irrigation look inefficient to you? Well, it turns out it is very efficient. It is very efficient, 80 to 90% efficient. And we have sprinkler systems as well that are used to germinate our crops and also provide evaporative cooling. When they're planting in a week or two and it's 110 degrees outside, we need that to cool down our crops as they're germinating. Planted right now, a lettuce crop will be a 60-day crop. Planted in October, November, it'll be a 120-day crop, just because it cools down so much. This is how much water each crop uses, along with the water requirement to maintain salt balance. So we're looking at spinach. Spinach is really low. It's only 5 inches needed to grow it, and that's with all-on sprinklers. So yay, eat your spinach, everybody. That's a very water efficient crop. Lettuce, you're using about 13.5. Broccoli, 17. Alfalfa, they're still compiling it, but it's way up there. But we get 9 to 12 cuts a year of alfalfa here. So yeah, we're using a lot of water, but we're also taking a lot of biomass off. Cotton uses a lot as well, which is most of our cotton farmers are older. And in Yuma, they're transferred away from that because it kind of messes up with the vegetable season, which is the most profitable season here. So there's less cotton being grown in Yuma, but there's a lot in the middle of the state. But most of those farmers, to be honest, are aging out, and it's harder to get new cotton growers in the game because it's such tight margins. Things we can do to help save water. We can look at our sprinkler calibration. This is a catch cup study that I conducted. You got to go barefoot and slop around in the mud for this one. Just catch cups and look at your patterns. Can you move your pipes around? Maybe you put the pipe on the top of the bed and have a dead bed. So we looked at that, but this was all good coverage. Drip irrigation. It's difficult to have drip irrigation in an area that has less than 3 inches of water because it drives salt in the soil, but you can do it in the sand. Sand doesn't really have those problems with salt. And so if you spoon feed your water out with nutrients, you can grow some pretty good crops. using drip irrigation on the sand. You can monitor the water that you have. All the sprinkler irrigation that I showed you, there's no water measuring device on that. The only device that they have is how many RPMs you have and your pressure, but they don't show flow. So you don't know how much you're using. This is a 10-inch flow monitor that I had built, and we've just, lent it out to farmers to use, so they get a good idea of how much they're using. So if future cutbacks happen, they know how much they need. This is a tensiometer. It comes from Dr. Michael Kahn in Salinas. He calls it a 10-minute tensiometer. It's a DIY build. If you want, you can make your own moisture meter. You fill it up with water, you put it in the soil, and it makes a vacuum, and it moves that vacuum gauge to let you know when your soil is dry. It's great in salty environments because capacitance moisture meters can be affected by salt. And so this will just tell you how much draw is the soil is, how much, the drier the soil, the higher the vacuum, basically. It's trying to pull water out of that tube, and you can measure that as a semi-permeable tip. And also, this is going to be a gift that I'm going to be giving away today. So whoever wins that gift, I'm going to be mailing one of these to them, because I love it so much. We developed a new method of irrigation and patented it. We're calling it solid set flood irrigation. We're taking that solid set irrigation pipe that's for sprinklers, unscrewing the valve and screwing in these bubbler heads, high flow bubbler heads that we 3D printed. We started getting into 3D printing. So if you're watching this and you're in Yuma, you want to do some 3D printing, come on down to the office. We'll print you up whatever part you need for your tractor or whatever. We'll do that for you. And we're evaluating it with growers now. So far, so good. It's a good method to replace basin flood irrigation, which right now is not very efficient because you just raise a gate and let a big pool of water go across your field, and it super saturates the area near the gate, and there's hardly any water at the other side of the field. So we're hoping this can give more precision, putting it out on a 30-foot grid rather than just letting it go across the field. We make educational videos too. We've got a lot of stuff on YouTube. You can click our link down there. It'll take you to our YouTube page. We have like 80 videos on there, but hardly anybody watches them. We've got like 20 views. Surprisingly, nobody likes to eat their vegetables. They just like to push it around the plate, I guess. We also do online on-demand training. If you need CEUs for pesticides and stuff, we'll take any video and turn it into a class with a quiz and all that stuff. We're trying our hand at something new. We're doing educational movies. We're making one called These Drying Times. It's a post-apocalyptic educational adventure movie. Yes, like Mad Max. We know that to get eyeballs of the youth, you got to make something kind of crazy, right? So we're going to try a new movie where heroes use water conservation methods to grow crops and survive in the post-apocalyptic future of a future with no Colorado River. When the river's dry, how do you survive? And we're going to enter this into the film festival circuit. Just today, I learned how to license music, and I paid money to have a professional band be on our soundtrack. So we're learning new things here in Extension. We also are participating in water conservation irrigation efficiency grant. The state legislature gave funding, $45 million to Cooperative Extension so that we could entertain grants from farmers who want to conserve water. We will give any farmer who is on flood irrigation $1,500 per acre, $1 million per farm to move from something from flood to something more efficient. Typically, it's a pressurized system, drip, micro sprinklers for citrus, sprinkler irrigation, linear move, center pivots, that type of stuff. We are doing some work with gravity drip with the company N-Drip, and looking at some new technology there as well. But basically, we look at it and look at the numbers, and if it looks good to us, then we will help get these improvements to the farm to save money. And not to save water, because we're there. We need this because I'm not going to go into how cheap water is, but water is still super cheap, like $30 for an acre foot. So we need this financial incentives to move, because it's not going to be in the future. It's not going to be that water's expensive. Water's going to be cheap. it's going to be that it's just not there. All right. Or it's going to be of such poor quality that you're going to have to do a lot to it to get it to be good.
About 5 minutes there, Robert. You're doing good.
Okay, perfect. So we're looking at soil amendment studies, clay shearing, polyacrylamide, alginate. Lastly, I'm going to talk about salt management. Salt's a big deal in the desert. So if you see here, that's not snow, that's salt. When you don't irrigate here and you just let the shallow water come up, it'll form this salt on the field. So it's very bad for soil structure and all that. We know that we need 15 to 20% more water than you need to grow a crop just to manage the salt. We normally do that in a pre-irrigation where we flat water a field, like what's in this picture here. It's typically done off season, so you don't lose your fertilizers. You can also irrigate every other crop and push the salt, concentrated salt layer across the bed, so it's not in the center of the bed affecting the roots of the plants. You can also use soil amendments like acid, calcium. But acid's very dangerous. I've burnt the license plate off my truck using it it's extremely dangerous. Calcium's important, but in a lot of our soils have high calcium already that just needs to be freed with the acid. Gypsum, you can add that too, but if your soils already have high calcium, you really only need the sulfate. You don't need the calcium. The idea is to push the sodium down and out of the field through drainage. I do a lot of experimental trials, doing drip trials. I'm looking for collaborators that want to do trials like this. I'll take a field, dig up the drip tape, cut it every 30 feet and pipe it in. So we got randomized complete block design. I'm pushing this Desert AgWise app too. It's a free app to help people manage salt, to know how much water they need to use in their pre-irrigations. The more data that gets put into it, the better our estimations will be to solving it. So in conclusion, regenerative ag and sustainable systems are needed to keep us farming into the desert for a long time to come. And by understanding existing systems and testing new methods, we will continue our production for years to come. Thank you. This is me. This is a newsletter that I kick out. So if you want to grab that newsletter real quick, you can just grab that with your phone or just email me directly at mason@arizona.edu. Remember, I got 2 S's in that last name. Okay, thank you everybody for your time and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Robert, thank you. That was awesome. Okay, so on the gift page, it looks like we're going to have to do a drawing, I guess. Is that what we're going to do? For who, for your tool, the tensionometer?
Yep, I have a tensiometer. I didn't know how you were going to do your gift deal, so.
Okay. Well, hey, let's do it real quick. While you're on here, who would this be applicable to? Like, this would probably be people that are flood irrigating or any type of irrigation, right?
Any type of irrigation, you bury it in the soil. You fill it up with degassed water. You basically boil water and put it in. And then as it dries out, the gauge goes up and you can tell down deep how much water you need.
Okay.
So, homeowner, farmer, rancher.
All right. Is that something you'd be interested in, Larry? We're getting a head nodding. Where are you at, Larry?
I'm in Colorado.
Okay. And you under irrigation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's do that. So we'll send, if you want to share your contact information with Robert,
I can do
let's do that and we'll get it sent to you. And yeah, appreciate you being on. I know Larry's been very attentive here too. So very cool. Yeah, thank you, Robert, for that. That's it's a little bit outside the normal context of what we do on these summits, but man, driving through the Central Valley of California a couple weeks ago, just the production agriculture is crazy. How much is produced in just those small valleys there, and I guess in your country too. So that was really helpful. Yeah, send him some thanks and gratitude in the chat, and appreciate you joining us here today.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, cool. We have got, I think we've saved the best for last, right? Who we got, Margot? I think Cal is our last speaker.
Oh, no, I'm not sure we saved the best for last, though.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Own it.
Yeah, there we go.
Own it. You are Grazing Grass Podcast. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. How many of you put in the chat a thumbs up or a yay, a Y, or something simple if you've listened to the Grazing Grass Podcast? Something that I've come across recently. Anybody else? Yeah, I've got some. Yep. Got
All
some
right.
followers there. So we're gonna get to know you and get to know what you do.
Now I'm trying to figure out how I work to share my screen. So give me just a moment. I have too many windows open, and that makes it confusing to know which window I should be sharing. But just a second, I will have it.
See, Seth agrees. Best for last. We got it. So yeah, Cal's gonna speak to us, and then we're gonna do some wrap up. We'll do a little bit of informal mastermind, see what we learned here. We're going to do a giveaway we've got 2 profitable steward tickets and 3 1-hour consultations with Steve Campbell. So I'll be thinking about sticking around here. And yeah, with the tickets, with both of those, we want it to go to the right people. So we'll probably ask for a raise of hands and just be a little bit intuitive of who those go to. If you probably with Steve Campbell, he said he does work with chicken farmers, but probably be more applicable if you're a cattle person. So if you're a cattle person, and we've kind of paid attention to who's been on here the whole time, or most of the time, and so we'll pick the right people we trust to connect them.
I think I figured this out.
Right on, Cal.
Yeah, it took me a second. First off, I want to apologize. I ordered some cooler weather in Oklahoma here in my studio. The AC is not real good, so I ordered cooler weather, and it showed up about 10 days too early. So it's 100 degrees outside here. The studio's not quite that warm, but I do have a sweat rag. I don't know if it's because of the heat or I'm on the hot seat, but one of the two. Of course, I listened to Robert just a while ago, and he's talking about 114-degree weather, and I'm thinking, well, I shouldn't complain too much.
But that's a dry heat, though. They say
it is. I've been out there. That's totally different.
We got 100 degrees at midnight.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hope it's not 100 degrees at midnight here. So today we're going to talk about consistency is the key. And before we jump into that, we're going to talk just a little bit about me. I thought I would. Let's see if this will change slides. Nope. There we go. I'm Cal Hardage. Yesterday, Jared said at the beginning of the summit, he says, put in the chat what generation farmer you are. And to be honest, I'd never really thought about that. I thought about it. I was like, what generation am I? It's not quite a direct line, but I'm the 4th generation in a couple directions. And I thought that's really interesting. Of course, you go back that far and everyone had a milk cow or two, a few hogs, cow or two. So my great grandfather, he ranched in West Texas, and he had 30 sections of land before the start of the Depression, and he exited the Depression with 6 sections of land. So the Depression was not very good for him. I still have family out there that ranches. That was on my grandma's side. My grandma and grandpa met out there, and they moved to Oklahoma, where it rains a little bit more. They came all the way over to the east side. I'm in northeast Oklahoma. My grandpa always worked off the farm, but he always had beef cattle. And then my dad, he's had beef cattle, dairy. We've done a lot of different things. He worked off the farm for a while, but he's been on the farm since 85. For myself, I've worked off the farm in education for 23 years, and I've recently became full-time with the podcast and the farm. On my mom's side, 4th generation there, my great-grandfather dairied not too far from us. And my grandfather, when he was a young adult and got married, he went out to work on pipelines in Pennsylvania and stuff. And he decided it was better to milk cows. So he came home and bought my grandpa's dairy and dairied there till the Corps of Engineers put in a lake. And at that time, he's purchased their land was purchased and they moved over here close to where I live. They live 2 miles up the road, which is really nice. My grandfather's still alive, 98 years old, still running cattle with my uncle and my cousins. And that's on my mom's side. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we dairied for a number of years, starting when I was barely a teenager. And I went to college, came home and dairied with mom and dad for a number of years till we sold out and I went back into education. My whole life, I've been around beef cattle. And then we had that time with the dairy cattle. In addition to that, we had hogs when I was little. And then when we dairied, we put in chicken houses. So we ran some chicken houses for a while. Once we sold out of all that, we ran beef cattle. And then about almost 20 years ago, we got some meat goats. And then about 10 years ago, bit the bullet and got some hair sheep because people told me they were a lot easier. And no one was lying to me. In fact, I sold out completely of the meat goats for a couple years and I just have a handful now. We operate on owned land, that's my dad's land, and we also operate on leased land. So we actually have 2 beef herds. Dad's beef herd that is on the land on his place, my herd that's on all leased land. The sheep run on the home place and the goats run on leased land. Of course, at this point, I've only got a handful of goats, but I enjoy the goats, but they cause me the most headache. Some people say they cause you to pull your hair out. I don't necessarily have that problem, but they do give me some headaches. I mentioned I'm the host of the Grazing Grass podcast. I started that in 2020. I sometimes joke that was my COVID project. I was working on my hours really shut down at school. I had more time. I had done some YouTube videos and I really liked it, but I started listening to podcasts and I really just fell in love with podcasts because podcast gives you the ability to, I hate to say this, but to be a passive listener. You can be listening and doing something else, kind of like with this seminar today. You can be listening while doing something else and it just gives you that ability to intake so much more information. I can be moving cows and listening to podcasts. And I really fell in love with that media, and Clay was doing a great job and there was other podcasts out there. But one thing I missed, I wanted to hear from producers, people out there doing it. There's places for experts, but I wanted producers. So for the Grazing Grass, we focus, every episode has a grass farmer, as I like to say. It's a grass-based livestock producer that's utilizing regenerative practices. And we started out just sharing or asking about their operation. It has evolved into sharing their journey about what they're doing. And then we talk about their operation, finish up with the famous 4 questions. One goal, or really the main goal I have with this, I started it for very selfish reasons, so I get the opportunity to talk to people. But the huge goal to me with sharing these is wherever you are, you take the next step. If you're running set stock and no pasture divisions, let's divide that up and start some kind of rotation. If you've already got multiple pastures, close a gate. If you're doing a weekly rotation, maybe you need to be looking at a tighter rotation. If you are using chemicals, maybe we should look at not using chemicals. I just want to encourage people to take that next step wherever they are. And actually, that's what leads me to the topic for today, and that's consistency is the key. And when I think about consistency as the key, first I have a question to ask you. And I know you heard this. How do you eat an elephant? I know most of you already got it in your head because we've heard it so much as a kid, but a bite at a time. And that's a great illustration of you have this big project that you need to do. You got to break it down into bite-sized pieces so you can accomplish it, because you're looking at this huge project. And if you're new to regenerative ag, or you're new to some grass-based livestock production principles, sometimes they can be daunting when you look at them all and you're like, well, what to do? Well, let's break it down into steps and just do one step at a time. And that's what I'm saying with the podcast. We just want to encourage you to take that next step. And one thing I noticed about steps, so if I were to go eat an elephant, and I'm not going to right now, I much prefer beef. I haven't had elephant, and it's probably illegal, but I prefer beef. And if I go take one bite today and I go back tomorrow and take another bite, and then I get busy and it may be a couple more days, and then before I know it, I'm going back to take a bite, and it may have been 3 months since I had a bite. At that rate, you're not going to make much progress. And that's why I believe consistency is the key. Let's see. There we go. Consistency is the key. So if you're taking that bite and you're taking that bite every day, you're going to eventually get there. So whatever big project you have in mind, if you're just taking that step each day, you'll eventually get there. And one thing when we think about consistency, what's that mean? How can we do that? And I think it really comes back to our habits and our systems. So when we think about habits, those are those things we do every day. For instance, after I have quite the morning routine, you know, I got a shower, I get dressed, and I'm not going to break all the steps out, but then I make my coffee. So that's my habit. Each day I make my coffee. And when we look at those little habits like that, that determines where you are in the future. So if I want to be healthy, just working out each day is going to get me there at some time in the future. But we've got to get that habit in place. And actually, to be honest, I prefer to think of them as systems. It's my system, how I'm doing stuff. And sometimes for me, that makes it easier for me to do all the time. But let's talk about habits or systems. So you can get small improvements that compound over time. So it's like compound interest for your life. So if you're saving money and you put a little bit in, you put a little bit in the following month, you know, you still just have a little bit in there. But you do that over years, you can have a tremendous amount in there. So this is compound interest for your life. And one thing that I don't like talking about, I am very much a positive person, or I believe I am, and I try to encourage others, but we are either going one of two directions. We're improving or we're declining. And I don't like to think about the declining portion, but what am I doing to be better today, be better tomorrow than I am today? And if I'm not doing something, I may be declining. Well, you've got two choices. You're improving or you're declining. I just don't think we stay stagnant. So that's one thing when you look at your systems, you want to make sure you're working towards that improvement. And one thing, if you watch YouTube, you may have came across Justin Rhodes. I love watching his videos and what he's doing on his homestead, but he often discusses 1% better each day. And I love the way he incorporates that into his daily stuff, because he'll be on the video and he'll be like, oh, I'm going to do this because it'll be 1% better. So I try to do that. And if you come over, you'll look around at my place and be like, you're going to have to try harder. I'm working. I'm getting there. But 1% better. So I'm out doing something that comes in my mind, 1% better. How can I do this a little bit better that'll translate further? And an interesting thing from Atomic Habits, and that's a book by James Clear, and a lot of information in here is based upon his book, and I encourage you to read it if you're a reader. He says if you are 1% better each day throughout a whole year, 365 days, that totals up to an improvement of 37%. To me, that's just a crazy amount, and I can't even fathom that, but that just shows you the power there. It really makes my wife happy too, because that means if I just get 1% better each day for a few years, I can be twice the man I am today. So she's really optimistic about this. But one thing when we think about habits and systems, sometimes we get confused with our goals. So let's just break those down. And I know most people, all this that I'm telling you today, you all know, but sometimes it doesn't hurt to have a refresher. So goals are the results you want to achieve, while systems are the processes that lead you to those results. So just a very simple example, I'm in Northeast Oklahoma. If my goal is to get to Oklahoma City, the systems are how I get there. So if I want to be more regenerative, if I want to produce more forage, if I want to have better soil health, those are my goals. And then I've got to have systems in place that leads me there. And some of those habits may be reducing chemicals. They may be rotating your animals, different grazing methods, maybe different species. But those are the systems that get there. So for today, your goals you have, but it's the systems we need to work on. So I think a really important thing when I talk to people just getting started, a lot of times I tell them, just get started. Go get started. Go do it. Go try something. And what I want to encourage is implementation of a system, so that motivation when you go out there and just do something one time, that motivation's high there, but it may be it may I lost my train of thought. This happens on my podcast as well. And the great thing about my podcast is that it is recorded and edited. So I tell people all the time, I spend a lot of time editing my podcast, so it makes me sound like I know what I'm doing. Anyway, back to this. When you're implementing a system, so we want to get a system implemented or get this new habit going. The one major thing that'll really help you is if that's part of your identity. And when we think about identity, I identify as a reader. I think readers are leaders, and I think my knowledge, I need to be smarter than I am now. There's a lot of people that will vouch for that, but I try to read a little bit each day, and I identify as a reader, and that makes my implementation of my system or habit easier. And then also, when we're implementing, let's create that habit and system. And James Clear from Atomic Habit breaks down a habit into its 4 parts. And we're going to go through those very simplistic and very quickly. As I watch the time over here, sometimes I get long-winded, and you would be shocked because I have a podcast and I talk too much. That's just surprising. Well, with habits and how they work, James Clear breaks them into 4 parts. We have the cue, we have the craving, we have the response, and the reward. So the cue is the trigger for whatever you're doing. And when I think about, I mentioned a while ago, after I get dressed, I go make a cup of coffee. My trigger is I got dressed, so the next step is I make a cup of coffee. It's just natural. It's what I do now. Now, if I'm trying to do something new, James says you got to make it obvious. You got to make it easy for yourself. Obvious that this is the clue, that this is what you're going to do. And when you're implementing a new habit, new system, how are you going to implement it? Are you going to do it Tuesday at 8 a.m.? You're going to do it after you make your coffee. And if you're going to, the one way that works really good for me, that I mentioned you can do it like Tuesday at 8 a.m. or Thursday evening at 6 p.m. I find with time-based ones, I procrastinate. Maybe for you, it's not a problem. But for me, it's much easier if I do habit stacking. And that's when I put that habit onto another habit I have. I mentioned this a couple times already. I make a cup of coffee. While my coffee is making in my Keurig, and my daughter will be so appalled I ain't even telling people this, I stretch. It's making for a little bit. I do a few stretches. Now, granted, if my daughter's up, I don't do the stretches because she makes fun of me. But if she's not up yet, I make my cup of coffee in that minute it takes it to make it, 30 seconds, I don't know how long, I do a few stretches. It doesn't amount to much, but I'm counting on that aggregation of marginal gains so that we eventually make some progress with it. Also, with that habit stacking, that's a great way. I have, in addition to my livestock, I have some chickens, I have some quail, some Corturnix quail, and I have some geese. And I go out every evening after supper to feed them and take care of them. That's my routine or my habit. I eat supper, I go out and take care of them. I decided I need to ride a bike more. My wife will tell it's maybe a midlife crisis. I need to ride a bike more, get in shape better. Well, I have a bike out in my quail barn because when I finish taking care of the quail, I ride the bike over to turn the water off. And I find that if I do that, I'll ride it for a little bit. It's not very long. I'm just doing a little bit. And then I take it back and I'm finished. And when I say habit stacking, I put that with another habit I have. But also the environment came into play there. The bike is sitting right there. I finished my chores. I got to walk by that bike. So either I'm ducking my head and going by it, hoping the bike doesn't see me, or I just say, okay, I'm going to go ride the bike. So that really makes a difference. And as I look at time, I need to talk faster or talk less. So our second stage is craving. And that's where our motivation comes in. And motivation is great in the beginning, but motivation is very hard to sustain. So some things to do. If your goal in doing this system, make it attractive. What's something you really want? And we have to work with the delayed gratification, which is really difficult. And we'll talk about that in just a minute. But there we have our habit stacking. You know, we just know we do it right after that. So after we do one habit, we do another one. Motivational ritual. That's where we take a habit we want to establish. Maybe let's say I don't want to ride my bike. In that case, I go out to take care of my quail. But before I take care of them, I have to ride my bike a little bit. And that's preparing something I'm not really motivated to do. I mean, I want the end results, but my daily motivation is lacking. If I tie that to something that I'm more motivated to do, that I only get to do after I've done the other activity, that helps out. So the response is really where it comes in. That's your action or thought. And you want to make this really easy. And when you make it easy, you just want to, so I try and read 10 pages a day. And I don't tell myself I'm reading 10 pages a day. I tell myself I'm reading 1 page. And I'll be honest, often it turns into 10 pages or more. You want it to be 2 minutes or less to do it. I tell myself I'm riding the bike, I'm just going to ride the bike over and turn the water off. Well, at that point, I've done that much, I might as well do the rest. On setting up paddocks for my cows, I tell myself I'm just going to put my reel and tread-in post over where I need them tomorrow. Well, after I've done that, I'm like, well, I might as well go ahead and put up my fence for tomorrow and I'll be that far ahead. So make it easy to get started on it. The quality over quantity and action, not motion. And these two are very interesting. There was a University of Florida professor that did a photography class. And first day of class, he divided the students into 2 parts. And he said, this part, you're doing quality. And this part, you're doing quantity. And for the quantity people, you turn in 100 pictures, you have an A. And if you turn in 90, you have a B. And for the quality people, he says, you just turn in 1 picture and we'll grade that picture. So you want it to be your best work, but 1 picture, that's all you have to do. And what he found was the quality people, let me rephrase that. What he found was the quantity people outperformed the quality people. So the quantity people went out and took tons of pictures. They had the action. So they were out there doing it, while the quality people, they were in motion. They were studying how to make that perfect photo. They were looking at how to do it. They were looking at places, but they weren't actually taking action. They were just in motion. And that's that's a difference that James Clear talks about in his book, Atomic Habits, that we need to do actions. And that's one reason I tell people all the time on the podcast, get started, take that next step, just go do it. It's not going to work out great, or it may not. It may work great. Most times it doesn't for me, but you got to take that step and do it. And don't get in that analysis paralysis moment where you're doing motion by you're reading this, studying this, but you're not taking that action. Our fourth stage is the reward. And to be honest, this is the response to doing it. And we're very much about immediate reward. And we want to make it satisfying to ourselves. And this is what leads you to repeating your system or habit. And I'll be honest, I don't do a good job with this. Reward for me putting up the paddock fence is as soon as I go over to the cows, I open it, I can immediately turn them to new grass. And that is very rewarding to me. It's a little delayed. He does talk about in the book about reinforcement, and that's using another positive habit to get there. So he calls these the 4 laws of behavior. First law is the cue. Then we have craving, response, and reward. Make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, make it satisfying. And I come back to consistency is the key, but it's only the beginning. And I like to use the core principle. And I know all the people who's taught me how to do PowerPoints and slides and stuff, they're like, you're doing this wrong. Why are you introducing something new at the end? Anyway, the core principle to me is consistently apply an action, observe what is happening, reflect upon that, because observation is so important. Reflection, equally important. But then you reflect upon it, you've got to take some kind of action based upon that reflection. And that's when you enhance your system or enhance what you're doing. If I'm putting out that fence each day, I'm observing what the cows are grazing, and I'm reflecting upon how can I do this better. And then when I go out to do it the next time, I may give them a bigger paddock, I may give them a smaller paddock. I ran through that pretty quick because when I did this earlier as a test run, I was right at 27 minutes, but I guess I talked more this time because I'm at 28 and I didn't cover quite as much as I thought I would.
Good job, Cal. Good job.
Oh, well, thank you.
You made it through. Yeah, contact information there. How often does your podcast come out?
Every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday. Okay.
Today's episode is a bison farmer from Alberta. Talked to Stuart Stoudinger about his operation and what they're doing. A really good episode. It is the first bison farmer we've had on the podcast. One thing with the podcast, we try and have a nice variety or wide range of types of livestock, sizes, experience, because I want people to see them in the episodes. Yeah. One more thing, Jared. I want to apologize for the selfie. When I had to find a picture of me, I found out I don't take very many good pictures of myself.
Oh,
so there we go.
All right. It's all right. It looks like you just got your working clothes on and you're out doing it. Oh, that's great,
exactly.
Cal. We appreciate you being part of this. Tell us what what they can find on the gift code.
So if you go to the gift code, that goes to the insiders for Grazing Grass or Grazing Grass Insiders. And there we have some bonus episodes, some additional content. And that's for a free month there. It is something fairly new that we're doing with the podcast. So I have grand ideas for it. It's just based upon time getting there. I'd love to make like an index of the podcast episodes where you can click on bison and it goes to where we talk about bison. South Pole. And I'll go to where we talked about South Pole. And I've been playing with that with Spotify. I have some Spotify playlists that'll soon be there. That'll be by species and by geographical region, because I know some people are like, I only want to listen to podcasts from people in my area. So that's a Grazing Grass Insiders. You can get there from our website, and there is a code for you to use, so you get a free month.
I like it. Well, very good. Thank you
Here,
very
do
much.
I have just one more moment?
Sure.
I'm sorry. We also have the Grazing Grass community on Facebook. We started a forum. It didn't take off very good because it was off of Facebook. We ended up moving over to Facebook. And I just want to say that Grazing Grass community or Grazing Grass community group on Facebook, search for it, answer questions, join, is a tremendous, encouraging, positive group that can answer your questions and maybe you can help someone with their journey.
Okay. Cool. I like it. So look for that. Got your contact information there. We got Brooke closing up the day. Brooke,
Yes.
you want to say a word before we close this thing up? We're at time. We're gonna do some giveaways here, so don't go away. What was that on Facebook? Grazing Grass Community?
Yes, Grazing Grass community. I forgot till like 5 minutes before. I didn't write the name of it on my slide.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna unblur my background here because you guys need to get to know Brooke here real quick.
You're wrapping up?
We are wrapping up. So Brooke's gonna be here tomorrow. We're gonna be talking about biodynamics
Yeah.
and
What we don't know.
what we don't know.
Yeah, mostly what we don't know.
So tell us give us a 30-second elevator pitch for what biodynamics is.
Well, I say it's the other 50%.
Okay.
So it's working with us and through us. We are co-creators. And so we have an opportunity and we have an amazing ability to trigger in our agrarian systems relationships that, well, I think many of us have forgotten about. It's hard to say. Everybody has their way, and just because we're out there with big machines doesn't mean we're not doing it with a lot of soul, you know. But we are working with kind of homeopathic treatments, I guess you could say. Anyway, we've been playing around with this stuff. I don't want to call it extra, but it is in addition to the purely physical or kind of knock on wood known ways of working. And so what we have now we have a decade's worth of scientific lab data that shows upward trending results. And the NRCS soil scientists are asking us, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And
because they're off the chart outlying results
Yeah.
based on science. And so when people say, well, I don't know, that's just woo woo. Like, I don't care what you can call it what it wants, but you got the best soil in the world, and I'm gonna.
Does it work or not? That's what matters. I don't
Yeah.
care. It doesn't matter to me if it's accepted or not. I'll try it, and we've done it over the years, and it works. And so it's one of those things that just builds our relationship back with the life that we really depend on and that we co-create with. And so we're doing it.
Yeah.
And we're trying to share it. It works. We got loyal customers. We got Michelin-starred chefs that are clamoring for our food. Our eggs are 14 a dozen. Our milk's $30 a gallon, and we can't produce enough.
Mm-hmm.
So we have data in the market as well as in the science laboratory, and plus we dowse. Not ashamed to say we use copper rods and other ways, and so we like to measure in different ways. And we compare all that data, and that data, I don't care if we're dowsing or it's lab test or whatever, is showing that same trickle upwards in life.
Yep.
So I'm in.
Cool.
Yeah.
So we're going to be documenting that tomorrow as we've done it for probably 6-7 years, I think, on our ranches. But tomorrow we're going to do a little better job of documenting via video. So let us know if you're interested in that. We'll probably put it out on our YouTube channel as soon as we get it edited up. And
Looks like you had a good group today.
we did. Yep, we did.
Keep up the good work, everybody. Thank you.
Awesome. So yeah, $30 a gallon for milk. You guys got better sign up. So that's biodynamic certified milk. Okay, well, we are at the end of day 2, and it has been a great event. That's because you guys were here. That's because you guys, the attendees, you guys made it. We're grateful to you for being here. We're grateful to the presenters for preparing messages, following their heart, following their passion, sharing what they needed to share. And so as we conclude, we've got a couple of giveaways, and then we're going to open it up. So Steve Campbell has offered 3 1-hour consultations. So we'll just have you raise your virtual hand. If you got to listen to Steve Campbell, the Red Solo Cup, if you would be interested in a 1-hour consultation with Steve Campbell, raise your virtual hand. While you're doing that, I'm going to pull up the results from my poll. Okay. I like it. I like it. Okay. So we're going to go with the first 3 that came up. Margot, can you help me get these guys down? We're going to go with Donald because he has been on. And Donald, where are you from?
From Nigeria.
From Nigeria. And you raise cattle?
Yeah, a lot of cattle. And I'm from a state called Benue, and we are having a cattle herders fight. It's deadly. Farmers, herders and croppers are scrambling for grassland and farmland. So, but we are trying to come up with sustainable systems to teach people that we can integratedly graze and crop also. So yeah, and the cattle are called the Fulani cattle. They are white. They are not as big as yours, but they do the work.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, so Margot, we've got as winner number 1, we've got Donald. And we should have your contact information in our database, but maybe if you can private message Margot with the best way to get a hold of you, email address or phone number that you can text to, that would be great. Candy, you have participated. I have seen you on here. This has been great. Tell us a little bit about your background.
I'm the 4th generation rancher. My 5th generation is my kids. We run Black Angus cattle, and I've added goats and a few head of sheep, which my dad is not thrilled about, but he deals with it.
It'll humble him. That'll be good. Okay, what's your last name, Candy, and who are you registered? Did you register under your name?
I believe I did. It's Candy Carter.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and again, if you can private message Margot, and Margot, if you can put that just send that on to the team, that would be very great.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary, I've seen you on here as well. Tell us your story. Where are you from? What
Well, I'm in California, Mariposa, and but we have cattle. We have like 10, 3 of them steers. We need to get a new bull. My husband's a little fed up. We're losing money, so I came on here to save the day.
Okay, Mary Winters. All right, so this, just understand, I mean, Steve Campbell is very gracious. He puts his time at $100. I would say it's more like $500 an hour, just because, man, he's got some, as you guys saw in the short presentation that he did yesterday, it's like, so what I'm saying is please honor that time. Make sure you reach out to him, coordinate, we'll connect you with him. And so again, if you can share your contact information. So congratulations to Donald, Candy with a K, and Mary. There are winners for the consultation with Steve Campbell. Okay, cool. We're gonna I'm going to share with you the results from our little survey here. This is pretty cool. Where are we at? Okay, so what do you guys think of the summit? Was it worth the $5,000 that you invested to be here? Oh, we didn't charge you that much, did we? Yeah, you guys will get the bill. No, this is that's what the value is. Your time is worth a lot, and we appreciate that you've been here, that you've shown up, that you have participated full out. Yeah, yep. Thanks for those who sent testimonials over yesterday. Those really help us to be able to promote. I'm going to make the same offer today. If you'll just put in the tagline, just put testimonial and then share your testimonial. Text that back to the group text number, or the marketing text number, that 775 number. We will send you a copy of my book, and love to pay it forward, or love that you're willing to pay it forward and share with others. All right, so here we have, what is your biggest challenge? You can tell profitability, not off the charts, but certainly way up there, right? Followed by marketing, and then finding land, relationships, succession, and finding good help. So pretty interesting. Profitability. What do we need to do that? In our 2-day class, we're going to hammer that one pretty hard. And for what's the greatest opportunity? So this one was the greatest challenge facing us currently. The greatest opportunity we see is soil health. Kind of interested by that. Yeah, just surveys are surveys. They don't lie. So of the nearly 100 people that we surveyed, you know, it looks like most of you are looking to improve soil health. And that was pretty interesting. The other seemed like what was the other question that we asked on here? I didn't get it copied over for some reason. Oh, livestock. Yeah, that one. It was kind of irrelevant, but what do you do? You're more livestock or croppers? It was more livestock, and that really came as no surprise based on, you know, what our marketing message is. So last call, 2-day events coming up. You're 2 weeks out. You will be in a great position to be able to take the knowledge, the inspiration, act upon it, use it to build a business. So at this 2-day event, we kind of have 2 different tracks. They're the same principles. We're looking at people who have the capacity to build a $100,000 business. $100,000 will likely replace your income. Might be tight right now, but yeah, that's what I consider it to be, a business, full-time business, 100K. So if you're starting out, you've got the vision. People say, well, how much land do I need? How many livestock do I need? What do I need? To me, it's the vision is more than the resources. If you've got the vision for $100,000 business, I would say you qualify for this class. Or if you're looking at 10xing your business and saying, taking it from 100K to $1 million, then absolutely, you know, let's come to this class. You'll learn the timeless principles, those lighthouses that if applied, you can create a business, or you can scale the current business that you have. We appreciate those that have already signed up. We'd love to see, if you haven't signed up yet, but you are committed and will go to this class on the 29th and 30th. So it is a commitment. Like, we ask you to be there. It's not a passive one, you know, where you're gonna kind of multitask. This one, really, if you're going to invest the time, be willing to be sat down in front of a computer, ready to go. I'd love to give 2 profitable steward tickets out to individuals who are committed, willing, ready to move forward and take that next step. So again, you know the drill. Just raise your virtual hand and or type, yeah, probably raise your virtual hand is the first thing if you are committed and ready. So we have Willie. Does your name still? Oh man, we've got Candy again. You are, I love it. I do, because I've seen you participate. And so, okay, Larry, have you been to it before?
Unmute. Is
There we
this
go.
the 2-day thing?
Yep, this is the 2-day. Where you
Yeah,
want?
I think wouldn't it in like December or January you did one?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was to that one.
Okay. Do you want to come back?
Sure.
Okay. Will you come? Show up?
Well, yeah, I'm just concerned about the time. That's all.
Okay. So
But
let me
yeah.
know. You send me a message if you look at your calendar. Candy. Y'all in?
I'm all in.
Who are you gonna bring?
Either one of my kids or my husband, but probably my oldest son.
Okay, how old's your oldest son?
He's 19.
Oh, okay. Is he involved in the business?
Oh yeah, he's my right-hand man.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And okay, so we also had Willie. Maybe his hands are aged from before. And then Trish had raised your hand. Did you want to make a comment? Or did you bump the hand raise?
Hello. This is Amy under Willie.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, Amy, tell us about
Yes.
tell us about your operation.
We have a 5,000 acre ranch with some cattle, and we're trying to branch out and do some other things.
Okay, where are you located?
South of San Antonio, Texas.
Okay, I like it. And so what name would it be? Would you be registered under?
Amy Dugosh.
How do you spell that?
Dugosh.
Okay. I love it. Okay. Let's do that. Well, very good. Congratulations to Candy and Amy. We appreciate you guys being on and committing to do that. Like this event, really it's a family event. We want to encourage you to bring spouses, especially if you're involved in the business, and even if you're not, even if one of you works in town. Like I've found that when you show up together and you learn the principles together, it's going to give you common language that you can use to be able to establish a common vision. And with that common vision and direction, like you're going to move forward and just be unstoppable. And so we really appreciate that. Anybody else, it's super affordable, but we realize it is a time commitment. I value my time, and that's the reason why we put it at, the $50 is, yeah, it is 2 days. 2 days invested, and that's what you have to look for, is that return on investment, what you're going to gain from those 2 days. And so look forward to seeing you guys on that. So let's get some shares for the event. Just want to hear, there's 60 of us still on here. You guys are diehards. We love it. We appreciate that you guys are here. Let's get some feedback from what your takeaways are. And specifically, if you've got like, okay, I'm going to do this. This is what I feel inspired to do. This is what so-and-so said. And because of that, these are the action steps I'm going to take. And just kind of rapid fire, unmute. Hopefully we don't talk over each other. Let's get some shares here, how it went. And Margot's put up, ways to be able to contact us. You can copy and paste that.
The biggest takeaway I got was to just keep going.
All right. Sorry, I removed my spotlight. Who was that?
That was Candy.
Okay, there we go. Now we can see it. Candy, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep going. Just keep going. What might be stopping you from keeping going?
Well, I started to do the direct beef sales and I ran into feeling just bogged down. And even though I'd taken a class for it, I just still felt really bogged down on it. So
yeah,
I appreciated the I can't remember them all. It's all kind of jiggled together right now in my brain, but I wrote notes, so it's there. It's just not coming out of my brain right now. But that would help and to be able to hire somebody. And I liked you saying that, that sometimes that's just not my specialty. Like I actually had my oldest's girlfriend set up our website because I was just like, yeah, and of course I got into when it was nice weather and I did not want to be doing it then. So I wanted to be outside working, so.
So just keep going.
Mhm.
Keep going. And as you keep going, where do you see that will lead?
Well, I've started a lot of things too, like trying some multi-seeding type deals. My dad always was a crested alfalfa man, so I've seen how the biodiversity of the animals being on it one and the seeding being more and leaving me some stuff back that's going to help the next stuff grow. And so I've started that. And I just actually I don't know, it's been a couple weeks ago, got my goats pinned out, eating weeds control. And, so I've been taking on a lot. Like I said in the comments, I'm hardcore. I don't just jump in barely, I jump in all the way. So it's been a lot. It all started just this year. I've always kind of felt like there was a better way than, the manipulation of everything, like trying to play God. I don't agree with that. There is a God and I'm not him. So thank goodness. But anyway, so I've been just taking on a lot of stuff and it was floored me with education yesterday and I was very thankful for that. So
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just taking some notes here. Cool.
Okay.
Thanks, Candy.
Yep.
Thanks, Candy.
Thank
Who
you.
else? Who else has a share? Something they took away from this 2 days?
Yeah, for me, from these 2 days, this is Donald once again from Nigeria. For me, I would say keep going too. Why I say this is because I've been hearing you speak passionately, with drive and with zeal, and coming out of so many challenges. It resonated with me because last year I lost 200 hectares of land, hectares, not acres, 200 hectares. Wow. I planted 120 hectares of red sorrel flower. That is the hibiscus plant that is used for wines and all of that. And I had a cattle cluster where I partner with herders to own a farm. But I guess I did not probably work out my documents right with the owners of the original owners of the land, and it became a life-threatening thing, and I had to fold up. But when I heard about today about failing fast, it also resonated with me because I gained 2,400 hectares from the government. Just early this year, the government gifted my farming community and basically to my company 2,400 hectares. So losing 200 hectares last year and gaining 2,400 hectares from the government, this gives security because the government has the rights to the land in Nigeria. And when they give you land, no one can take it from you. So I have the opportunity to go again and to maybe fail fast. And yeah, so but I would say I wish every other farmer, every other rancher was here to witness these 2 days. This is something that should be put out there and people should know the kind of work you're doing. I'm very happy to meet you all, and it's been the most exciting 2 days of my regenerative life. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Donald. Yep, what what an amazing testimonial. We appreciate that. And it just comes to just the thought that, you know, there's no loss without gain. And Seth, what do you got, Seth?
Oh yeah. Hi. Well, again, thank you, Jared, and everyone else. I'm just sort of curious. I'd like to do my own poll, if you will, sort of informally, is like, are people interested in that topic that I presented on climate change? Do you feel that that's something you can embrace, or is it just you really would rather avoid it? You
Do a
know,
little informal
I want
poll.
some honest feedback on that.
Yeah, be honest. Let's just put a Y or an N in the chat, and we'll just you can kind of monitor that. For me, it was a Y exclamation point. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
I mean, just so you know, I mean, I've been told straight up not to mention climate. You know, in certain producer communities, they said you can talk about carbon and soil, but don't talk about climate. You know, I mean, I've been told that explicitly, and that's the elephant in the room right now. So let's just talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay. I think that's safe to say, based on our somewhat biased opinion here, Seth, that this group would like to hear more. And somebody mentioned in the chat they would like to share this information with others. And I think that's fair. You know, that's yeah, I want to hear the truth. Yeah. So absolutely. Let's if we can get a copy of your slides, we'll send it out to everybody and that's in this group. And I assume there's like nothing proprietary in there. Like if we wanted to make
No, it's
if we
fine.
wanted to make memes and stuff out of your slides and share it on social media and just put the hashtag soil for climate.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah.
Do
That's fine.
something there. So yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
Jared. Thanks a lot. And thanks everyone for doing what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, it takes both sides. Yeah. Pretty cool. Okay, let's get maybe a couple more things that you've learned, things that you're committed to, things that are like even, yeah, constructive criticism at this point. This is a little bit off the record. I've still got the recording going because sometimes the real gems come in, but suggestions, we'll say that if anybody's got suggestions for like future things we could do to improve, we're open to that as well. Thanks, Catherine, for your comments in the chat. Jill? Jim? Sorry, I missed
yeah,
that.
this is Jim. I don't think I have any suggestions on how to make it better because I thought this was a very good conference and lots of good sessions. Did it all apply to me? No, but whenever I've gone to a conference before, I wouldn't expect it to all apply to me, but that didn't mean it wasn't interesting and it wasn't good stuff to hear about, you know, to tickle the brain. For me, so my farm has been in the family since 1780. I'm trying to figure out a way to keep it going and hopefully pass it on to my children or one of my brother's kids or something. Just keep it in the family somehow. And I'm sort of starting from scratch. My dad, excuse me, my father had cows for a long time, beef cows, mainly Herefords, and things kind of got run into the ground. So I'm trying to figure out how do I rebuild this place. So one of my big things I wanted to get out of it was soil. And you had a lot on soil, so that's very helpful. Now I need to figure out how to move forward in rebuilding this place because it just needs a lot of TLC. I need to improve my genetics, which was great. I don't remember the gentleman's name, but the solo cup, very, very helpful. And I wish I'd known some of it before because apparently my recent herd bull purchase may not have been the best purchase in bull, but all good information and it's given me a lot to think about. And I think there's potential now for saving this as a farm instead of it just being, I don't know, it's not that big. It's 200 acres, but you know, just it's 200 acres in New Jersey, which is a lot, and trying to figure out how to save this and keep it as a working farm. And I think, unfortunately, we're going to need places like this to keep this world moving forward. And I want to be one of those people. And so a lot of good information. And I'm hoping to get as many slides and as much information that I can carry over, because like a number of people have said, a lot of information sort of blows the brain out. And it'd be good to be able to go back and read these things. I just appreciate you all putting this on.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. We appreciate you being here. Yeah. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Jim. All right. Let's do at least one more. Anybody else? That what you got?
Oh, dang it, Jared, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, Larry.
So, as you were talking at noon today about being depressed and having people around you help you kind of guide through things, I was kind of feeling that way and was just kind of down. Everything just seemed to be, well, I don't know, just not going the right direction. Everything seemed to be just kind of caving in. And so I just needed the 2 days to be able to get rejuvenated and get back on the right track and thinking better again.
Well, I'm glad it helped with that, Larry. Yep. Yep. We need you here. We need you here. You've been a good supporter of this community. And how are you doing now?
Well, I excited again. I mean, the problems are still out the window.
Yeah.
But, a little better enthusiasm.
Okay. Yeah, good. What would you say is the cause of the depression? Is it internal? Is it external? Is there pressure? Is there?
It's a combination, a whole bunch of things. I've got a bunch of fat steers that are ready to go in, and I don't have them sold. Having some issues moving some cattle. I had the weeds took over. It just too much stuff going on all at one time, and you just get overwhelmed. And it's like, well, I'll just go sit in the corner and be happy for a while.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, with that overwhelm. So with coming to this class, you felt like you've gotten some inspiration.
Yeah, it's the inspiration and the excitement again. Dedicating the time, 2 days that I needed to do other things, but it's like it's still there. We'll still be able to get after it, but just feel better.
Okay. Yeah, well, you didn't sign up for a coaching session, but if you would like to, I can either walk you through it now or we could do it one-on-one. Because I know you know a little bit about your business from what the classes you've attended before. And I'd like to gift that to you if you're open to that.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I've learned not to refuse other people's help. So
yeah, well, thank you for that, for accepting that. So we will I'll make note of that as well, and we'll have the team actually I'm just gonna text you private message, which
okay. Well, thank you, Jared. I appreciate that.
775-934-0511. If you wouldn't mind just texting me, Larry, and then we'll coordinate a time like right away. that we can visit. Yep. Thanks for being humble. Thanks for owning that. And I think even the most upbeat people in the world, at some point, they have a point where they struggle and they need some help and they need some support. And man, we've seen in the past where I think lives have been saved because of this community, and we certainly that's, while it's not, our main focus, it's probably more important than anything else that we do as far as regenerating land and creating healthy livestock. It's taking care of ourselves and our families. So, okay, cool. Larry, you gonna be good? Who can we reach? Okay, you got inspiration.
It's cooled off and there's a breeze. It's always better.
I know. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I felt like I needed to gift that to somebody, and so appreciate.
Oh, thank you.
You bet. Farmer Dave, what you got?
Hey, how you doing? I
I'm
actually
good.
don't have cattle.
Okay.
I'm a vegetable grower. I used to work with William at Peterson Farm in Utah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But I've been working on a new project for small farms, building a remote controlled tractor, not a trailer, a tractor. And yeah, it's been an up and down hurdle nonstop.
Yeah.
And so I love agriculture, and I'm really passionate about smaller agriculture and family farms, because especially for small farms, people don't build equipment for them anymore. If you just have a couple acres of vegetable, you need a 4-wheel tractor, and all that stuff's expensive, and it's not easy to get into or stay in. It's too expensive.
Yeah. Yep. I remember meeting you now at maybe the farm conference in Utah.
Yep.
You have a booth there?
Yeah, I did. I have my tractor there. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool.
Nope, that's good. So what would you say is like your biggest takeaway from this? Just overall, might be not even anything that somebody said, just maybe it came to you.
It was just seeing everybody together and trying to do the same thing, not have big corporate ag running everything. The idea that there's only 13 major meat plants in the country and they're owned by 3 companies is not a good idea for me. It's not settling very well.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. So do you feel like there's hope now based on what we've heard?
Oh yeah.
Maybe we can turn the tide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the more local packers we get really makes a difference. And it's nice to see that that's happening.
Yep. Yeah. It doesn't take the majority to create a revolution. I'm not talking about revolution with guns. Hope it doesn't come to that, but yeah, very good. Douglas, I see you. Audio's not working. That's all right. But well, you guys, this has been an amazing 2 days. Feel like we're family. Feel like we should maybe do this tomorrow, but we probably all have things we need to do. I'm going to be with Brooke tomorrow, and we're going to be learning about biodynamics and doing the next thing. We will be doing this again in October. So you guys are signed up. Grateful that you're part of this community. Whatever brought you here, I believe, I believe there's a source of truth, and that's God, and He's the one behind getting us to where we need to be, where our next step is. And so just keep following the whispers. However it comes to you. A lot of times it's a feeling, sometimes it's a small voice, sometimes it's comes to us from somebody else. And learn to distinguish between those things that are our own destructive voices that want to keep us stuck, those that might come from the adversary that want to pull us down, and those that are inspiration. And as we follow the inspiration, like we will survive. We'll not only survive, but we will thrive. We are in unsettling and challenging times, you guys. I don't need to tell you that. To step back and look at it from a big picture standpoint, we are in what they call in history a cycle, which is a winter period. And so we potentially could see things get worse before they get better. Cycles repeat themselves. I talked about this in the first summit, and during this winter crisis period, we have the choice. Like, we can crumble and we can give way, or we can embrace largely that entrepreneurial spirit. We call it that, but it's also the spirit of freedom. It's the spirit of rebuilding, and we can prepare and be poised for the spring that is coming and the rebuilding that is coming. And I believe we're at a tipping point whereby we're going to see further consolidation and disintegration of family farms, or we're going to see more of localized and going back to what our roots are of being truly interdependent. Being able to not be the fierce independent person that, is going to wear himself out and get taken out. But the interdependence is where the true strength is built. And that comes from a large dose of humility and recognizing that I can't do everything. I have to collaborate with my neighbors and other people that have like-minded interests and values. And as we do that, like, we're going to be able to achieve more and have greater influence in the world. And that's my hope. And that's what we're committed to doing here at Ag Steward. We're grateful that you're part of it. We hope to continue to see you on these events, especially the event here at the end of the month. I know it's a busy time, but make the commitment. You'll love it. I can guarantee that you'll walk away with the next step of what you need to do for your business to really become not only regenerative on the landscape, but live a regenerative lifestyle. So with that, the recordings will be going out where they're going to be edited, published to our YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is a Profitable Ag Steward. If you search for that, you'll be able to see them on there. We'll have a playlist of just the August summit. So with the individual speakers, and please share the message. A lot of you said, yeah, we need everybody to hear this. I agree. Not everybody's going to listen, and that's fine. But if you share it within your community and you have influence upon one person, then that's a success. And so we hope that you'll share it. Thank you for those already seen testimonials come in. We appreciate that. We'll get your books sent out to you and autograph them and get them sent. And you guys have been an amazing audience. Appreciate you being part of this Ag Steward community, and look forward to seeing you all soon.